Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration. Even the most unassuming ingredients can produce astounding flavor. But unlocking that potential takes a keen sense of smell, a refined palate, and an open mind. Know of any new orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while. It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Oh, sorry. Good numbing. Hello, YouTube. I hope you're all doing well. We're back in Genshin today. And today is a particular day in June that I've been, like, saying, oh, yeah, that point in June when Skirk drop's going to be wild. Anyway, we're here. And I've decided this is going to be the place I'm going to roll for her. Also, you can see I've set up the squad for what will be the Skirk squad. I probably won't use it because I don't know how far along I'm going to get building her. Because so much has changed with Skirk's kit since, like, her reveal that I decided it would just be best to wait for her to be out before I worry about building her too much. But we're getting her. I've got 233 rolls, so I'm at least guaranteed her. It's whether I get the blinking weapon as well. The Azurite. But I hope you've all been doing well. I hope you're all having a good day so far. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to dive straight in with trying to see if we can get Skirk. Oh, I know there's Dahlia as well to worry about. But I'm not fussed about Dahlia. I'm not daily Dahlia. That means nothing to me. Oh, speaking of. Hang on. Get the fuck out of here. I've tamed Dahlia. I've tamed the boy. I have no idea where we're at on Pinsy, by the way, so that's 30. So this is 40. Oh, hey. 50. 60. 70. Oh, okay, here we go. 70. It's like 62, 63, 64.
I am Skirk, disciple of Sirtologi, the Foul. You've proven your strength to me along your journey, and earned the right to speak to me as an equal. Now, let me witness how your fate unfolds.
Oh, no, dude, you're ruining the moment. I forgot I gotta turn that back. I forget it resets every single patch, and it's the most annoying thing. Hang on. Before I do anything, firstly... Oh, for God's sake. Hey, it's still the summer, so you're might get that every now and then. That was the notification to my PS5 going, hey, it's kind of warm in here. Oh god, let's go. Let's get out of here. We're not done yet. I'm just getting out of here. I just wanted to be in that location for the warp. Up. Also, my headset is still being staticky. I have, as much as I wanted to wait until my next paycheck, I bit the bullet and just brought new headphones. They're arriving tomorrow. Because it is just annoying me too much now. It's putting me a little, not in the red, but a little less money than I'd like. But it is what it is. But we're not done yet. Oh shit. Oh please. 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 Oh god. Oh god. No. Hey Bobs. That's fine. That's fine. It's literally the first one. 20. 30. 40. There we go. 41. And then we can... Oh boy, 12 more rolls. We can spend the rest, see if we can get any constellations to Skirk. This is the last character I care about in Natlan, so I am gonna burn everything to see like what we get, and then obviously like from here onwards I'll be saving slowly but surely as for the approach to Nodcry, and then see who's in Nodcry and if there's anyone I want. Columbina. Right, I'm letting go the controller. Let's see. Am I getting a constellation? Candace. Oh shit! Nice. Any more? I'm more than happy with C1. Hang on. See, I've got a few more. Yeah, don't count me out just yet. Damn you! We can still use. You can use the gems. It's fine. Last. Oh fuck! Last 10. Hey, Candace. Jean. I mean, we were due. Yeah, we were due. This is that I'm expending everything, so I always do. Like when it's like, when I know there isn't another character for this version, like this major version I'm interested in, I'm like, nah, we'll just burn through.
Where do we...
So I haven't like been completely looking at what resources I need. I'm just kind of banking on that I have the resources for this, so we'll just kind of we'll see how this goes. I think we'll be fine. Oh no, there is one resource that's a little nerving. This one in the middle, I'm not sure on. Oh, actually, we might be fine. Maybe. Oh, just. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, I'll listen to them afterwards. Oh, a crit damage also goes up. Okay. Return to oblivion. God, there's so many levels, like, stages you have to go. I'm used to, like, HSR and especially Zenless in, like, recent months where, like, you do not have to spend anywhere near as long leveling up characters. It's like, oh, Jesus. Enhance effect of reason beyond reason. When nearby party members trigger frozen to conduct cryo swirl, cryo catalyst against points. Avoid risk we create near an opponent. Can use following methods to absorb. When she hits an opponent with a charged attack, when she uses her burst, or when she holds the elemental skill to engage in rapid movement. Crystal Blade of nearby opponents, 500% of Skirk's attack as cryo damage. This damage is considered charged attack damage. You must first unlock the passive talent Reason Beyond Reason.
I am Skirk, disciple of Sertology, the Foul.
The Abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there and it will never perish.
Earn the right to speak to me as an equal.
Alright, that's like fucking Kefka Final Fantasy VI.
Where do we come from? And where are we going? All things come to an end. Even time itself.
And it's funny that she's voiced by Capritano, because Capritano is like the least serious person, like, ever. Like, she's so, like...
Nice. I like the rain. The wind sweeps away. Sleep well? Looks like you're back to peak condition. Let's prepare to depart.
Oh my god, she yaps! Oh my god, about Skirk, reading, and it's... Woo!
Master tells me he first... I spend most of my time training in the Abyss. Back when I was training with Master, I'd frequently
it's a kind of bug. I don't remember what it was called, but he always used to catch some and grill them for me after a session to help recovery. They were plum little things.
But he always used to catch some and grill them for me after his... Food goes down easier when it tastes good. But even when it doesn't, it's still edible. Just don't let anything go to waste. Ugh. Waste of ingredients. Next time, I'm cooking. Happy birthday.
Aw.
I know... is that it?
Oh. Oh.
An improvement, but it's still not enough for me. Strength. There was once a time when I neither possessed nor sought it. But now it's in the palm of my hand. I'm never letting go. The universe is vast beyond measure.
We got blade work. Oh, we got a new thing.
Out into infinity.
Interesting things about Sertology. That will be interesting.
My pursuit of strength.
About Alice, promising gratitude. About Dainsliff. About Dory, Tartaglia, New Valette. The Will of the Moon. Ooh, about Nicole.
And I've reached a new milestone while journeying with you, because I've grown stronger during this time. That means it's now my turn to train you. The only question is, are you ready?
Huh? Oh, this goes up a level automatically. The reason why it's level 2, because she's in a squad with only Hydro and Cryo. If I go over here, you can see everyone's skills at that's in this squad is at 11 now. That's her, like, innate buff that she does that. Yeah, I probably should have looked. I just kind of clicked. Whoops. The way she just flashed. I don't think I've got enough for everything, but I've got a fair amount of these. Whoops. Ah! I mean, I haven't fought it this week, so I will get to max it up, but close. The fuck is reshape? You can consume dust enlightenment to allocate the enhancements of minor. Oh, you can fucking. I'm good. Okay, so I've got 2 pieces that I built for her, but I need to, like, do some work still. So yeah, she's not ready yet. Damn, her crit rate and damage is actually pretty solid. I mean, I know I've put the crit rate accessory on, but I can just go all on crit damage from this point. She should be fine.
Annihilated. Extinguished. Surge. Merciless. Fearless. Into the void. Another star goes out. Paradigm shift. Power. Mine to wield. Huh. You've earned yourself a reward. Your hard work is paying off. A treasure. Keep going.
Hey, yo.
Listen, watch yourself. I'm taking over.
Stars fade to black.
The stars fade to someone else. Has to. Am I still? You overestimate yourself. That's more like it. Need something taken care of? I'll only demonstrate this once. Okay, let's take.
Okay, we're like nearly 20 minutes into the stream. I think I'm satisfied. Oh, I should probably talk to this fuck as well.
Huh? Ooh.
What the fuck's he eating? Popcorn? Hey, get out of my ear. I'm just clearing out all the news. Fucking... Get out of here, you fucks. We'll do this at least. And then we'll start the story, I promise. We've got a lot of story stuff to do today. Skirk's a cryo damage dealer who uses Serpent Subtlety to attack opponents. She can either deal continuous damage or burst damage depending on how her abilities are used. When Skirk uses a skill, she can use a fixed amount of Serpent Subtlety, which can maintain the special move 7-phase Flash. It's an elemental burst. Also, unlocking the passive talent Reason Beyond Reason. When party members trigger Frozen Superconduct, Cryo Swell. Yep. Oh, there's a lot to fucking read. But yeah, Escoffier is kind of like her needed teammate.
Ready, steady, go!
The truth shall set you free. The truth shall endure.
Damn. Bub. For those who already watched the like my Hoyoverse stuff. My headset, for those who don't know, is, I mean, I'm hoping it's this because it's always fucking something. Is like dying, and it's making it very staticky. And the only way to easily fix it is to remove it and plug it back in, which is what I've been doing. But doing so, I have to then recheck the audio because sometimes it messes with it. Who else am I missing? Oh right, Jean. I don't have you C6. I thought I had all the standard C6 now. I'm still missing someone. Hang on. Do I not have you C6? Now I do. But yeah, because she's not fully finalized, I am going to swap back to this squad. Also, yeah, you can see, like, there is a an overlap I'm going to have to figure out for the Spiral Abyss with Yelan, but I'll worry about that later. But I digress. Let's do the story. We got two things to do. We got... That's why my voice sounds so far away.
You feeling okay?
Oh, this is new Paimon's new VA.
You've been traveling all over lately, so maybe you've come down with something. That's it. Forget.
Oh, please, PS5. Please, PS5. That wasn't me. That was the PS5. It is not happy with how warm it is today. Hang on, give me a second. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get my fan. 1 second, guys. One second, chat room. I'm nearly back. Just sorting out the fan. I didn't realise how dusty it had gotten. Well, obviously it hasn't been used since last summer, so, you know, I have to dust it off a little quickly first so I don't fucking poison myself. Where's a fucking spare plug socket? Ah. Hey. We'll try that. Right. I'm And we'll find out if I poison myself. I dusted the shit out of the front of it, because I was like, oh no, this is a... But hopefully it'll be okay. We'll find out if I start choking in an hour. And hopefully you guys can't hear it. Hopefully it's not on the mic. Actually, I could probably test. 1 second. This is just a test to see if I can hear it. Oh, it is picking it up. But I can't hear it. But, like, the thingy... I forget what, like, the soundbar. Like, the soundbar bumps as the fan passes over it. But I can't, like, hear it. So I'll leave it for now. Just understand it as it's the summer. Let's go do story. Hey, man, hope you're doing well. You just missed... You haven't missed too much. I haven't started the story stuff yet. You missed me rolling for her. I got her C1 and got her weapon. I haven't built her yet. Where is she? Because I haven't built her yet, so I'm going to wait until she's out to try and figure out how I want to work that. But I've got her, and I got her weapon. All you missed as well is me stopping for a minute to go get my fan, because it's fucking boiling in here. And my PS5 had already complained about me about the heat twice, so I was like, okay, no, I need to get my fan. But let's start. We've got 2 quests. We've got the main quest, which I don't know if it involves Skirk, and then we've got Skirk's story quest, which if you can believe it, involves Skirk.
To run into you two here.
Alright, and enjoy Paimon's new voice actress.
Oh hey, Kochi-san. What are you doing here all by yourself? Just so you know, Paimon didn't come here to train. Paimon's not looking to sign up for any diet plan or bodybuilding class right now.
But I hope you're doing well. Oh, apparently, like, when it came to, like, figuring out Paimon's new VA, apparently it wasn't, like, a competition, but it kind of sounds like it when you read off what happened. Basically, they had, like, a whole bunch of, not necessarily sound-alikes, but just, like, voice actors and actresses, like, come in to do their Paimon voice. And, like, they would, like, get a bunch of them and be like, okay, you're all good. And then it took to the next stage, brought them all into, like, the ones that made it to the next stage, brought them all into the studio, get them to read some lines. And then from there, they, like, brought it down to, like, final 4. And, like, you know, like, it sounds almost like a competition, but it's not like that. It's just, like, they actually did, like, a whole process of getting the replacement for Karina. I will take a hot minute to adjust. I'm not gonna get into the controversy surrounding the person. Just understand, for people who don't know, that regardless of my stance on the strike, which I am a firm believer that this, like, as much as the strike was poorly handled, it was necessary, I feel. I just think it was very poorly handled in some ways. I understand that Karina had made herself quite a controversial person, and considering when she announced she quote-unquote left versus just how insanely quickly a new one came in, considering there's apparently this whole process that's happened over the course of a few months, I don't know how much I believe that she left versus maybe just she was fired, unfortunately. But it isn't going to be an adjustment, at least for me personally, because I've been hearing one voice of Paimon for, like, the past nearly 5 years. And now here we are with a new one. There's another voice that's been replaced. Qixing has a new voice actress. We don't know who it is. Same if we don't know who the new voice of Paimon is. They aren't announced. And I don't know if they will, because I don't know how that will go down the community. Which is a shame that that's the case of where it is. Where, like, they know it might be, like, seen as controversial. And people might have too much to say. And Twitter be Twitter. So they can't actually announce their fucking voice roles. But it is what it is. I haven't heard new Qixing yet. And to be honest, I'm kind of nervous too. Because Kaylee Mills' voice is, like, iconic to me. So, but consequences of the strike, tragically, and you guys know how I feel about that. I'm very upset at any of the recasts, but I get that I'm just screaming into the void. Yeah, Kaylee Mills was, like, a harder hit for me, because I genuinely have time for her. I'm not ignorant to the controversy surrounding her. I'm not ignorant to some of the things that she said that she probably shouldn't have. And I'm not ignorant to, like, how she was surrounding the strike. Equally, however, I'm always going to have a bit of a bias because she's one of the few actors/actresses that I've had a chance to speak with and or interview over the years. And I can't stress enough, I had an absolutely lovely time when I got to speak with her. She was so welcoming and so, like, casual and comforting to be around. So that is always going to influence me. I'm always going to be honest about that. Like, I'm not gonna be, like, harsh or mean or critical on her because on a personal level she was lovely to me, you know? So I have no stake in that fight. I have no place because I'm completely influenced by bias. But I'll just say is I'll definitely miss her being the voice of Keishing. I hope she still gets to be Rappy in Nikkei, because every time I hear her performance in Rappy, I'm like, oh god, you can tell she loves that role. Like, I'm just like, I hope she does. I hope that doesn't get lost in the strike as well. The Kanish situation. I guess I can talk about it briefly. The Kanish situation, my opinion on it has mellowed. When it first happened, I was very honest about it and very blunt about it during that live stream. I was extremely on the side of the strikers and extremely against the replacement of Kanish and it being so loudly proclaimed out like that. I am still critical on it. I think regardless of whether he knew or not, which he absolutely did, people can say, oh, he's from Japan. No, he was born and raised in America. He moved to a Japan studio to get around the strikes. Come on. And I can also point out that even if you knew that, it's kind of in bad taste when, like, everyone else isn't announcing roles, even if they're not a part of the strike in support of it, for him to then be like, hey, I'm taking over this struck role. Is kind of like a little tone deaf and maybe he should have waited. But some of the backlash, and especially what it's led to since then, was not fucking worth it. And I think some of the actors and actresses, and I won't name names because it's not worth it, some of them were honestly quite vile about their response to it. You can be critical, but some of them were quite vile. It was an extremely stressful situation for all the strikers because all of them were out of fucking work. You can only be out of work for so long and not have money coming in and have SAG-AFTRA continue to, like, botch weird deals that aren't helping anyone before that stress starts getting to you because you've got to keep a roof over your head. You've got to keep food on the table somehow, you know? And then we have certain things like Erika Harlacher, the voice of Venti, talking about how she felt that she was being pressured and threatened not to come back to games like Genshin, even though Genshin directly wasn't necessarily struck. Which is already another complicated situation in itself. Like, the whole thing's a mess, and I think it's really a shame that something that started in such good merits crumbled so much in the last couple months. Because it really started off well, and for the first 3 to 5 months, it felt like it was moving, and things were constantly going where, and, like, new things were working out, and, like, there were new opportunities coming up. It was working. And then it felt like there was a tipping point, and after that tipping point, something should have been wrapped up, but it then carried on for another 6 months. And I just think it's a shame. I think SAG-AFTRA are the ones I really have a finger to point at, but I'm not going to put everything on them, because I know they started in a good place. It's just so much within that company is kind of broken, unfortunately. And this is me being nice. It is on so many aspects of it. Not even acknowledging, like, the hyperbole or the controversies or some of, like, the YouTube essays that make them out to be demons. It's like, no, they're not without fault, but they, yes, you've just said in chat, but good intentions, what it takes is one bad thing. Yeah, it's just it could have been better. It should have been better. It was better, and then it kind of wasn't, and it kind of dragged on, and it caused so much more frustrations and difficulties. The biggest turning point was a couple months back, where every American company was hiring offshore to just circumvent the strike. They didn't care anymore, and that it's all well and good for the actors to strike, but at that point, it wasn't just the actors that were risking their jobs. Because if you're hiring overseas, you know who that also fucks over? Even outside of actors? Sound designers, sound directors, hiring teams, voice directors. They're all out of work as well because of the actors' strike. And I was like, that's not fair on them. They're not part of that. And now they're getting fucked out of work. And that's where it's kind of like, okay, something needs to shift. I wish the corporates were the ones that shifted, and they did enough that at least me reading it, I'm like, oh, there's a lot of green on this page. Like, to me, it still looks like a good deal. I'm not an actor, so I'm sure there's probably some fine-tuning within it that people can criticize. But within it, when I looked at it, it looked like a pretty solid deal that they managed to get in the end. There's a lot of compensation, a lot of, like, trust being built, and a lot of, like, middle deals being made between the contractors and the companies that I think are going to be fairer for actors as a whole. So it was a success as a whole, but holy shit, the path to it was not right, you know? But I'm going to leave the topic there. I'm not going to celebrate. As much as Karina was an extremely controversial person, the voice of Paimon, unfortunately, and as much as she was very outspoken and very antagonistic and very aggressive in how she attacked basically anyone who criticized her, does that mean I wanted her to lose her job? No, I'm not half of Twitter. There's way too many people on Twitter actively praying for her downfall, and I'm like, do something better with your time, please. You know? Maybe it's just me being too nice, but I'm just like, just carry on. But equally, I'm not going to, like, cry over her being gone. Because it's, Hoyoverse and their ability to just wrap themselves into controversies is unmatched. And it'd be nice for them to, like, be able to walk past at least one of them. Or move on from at least one of them, you know? Reconsider YouTube content, because in my opinion, social media was the main match. Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a mess. I really hope though, and I know this is my personal bias though, because I'm not like friends with Kaylee. I've just interviewed her and had a chance to speak with her, and it has influenced my perspective of her. I really hope this doesn't affect her future roles. I think personally, she has publicly and privately apologized to the actor for what she said. And the actor in question that was like, Jake, I forget his name, Kanisha's new actor, has accepted it. End of discussion. You know? At least from that aspect. Like, I feel like, okay, it's been resolved. Why are people still bringing it up? You know? She's apologized, he's accepted it. What does it matter anymore? It's not our business. The only thing that was kind of like, and I know it was a little while ago, but it was, not Auroran, Honkai Star Rail, Moise, how you pronounce his fucking name, his original actor that was very quickly replaced, he went through a lot of therapy and a lot of, police time, shall we say, after crimes he committed a few years ago, and although I believe in earnest, Katie believed he was a changed man and deserved a second chance, I don't think she should have said that, because it kind of painted her as like, oh, you're defending someone who has this in his criminal record? And I was just like, ugh. And I know she meant well, but she probably should have left that. And considering he was replaced anyway, because Hoyoverse learned of what was going on and went, ugh. I say that he stepped down first, so maybe it wasn't completely Hoyoverse, but still, like, Katie's had, like, 2 incidences, unfortunately, that have kind of, like, put a negative stance on her, but I genuinely don't believe, and so I know this is my personal bias, so you have to forgive me, I genuinely don't believe she's a bad person at all. I think her heart's in the right place, I think she's just too passionate, and sometimes that gets her in trouble. But I digress. I'm gonna leave it there, because I will end up going on. I mean, in a way, controversial people deserve to work and all things like, but when you're trying to be equitable, controversy is the last thing you want, yeah. As to me, it's a 4th pie, AK string, no sense. Yeah. Thanks, I feel a bit, yeah. But it is a whole thing, but I said, yeah, we'll leave it there, because there's only so much more I can say. However, I'll just say, I'll be really upset if Kaylee Mills isn't the voice of Sheena come Death End 3. I really don't want this to affect her career that bit, like, in that way. Twitter is a fucking hive mind of villainy anyway, so I hope that... I mean, that I know because I'm old enough to know better, that Twitter never reflects the majority of people. It never does. The classic example is look at Sonic Twitter and then look at how well Sonic Cross Worlds is selling in pre-orders. Sonic Twitter would have you believe Cross Worlds is a piece of shit that will never sell and is god-awful. Sonic Cross Worlds in pre-orders alone is outselling fucking Death Stranding 2. It was top of the fucking PlayStation charts. And not even the standard version, the $90 deluxe edition. People are excited for Cross Worlds if you're not on Twitter. I know Twitter represents a tiny minority group of everything in this. But I digress. Regress? Yeah, I'm regressing. Ooh, okay. I didn't even use Hive Mind. Look at it as a killing field of vultures. You know what? Yeah, fair. Twitter is...
Alright, got it. But seriously, what do you take me for? Some coach from hell? I'd never force a student into something they didn't want to do. That being said, a little
also,
would probably do you some
the
good.
voice of Hu Tao, who was also one of the striking actors, she is coming back. They confirmed it. There's a few voice lines that she's done, and she's going to start retroactively working on, like, story and quest shit that she was voicing. Which just makes me happy, because that was like, wars would have been fought if I lost Hu Tao's English voice. Brianna is a gem of a human being. She is so wonderful. I was like, wars would have been fought if we lost Brianna. Gonna work with his, but no, you're good, dude. It's me for starting it up, because I wanted to talk about it, because unfortunately Hoyoverse has been the center topic of what's going on in the strikes for like the past 9 months or so. So almost every Hoyoverse stream I've done, I've had to bring it up at some point, because there's usually some development with it that ends up affecting this game. But I'm hoping there might be 1 or 2 more instances as, like, there's still readjustment period now the strike's over for, like, Honkai Star Rail and Zenless. Zenless, I think, less so. I want to say Zenless is done. We won't see any more recasts. HSR, we might see 1 or 2, unfortunately. No, I get you're in passion invested. I appreciate that. But hopefully not. But hopefully this will be, at least for Genshin, the last time I talk about strikes, because hopefully nothing else will change. I said HSR maybe, and Zenless I think we're in the clear now. The only thing is that now the strike's over, I want to see if there are any actors that will come back to reprise their role that had been quote-unquote replaced. Like, if the replacements were just temporary or not. And the reason why I bring this up is because Nike, Goddess of Victory, made a very firm statement when the strike started that yes, they would be recasting, but they would all only be temporary, and as soon as the strike was over, that they could come back. They were extremely firm and, like, strong standing on that stance, making that explicitly clear that yes, for the sake of the story having that flow in the English dub and not having missing dialogue, they were going to get temporaries in. But they were just temporaries. They were only there till the strike ended. And so I'm curious, because Hoyoverse, you know, infamous for never saying a fucking word. Hoyoverse, no communication, Andy. I'm curious if any of the actors will be temporary, or revealed to be temporary, or if all the actors we've got now are permanent. I am going to assume the latter until we hear otherwise, but it'll be interesting to see what happens. Anyway, the story.
Yeah.
We've got a lot to do today, I can't keep yapping.
You're right. I'm looking for some help. The Collective of Plenty is holding a bodybuilding competition soon, and so many people have been busy squeezing in their last-minute workouts that we've run out of staff for patrols.
Oh, so you've stepped in to cover their work. But don't you have a last-minute workout to do too?
I'm good. For one thing, I believe peak
That said, I do
conditioning
think this
can
new
only be
actress for
achieved through
Paimon,
consistent
her
training
voice
over
is
a long
significantly
time
softer.
span. Cramming in a
We all
workout
know
at the
like
last
certain
minute does
certain
next to
Paimon
nothing
moments
for
where
you.
that voice got real squeaky. This voice I think is a lot softer and easier on the ears.
But more pertinently,
I'm not going to say it's
well,
better because I have
as
to
you can
adjust first and
probably
then kind of feel it
imagine,
out.
I'm not able to compete in any of the most popular weight classes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh no! Don't look at Paimon like that. We are not the same weight class, and no way is Paimon competing against you. Traveler, let's just help with the patrol, all right? Otherwise, Yan-san's gonna make Paimon enter a bodybuilding competition.
I know, I can comment as an audiophile. Yeah, go for it, dude. You'll probably know better than me.
I managed managed to get you on board with just one look.
Alright, coach, we'll
Thank
help.
you both. It should be pretty routine. Just keep your eyes peeled and make sure nothing strange is going on in the area.
The thing with Karina, she mentioned it way back when. The voice she did at launch, because she did have a much softer and not as high-pitched voice back in 1.0, but the reason why she didn't keep it is that she said it put a lot of strain on her throat, whilst the squeakier voice that she did thereafter was a lot easier for her to do. So she adjusted to that, and they kind of just let her do it, because it just worked out for like the direction. It's like, okay, if it's more easier for you, you're not overstraining, let's do this. But yeah, this does kind of sound more in line of how she sounded back in, like, the super early days of Genshin. In fact, I think Karina's lines, where it hasn't been overdone yet, or, like, redone over yet, are still in the game, so we can literally compare.
That'll free me up to check
We can
the
literally
other
just go
section.
back through old story
Let's
quests
meet
and
back at
compare
the
later.
settlement when we're both done.
Sure thing. Just leave it to us. We're experts at strolling and patrolling. Don't you worry.
Yeah, the wavelength's more consistent as well. Where is travel log?
That's a statue of the Seven. There are a few of these statues.
This is
scattered
Karina
across the land to show the
1.0.
Seven's protection over the world. Among the Seven gods, this god controls the wind.
But then if we go... Fuck it, somewhere Sumeru.
Excuse me, did you happen to see where the missing scholars went?
You can hear it got higher.
Oh, don't worry. We
And then it got higher.
haven't tell like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
It just kept going, and we get much higher.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to...
But we're on the penultimate patch of Natlan now. There's only one more patch left. And there's still a chunk of land that hasn't released. They have hella spaced out Natlan's release. We've still got the Mare Javari, or however it's pronounced. Which is going to be like over here somewhere, apparently. Oh, and according to like sketching and leaks, apparently Nod Cry is going to be all like this area. Like all this space. I don't know how high or high up it goes. I'm just kind of giving like a rough estimate. Like it's somewhere in this void space here. But we are getting there. We are close. And because we're two patches off from here, it means we are exactly 12 weeks or just about 3 months away from Nod Cry. Which also means over the coming weeks, we're going to start getting more and more teasers of Nod Cry. Then there will probably be like a character showcase, like we got with all previous regions back to Sumeru. The audio band of Karina's voice more compact, whereas VA seems more consistent. Oh, fair enough. I'm saying I'm not going to be using Skirk this patch because I haven't fully built her.
What's this? Was there always a cave here? We should go.
Oh, and although I don't think they have voices in this patch, both Aoife and Lumine's actresses have confirmed they are back in the recording booth for Genshin.
Very hostile.
So I don't know if they will have voices in this patch because they only announced that they're back in the recording booth yesterday, but they are coming back. So at least by Nod Cry, we will have Lumine and Aoife's voice actors back.
Why is it hiding away here? Ah! You woke it up! Huh? It ran away! Oh, yes, our reputation in Natlan is more fearsome than we thought. Even Hillachurls don't want to mess with us now.
Like the fan project I'm voicing him just got a more consistent role for. Oh, fair enough. There's something on the ground. I've only done like amateur voice acting like twice, and both of them were also for fan things. I don't know if you can still find them online, and I'm not gonna tell anyone because I'm always curious to see if anyone will ever find it. But my voice is out there in like two. It's a fucking Fallout 4 mod with my voice in it, and there is. Oh, what was the other one? Oh god, I was like 16 when I did it. It's like a decade ago. Oh fuck, what was it? It was another like small fan project something or other. I want to say it was like no, it wasn't Elder Scrolls. It was like something like that sort of. Remember that shit? No, it was ages ago. I don't sound anything like that anymore. But it wasn't Elder Scrolls, but it was something adjacent to that genre. But it's slipping my mind right now. As in, like, it was like a high fantasy game. It was not I don't think it was open world, but like this mod was kind of like open ended. Nate, gimme. I can't fucking remember, dude. Does it sound like I remember? It was just some Fallout 4 mod, which I'm definitely not going to promote because I fucking hate Fallout 4. But I was just like, yeah, sure, dude. I can do the voice if you want to hear it. I have a quest for you, traveler. There's things over in the wasteland. Creatures you don't want to meet. If you can find that fucking voice, good luck. It took about 2 hours. I had a lot of water. It was great. But obviously there's way better out there. It was for like some dude's like fan project. And I was just like, yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. That was the Fallout one. This I say Skyrim. It's not Skyrim. I just can't remember what it is, but it's something like fantasy game from like 2015. And no, it wasn't Witcher either. I know it wasn't Witcher. But that one, I just kind of put my British voice on, because you have to remember, a decade ago, my British accent was a lot stronger than it is now. So I basically just spoke in that. I didn't put on a voice. I literally just spoke with my original accent as we went through it. Let me have a sip of my drink, because my fucking goblin voice is like hurting my throat a little now. But yeah, it was fun. I'm not a professional VA, and I didn't really get paid for it or anything like that. I mean, more of that natural voice. But the thing is, this is my natural voice now. I've mentioned it before, and I never mind repeating it. Like, my super sharp British accent, I had it really strong during, like, secondary school and, like, the early days of college. But after, or during college, really, but, like, after college especially, it just started fading. Most of it was just because I was the only person who sounded like that. Everyone else had the accent I have now, so like anything, you start to adjust in the climate you're in. But my old accent just isn't really there anymore. If you heard me back in college, I mean, to be fair, you've been on this channel long enough. You've heard the odd times my accent creeps out even when I'm not trying to. There's the pronunciation of certain words that I still pronounce it. Like, I can't say was properly. I say was, because that's my accent slipping through. Anyway, we've been streaming for 50 minutes, and I've got 2 whole story quests to do, so let's try and get this on. I want to try and get this all done today, because Raido Kozunoha comes out tomorrow, and I really want to show off Raido. Even though Raido is a very janky game, and I imagine the remaster, even though it's going to address a few things, is still going to be hella janky. It is the inspiration for V's gameplay in Devil May Cry, and I want to show people where that came from, where that inspiration came from. And it's also a quirky detective game set in the Shin Megami Tensei universe.
Let Paimon take a look.
Talking too fast. Oh no, because we've got the main story quest, and then we've got Skirk's character quest, and I want to do both today. It depends how long the main story quest goes. If this main story quest takes me like 6 hours, obviously I'm not going to do Skirk as well.
Isn't this just a regular old key?
And I know, we'll find time to do Skirk's quest probably sometime next week.
Though. Doesn't look Natlanese. Where do you think it's from?
This is the key to the hibernation chamber on the spaceship. The fucking spaceship?
What do you mean? What hibernation chamber? What spaceship?
Beep beep bop. Sorry.
Wait, you mean the spaceship? The one that brought you to Teyvat?
Oh, fuck! Yeah, that's the one.
So, how did that key show up here? Are you sure you didn't just drop it?
No, I still have mine. I've always made sure to keep it safe and sound. Oh, I'm so ready for this quest to start or at least the game. If not in this quest, definitely Nod Cry. To start exploring that fucking full sky properly. Because they've already alluded to it a whole bunch, and Natlan was like the first clear showcase of it, because when Mavoika broke the sky. And we also know from Skirk's trailer, she has seen the debris of 2 of the false moons, and we don't know if she was like born and raised, but she's definitely lived for a while on the last one. And she says, although the 2 are dead, the last one is dying, and so there's only 1 moon that's like not completely dead beyond Teyvat's false sky. And I'm not 100% sure what it is. We know, like, because we've seen the Blood Moon all the fucking time. Like, it's behind Arlecchino, and we see it in almost every story quest, because it forebodingly lingers over the entire story. And I'm like, I can't wait for the final boss to take place on the Blood Moon. We know about the Frost Moon, and we know through leaks that the chosen newborn princess / queen / goddess of the Frost Moon is going to be potentially in Nod Cry, if according to leaks. But that still leaves the last moon. There's still 1 more moon left, and I don't know if that's the moon that Skirk's from, or if Skirk's from the Frost Moon. But we'll have to see. But yeah, Genshin could get crazy over the next couple years with its story of the false sky, but we'll have to see how it goes. There's only 2 of these. One belongs to me and the other my brother.
Knew it! Huh, the keys to a spaceship! Huh, somehow that really rams home the fact that you really are an actual alien. Oh, wait, no, descender. But anyway, now we know where it came from.
Keep in mind, Skirk is, and as her master as well, Sir Aloli the Foul, are so intrinsically corrupted by the Abyss that it could definitely and believably affect their ability to live outside of the planes of like atmosphere. Like, I can very easily be convinced that they have lived or existed on the moon, on one of the moons. And we don't know for what purpose. She could have crash landed on the moon for all we know. You know? Like, she could have been floating in space. And it's also, we have to remember, Skirk's not a descender like we are. We weren't... Is Skirk a Honkai? That's a good question. That is a good question. I don't think so. Because if she was, Skirk wouldn't be Skirk. She would be a body basically being controlled by a parasite. Whilst I think Skirk is a real, like, is her, you know? The face and the mind that speaks is her, not a parasite speaking through her. But that also doesn't mean that she can't be, in some way, shape, or form, related. Consider her legs. Oh, we actually know about her legs, though. She lost both her arms and both her legs over the many decades of fighting in the Abyss, and replaced them with abyssal energy. The real Skirk is like that one meme of the dude in hospital, and then like underneath the neck is all bandages. It's like, that's her. She has no arms or legs, really. If she lost her abyssal power, she would just be a stump. But the Abyss falls into the equation anyway, because we don't know enough about the Abyss. And we don't know if the Abyss has ties to the Honkai. All we do know is that the Heavenly Principles, or the Unknown God as we know them, is seemingly the only reason why the whole of Teyvat hasn't been destroyed yet. Because the Heavenly Principle might be the one maintaining the false sky. And if the false sky shatters, well, we don't know. But we know that the primordial abyss that attacked escaped into that that break through the false sky during the war in Natlan. So we know at least some aspect of the abyss comes from space. Is it abyssal energy? I mean, to be honest, her legs, I'd be more likely to believe that her arms and legs are couriers of, like, the Abyss, or, if the Abyss is connected to Honkai, couriers of Honkai, which would also make her a walking petri dish, because she would just have all sorts of fucking chemicals and like biological warfare going on inside her at all times. Since the Tevat are invaders in the Abyss and the Indigenous, that would be an interesting aspect. That would be an interesting talking point. You know when I think we'll learn about that properly? If that is what that is? Khaenri'ah. Because Khaenri'ah dabbled in Abyss technology and Abyss magic all the fucking time. They rejected Celestia and the gods. It's why the war 500 years ago in-game even happened. Is because they were seen as blasphemous to the Archons, Celestia, and the Divine Principles. And so had to be destroyed. And so they were massacred.
The simplest explanation is
It's why Dainsleif has such a vile hatred for the gods, because they destroyed his home for refusing to obey.
Into the nearest cave to hide it. If that's true, it means your brother was here recently.
And the Abyss Order was probably here as well.
Yeah. Man, this is so crazy.
Man, this is so crazy. Paimon, understatement of the century.
Bombshell discovery and found a huge lead on your brother. Should we keep following this trail while it's hot? Or do you think we should check back in with Iansan?
Ah, there you are. Looks
Oh,
like
well, we
you
can do
went the
2 birds
extra
with 1
mile
stone here.
today. Thanks for being so diligent.
Oh, hey Iansan, what's up? Didn't think we'd see you again till we headed back to the settlement.
Because I think, personally, I think Nod Cry is when we're going to learn a lot about the Abyss because of Totore's research. I think through Nod Cry, either directly or inadvertently, there's going to be a lot left on the table that will allow us to learn a shit ton about the Abyss. But then afterwards, we're going to Snezhnaya, and I think through Snezhnaya, we're going to learn a lot about the other side of this, Celestia, because of the Cryo Archon's relentless pursuit to get the Celestia. But then once we know both, then I think we'll go to Khaenri'ah, and it will be down to the player to some extent to kind of figure out who the real villain is, because we will have all the facts by then. We will know exactly what the Abyss is capable of, good and bad, and we should know exactly what Celestia is capable of, good and bad, and then be able to apply both into Khaenri'ah, a nation that dabbled in Abyss throughout its entire existence, but then was flattened by Celestia, to be able to understand the bigger scope of it. But I also think, because they've been alluding to it for a while, and Natlan, like I said, kind of took the first major step by showing us a crack in the sky to let us see the real, sky beyond the false. I think that's impending. I think Nod Cry is also going to start talking about the false sky. And I mean, the fucking Skirks existed. She fell through the false sky. Skirk being playable is going to be a part of this. Is why I'm looking forward to her character quest, as well as this main quest.
Just about to go meet up with you. We've made
With the
a
Abyss Order,
huge
maybe.
discovery today.
I came here to let you know that you don't need to keep patrolling anymore. The bodybuilding competition has just been cancelled, so the usual squad will be resuming their normal duties. They'll be here to take over shortly.
Wait, canceled? Why? What happened?
The Abyss Order attacked.
Well, that's a convenient. I didn't expect our suspicions to be confirmed so quickly. Sounds like Aether is on the move again. I'll find a way to speak with him in person this time. I have to.
I've heard of the Abyss Order, but this is the first time I've known them to take organized action on such a large scale. It's like they're preparing to go to war against our entire nation.
One little sect versus the entire nation of war? How are they expecting to pull that off?
Unless they
Based
found
on
something.
everything we've seen from them so far, they usually prefer to act in the shadows. So, what's different about it this time? What could they be after?
I'm just sitting here thinking, sorry, I know I'm going off track again. I promise we'll commit to the story properly soon. Do you know what? I've just sat here and had a focus on my mind. Man, Paimon's new VA is set for a good while with work. Because I'm just seeing, it's like, man, this game has like 5 years of dialogue that Paimon has to sit, as like Paimon's VA has to go back through and like re-record over. I was like, man, she is gonna have a comfortable full-time job for like the next few years, going like catching up. Because she's also got to do like the new stuff as well. Like, whoa, wow, she's got like full-time work. Well, full-on Akatsuki from Naruto. Holy shit. I don't know enough Naruto, but I'm assuming he did something similar. We went just went for full war.
No clue. All we know is that they've attacked our tribe. But that doesn't tell us much. Our defenses are holding strong so far. So I'm gonna head to the Stadium of the Sacred Flame and see what Mawika knows. If there's any information out there, she's the one people report to.
Is that pronunciation? Oh, I'm sorry.
Want to come with me? I'm sure everyone will feel better knowing that the hero of Natlan is on the case.
Well, I'm keen to find out more about the situation, and I can provide some information on the Abyss.
Great. Then let's head over together.
A Space and Time for You. Chapter 5, Act 6. The key to the hibernation chamber. It is me issue. Oh, right. But it was like when I was playing fucking Stellar Blade yesterday, and I was like, oh yeah, Tachi, and the game goes, Taki! I was like, fuck. On that ship that traversed the Sea of Stars, there should only be 2 keys belonging to the golden-haired traveling twins. Also, it's funny that we was talking about, like comparing Taki, like, I was comparing Taki to Virgil. The fact that, like, you know, Devil May Cry 3, you get about, I want to say about a third of the way through the main story, you fight Virgil, and when you win, your reward is you get Devil Trigger. Then you go to Stellar Blade, I want to say we're about a third of the way through, we fight Taki, and then our reward is a Devil Trigger. I was like, okay, I see you, devs. I see what inspired this fight. It's a bad day for me. It's alright, dude. To be honest, it's not, and this isn't me, like, taking a dig or anything like this. I need to be better, especially for those who watch my stuff in post. I need to be better at knowing when a conversation isn't going anywhere and shutting it down. Because it's not fun to listen back to, and it's not fun for anyone else in the live audience if I'm just arguing, you know? I should be able to, as the, yeah, but this is my house, and so I make the rules. And so if I need to change something, I should be the one to change it. This is how it kind of works in the streaming world. I'm the streamer, this is my house. Anyone in chat is someone I've let in, but I have to be the ones who enforce and work the rules.
Oh? Ah, great timing, Eon-san. I was just about to send someone for you. And it's good to see the travelers with you.
How are things looking? What's the latest word?
Also, hey, changing the subject back to this again. Mawika's English VA and Skirk's English VA are, like, besties, and they're so fucking funny together. Because, like, how are 2 characters that are so pretty, like, well, I say Mawika less so, but Skirk definitely, kind of serious in the story, complete fucking dorks in real life. Oh, shit.
The Abyss Order has been spotted near several tribes at the same time.
Well, either way, I'm sorry about that.
This is a coordinated strike. Also, their numbers are much higher than expected. Their organization appears to have grown considerably.
I think next time I stream Stellar Blade, before we push onto the Great Desert, because I haven't unlocked it yet, but I know that's going to be like the Wasteland and be like a whole stream in itself. I'm going to go do the Nikkei DLC. Yeah, it's all good, dude. You don't have to say anything. As long as things hopefully will get better, that's all I care about.
Sounds like they're throwing everything they have at us. What are they trying to achieve?
That's what I'd like to know as well. Historically, Natlan has not been a hotbed of Abyss Order activity, and we have no particular quarrel with them.
Could it be revenge, perhaps? Would they want to get
over.
back at us
That's
for
what I
a
like to
recent
hear.
victory over the Abyss?
Hopefully, can all be up from here.
Seems unlikely, but then again, Paimon wouldn't put anything past the Abyss Order.
It's too early to say anything definite.
Oh, hey, to lighten the subject, because we're still in Pride Month. On the 25th is Yuri Day, like official Yuri Day. So I need you guys to find me like a really good lesbian game for that day. I'll probably just play Stellar Blade, but I need to find like a good like lesbib / Yuri game for the 25th.
How are the battles going? Not too many casualties, hopefully.
Well, even if they're committing all their forces to the fight, they're in for a tough time. Our brave warriors have just
It's crazy.
victorious.
I've got Sonic's anniversary on the 23rd, and then 2 days later is Yuri Day. It's like, oh god, here we go.
Yep, we have a whole nation's worth of seasoned veterans fighting for us.
Oh no, I kind of understand that.
Compared to the
I'm not bipolar or have any kind of BPD. Well, I say that. I used to have something that was mistaken for BPD, and I thought it was, but I realized it was way later, it was trauma response, and I was like, ooh. Ooh, it's not that I have a behavioral or, like, any kind of thing like that. No, it's trauma. Hell yeah.
However, this is still a
Because I would have, like,
so we must
flash
do our all
moments
in
where
our
my mood
utmost
would
to
just kind of
minimize
shift.
casualties.
Usually, like, for the Dower, I would just get really sad.
The tribes are organizing their defenses as we speak. Traveler, this is one war that Natlan can handle on its own. If you wish to stay out of it, you'll be safe here at the stadium with me.
No, this one's the personal one for me.
Oh? In what way?
The current leader of the Abyss Order is my brother.
Yep, that's how it is.
I see. My goodness.
Yeah, Himawika's like, oh fuck.
Very personal indeed. If you don't mind me asking, do you have any idea what his goal could be?
That's what I want to know as well.
Safe to say, they're not exactly on the best terms at the moment.
I miss Genshin. Yeah, fair enough, buddy. Hey, Vabold.
Ever since Paimon met the Traveler, she's been trying to track her brother down and get some answers. But he's been avoiding her.
I see. So you two have fallen out. Huh. A pretty common occurrence between siblings.
Is it that one sibling wants to explore the world and the other wants to commit, like, a mass genocide in game with, like, the Abyss Order? Oh, just a common occurrence between siblings.
Well, yeah, that may be. But the stakes are a little higher where these two are involved.
They certainly are. Although somehow it doesn't surprise me that a spat between the Traveler and Twin could affect the fate of the entire world.
Okay, we're not
Just
that
so
big
I'm
of a
clear,
deal.
You're still on Natlan's side, and you have no idea what your sibling is after. Is that right?
I might even hate the Abyss Order more than you do.
Well, that's a relief. When you first mentioned your sibling, I was worried we were about to be thrust into an impossible position.
Yeah, I
I'll
imagine.
say that the Abyss Order has focused most of their efforts against the Masters of the Nightwind. If you don't plan on staying here with me, I'd recommend going there to lend them a hand.
Sounds great.
I'll join you.
So I was
Right now, the
sipping my
collective
drink when the
isn't
dialogue
facing
option
a
came
serious
out.
threat, so we
And he
should
choked on my
support the other
fucking
tribes.
soda.
Many thanks, you two. Anything you need,
Is this something I need to be better about? I need to be better about putting the game on auto. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. In fiction, I know. I mean, it's just like, it's just funny. Like, here, they're just like, oh, man, that's quite common. And it's like, really? Oh, do you know any other siblings that, like, have one that are trying to, like, do this? Like, in context of just this, it's funny. This sort of thing. Oh, yeah, because no one was a bigger weeb than fucking Kojima. He loves all those tropes, and even though he had a lot of political things to say and a lot of commentary that have on it, he also made sure that all his things that he loves from the media he grew up with was present in his work. Speaking of, Metal Gear Delta is only a couple months out. Hey, also, it's including Metal Gear Online. Is anyone brave enough for Metal Gear Online in MGS3? You know, with its stealth, like, with its camouflage systems and whatnot to do online, trying to kill each other in it. Yeah, let me just hide in this bush. No one's gonna fucking see me, dude. And I just snipe people. That's gonna be merciless. Oh, it has to load? Why does it have to load? What's just happened?
Look, it's Eulalie.
Look, hey!
Huh. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Are you here to reinforce us?
How are things looking? Mawika told us to come here.
Oh, the situation must be
Till
pretty
the
dire
end.
if it's
Yeah,
going to
give me a
get
Moses in the
Eulalie out of
guard.
house.
Find me a bush.
Dire.
I was a menace
No,
back in
I wouldn't go that
MGS5's
far.
MGO.
It's mostly just irritating. I heard we're being hit
Because
the hardest out of
I
all the tribes.
I would always
Where
bring
are they trying
suppressed
to
weaponry,
imply?
and I'd actually
They
play
just
it like
think
a
we're
stealth game
pushovers or
instead of like an
something?
actual like team deathmatch, and I was just annoying because
The
I
more
would just
thought
find
about it,
like the
angrier
most
I got. I couldn't exactly
aggressive member of the
concentrate on my
team
novel after that, so...
on the enemy team and just be like,
Well,
you're
here I
mine.
am.
So, that's how they earned the ire of Granny Eatsley, huh?
They call themselves the Abyss Order, yes?
I was basically like the spy in Team Fortress 2.
Tasteless. It's exactly the kind of two-dimensional name a clueless writer picks because they don't trust the rest of their writing to persuade the reader of who the real villains are.
Okay, Seat Lolly. Okay, Seat Lolly. Abyssal, yes, so taste is exactly the kind of two-dimensional name a clueless writer picks because they don't trust the rest of the writing to persuade the reader on who the real villains are. I'm expecting like a fourth wall break where like one of the writers on Genshin just reaches through the screen and just slaps her now, or just like throws a rock at her. Jesus Christ, Seat Lolly. Yeah, tell us how you really feel.
She's saying your brother has poor taste.
I'm just glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. If I had him, I'd have changed that name long ago.
Wait, what? Are you saying her brother is a member of the Abyss Order?
Uh-oh, Seat Lolly. Oh, I love this. Seat Lolly is the character I'm gonna miss the most when we're done with Natlan. And like I've mentioned it before, that it's kind of a shame that like after Fontaine, I felt like I genuinely clicked with every single character. And the fact that when we went back for one patch with Escoffier, I loved Escoffier immediately, kind of like hammered in my point. But with Natlan, it's such a mixed bag, and it's a shame that I don't feel the same way I do with Fontaine with Natlan's cast. But damn, the characters I like from Natlan's cast, I love. Seat Lolly, I adore. If Mike McQueen gets injured, does he get car insurance or health insurance? That depends. Is he in the States? Health insurance. Is he out of the States? Car insurance.
I only said that because I was mad. But maybe I went too far?
Hey, let's save the chat for later. We've got some enemies incoming.
Good. A much-needed chance to vent my frustration. And not a moment too soon. Things were getting awkward there. Luckily, I'll never have to find out just how badly the rest of that conversation was gonna go.
Maybe don't say that so loudly, Seat Lolly, that you're like, man, am I glad there's enemies to punch, so we don't need to go back to that awkward conversation where I said your brother has really horrible writing. Also, I'm gonna screenshot this because she looks cute. Oh, she blinked just as I screenshot. Did I get it? Okay, I still got... I was like, please don't tell me I got her, like, blinking.
You didn't have to say that last part out loud, Seat Lolly. Anyway, let's get him!
Remember, Abyss Mage is a pain in the neck to deal with? Yeah! I say that, no Abyss Mage on their own is annoying. It's when you have a water and an ice one together that you just sit there and you go, are you... Are you fucking serious? Or that one ice mage... That one ice mage in Leeway, where you kill one of them, 3 more spawn, and it's in a puddle, so you're permanently at risk of being frozen. Whoever decided that one, I hope that they understand I have feelings against them.
If I'd known you were on the case already, I might have reconsidered whether your tribe really needed reinforcements.
If anyone should be reconsidering, it's the Abyss Order. They picked the wrong target this time.
To be honest, I don't really think there's an enemy in Genshin, like a standard enemy that I find annoying. Maybe the dogs, but even then they're easy enough to like get around their problems, like the whole like health decay thing.
Hey, was there a battle here just now? Need any help?
Like, they're pretty consistent. It's crazy because, like, of the 3, like, main Hoyoverse games, Honkai Star Rail definitely has some enemies that piss me off. And Zenless has a couple that are kind of like, ugh.
And everyone's here. Let's go take down that stronghold.
Oh, 1 second. Okay, my headset works. There's a moment with those mages in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, Abyss Mage. Oh, Fez! Now, I just think there's nothing more annoying in, like, any kind of action RPG, whether it's, like, open world, or if the action's a bigger focus or not, than having a freeze status condition. Save that for the turn-based shit, please. Save that for turn-based RPGs. Don't put freeze in front of me. And I get this entire game is built off the back of, like, elemental reaction, so of course... freeze is going to be a part of it, but there is a point where it's just like, please, no. Darklit Candlestick, created by bodies of the Abyss and Chaos, will constantly absorb nearby characters' elemental energy and convert it into void wards. Destroy those wards as quickly as possible to retrieve the converted elemental energy.
What is that thing? It's like it's draining the strength right from my body. Find a way to destroy it!
How old is Genshin now? In September, it'll be 5. So, in 3 months' time, it'll be 5 years old. Because, yeah, people forget Genshin was a COVID game, which is part of the reason why it probably fucking exploded. Because it was a big open-world, free-to-play anime game that came out during COVID, where everyone was at home.
Shine down. Things are about to get dicey.
You must be the boss here.
Enemies on HSR. Yeah, like, enemies, like, for every enemy I get in HSR that I genuinely really like how they work and how to fight against, you get another 2 that have kind of annoying-ass gimmicks that I don't really fuck with. I feel like they've got better as a whole. I think Amphorius, and the enemies in Amphorius, their gimmicks are pretty fun to fight. The idea of they have a guard that you can break, but when you break it, you get way more bonus damage. I know that's like cliched as shit, but I still like it. Like, just because it's a cliche doesn't mean it's bad kind of thing. And I like that status conditions can also affect their guard as well. So there's more than one way to approach how you affect that guard. Like, you can just go for raw damage, or you can poison them, knowing that every chip of poison will also take a point off their guard. But I think about it, and I'm like, I fucking hated the monkeys in Penacony. They are, like, the worst and most annoying fucking enemies in the game. Because they just get free turns, they take away your energy, they can lower your attack, they can like alter this. I'm just like, fucking let me tack. When there's 5 of them and like all of them go through their turns and the last one does turn reset, so all 5 of them get their turns again, you haven't got to go once, I'm just like, piss off. Like, please let me fight. I'm like fucking Goku. I'm just like, let me fight you. Exactly, just a good reason. Yeah, the clock enemies and wolf enemies that make a big enemy first. To be honest, the enemies that make other enemies go first, I don't mind too much. Because the clock has to have its turn to do it, and the wolves only do the boost when they die, so you can work, like, around it. It's like, okay, this enemy's gonna go now, they're gonna boost those 2 turns, am I ready for them to attack? You can strategize around it. I am always, always, always on board with more strategy with turn-based RPGs. What I'm not on board with is when I put the controller down and watch the enemy take 10 turns. That's when I get more like And then the clocks, they only do it when it's their turn, so you can work around it. The reason why the monkeys wind me up is because the one that boosts their the turn, the clock version, tends to go last in a group. So, like, they will all attack in a group. You have 5 turns in a row of them stealing your resource, of them, like, you know, draining your skill points so you get less actions on your turn. Taking away your energy so you can't use your ults. And then the last one will just boost all their turns and they all get to go again. You're just like, fucking bitch. And suddenly you've lost like 3/4 of your resources by the time you get to go again. And you didn't get to do anything. That's when I'm just like, ugh. I'm always down for more strategy. The irony of me not liking strategy RPGs, yet always loving having more layers of strategy in my turn-based RPGs is not lost on me, but still.
Huh. The Abyss Orders.
What's your favorite minigame in HSR?
Honest, this was anticlimactic.
I don't know. The
HSR
HSR is actually pretty damn consistent.
And ideally, a whole speech acknowledging the superior might of the Masters of the Night
Alright, see, Lolly.
Well, whatever. I'll just have to make up for it with some extra wine at the victory feast.
With the stronghold cleared, this area should
I
be
liked
safe for the time being.
the museum.
But still,
I really like that
something tells me
repairing the
we can't
museum. That
afford
one
to
was
let our
really
guard
fun.
down yet. Maybe it's just me, but an enemy under siege normally
Orem
defends
Alley
the
grew on
stronghold
me.
at all
That
costs.
one. I struggled with it at first because there's a lot of layers to it, but once I figured it out, that one I found kind of fun.
This time was different. With a few exceptions.
Penacony,
most
any of
the
those
enemies
combat
here
events,
gave
they
up and fled the moment
redid it
that-
recently. Any of those combat events
I don't
where it's
know,
all about like
but
setting
it
up
seems
these
like they sensed
extra
something.
elements that like auto fight and like viciously
sure I
destroy the
follow.
enemies, because it's just a
They
funny
did a tactical
spectacle to watch
retreat,
enemies
that's
get
all.
annihilated
It's
by a
just a
stray
different
thunderbolt for
strategy.
like 6 billion damage.
I'm not convinced. Don't
And
forget,
Amphorius,
we're radicals
none of
who
the
chose
main
to
events in
wage
Amphorius have
war
really
on an
done it for
entire
me,
nation.
but I did
They
like
don't
that
do things in
competitive
half
one
measures.
that has like the online
Seems
mode
out
where
of
like
character to cut their losses and run like that.
I meant the little
So
puzzles.
you're
Oh,
saying
sorry.
There's more to this than meets the eye?
I like the
I'm
of the
saying
actual
we don't
puzzles.
know
I
enough to
like
be sure of
the
anything at this stage.
the shadow path
So let's
thing, where like
stay
you
alert
move
and
the
keep
little
the
figure
defenses at
around,
the
and then the
ready.
shadow follows your path, and you have to get them to land on certain switches. So we're no wiser to the Abyss Order's objective. Back to square one. If only I could get Aoife to talk to me. I could get answers for all of us. Yeah, to create a pathway for Clocky. Hey, that wasn't too bad. Like I say, like the whole thing like with Penacone, like the monkey enemies, where like sometimes they just get a whole bunch of turns and then just reset and get a bunch more, and it winds me up. If the insanity of the character mechanical design, it works. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. The whole point is that the monkeys are supposed to be like, what the fuck? Why am I fighting monkeys? And I also get in the gameplay sense, it's like it's another thing to like balance you out. But yeah, I said Zenless for the most part is okay. There's a mini boss that was introduced in 1.1 that the timing of the attacks and like the timing of like when the parry window comes up always feels inconsistent, and I always get hit, and it kind of annoys me because it feels like I'm not getting the right information to figure out when I should be dodging and like guarding, you know? And I'm also not the biggest fan of Shadow Jane. I think Shadow Jane is way too hyper aggressive, and so it gets hard to kind of like figure out what the fuck's even going on. You just lose track of her. But like that's about it. But then on the flip side, we got Hugo and Shadow Hugo, and that's easily the most fun fight in the game. Anytime he shows up in any of like the side modes, I sit up because I know it's gonna be fun. Oh, if it's, I love clicking self-destructing explosion for the meme, but I get it when you're like trying really hard in the fight and the enemy just clicks that and you're just like, you bitch. You just like, oh yeah, sure, let me just predict that and just swap to my ghost type. Yeah, now what? The only thing that in Pokemon that ever winds me up really is accuracy evasion. If an enemy uses double team, I'm calling the trainer a bitch. There's no two ways around it. Like if you use double team, I'm punching you because fuck you. That's so annoying. That's like the most annoying strategy ever. You hit me with smoke screen, I'm coming at you. Gengar for that dick move. Just stay quiet. I mean, it goes without saying, but
Paimon had a hunch you might say that.
Yeah, let's go back to the collective.
You're right. If we can somehow use that key to track down your sibling, maybe we can end this war before things get serious. And maybe you can finally get some answers.
Wait, you're leaving? But I was still debating whether to invite you to the first victory feast.
No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't tell me you're gonna stop
take care of
stacking
things
double
here.
teams. I hate that strategy. The only time I'm okay with double team and smokescreen is Mystery Dungeon, because sometimes it's the difference between life and death. Sometimes it's like, hey, I'm about to get hit with Roar of Time, and Dialga's about to do 200 damage to my 110 health Pokemon. I need to live this fight before I end up having to do the whole dungeon again. Hey, smokescreen! And now you're guaranteed to miss because it's based. It's also funny, like, in Mystery Dungeon, the Pokemon Mystery Dungeons, how, like, the balance of, like, what skills are good and what ones are bad completely shifts. Any multi-hit skill, so like Bullet Seed, becomes godly in Mystery Dungeon because it hits for full damage. So you can just get potentially up to 5 times, just like, here you go. This is, I don't mind Self-Destruct Explosion, or I know there's another one, but I forget what it's called. Because they still lose a Pokemon too. You know, it's like, they're very rarely, especially in like a natural strategic situation, they're gonna click it. Obviously, random trainers are gonna do it for the meme when you're playing the games, but as a whole...
Villager probably found the key nearby, right? Let's look around for clues. There's no time to waste. Beyonsan and Lally are waiting for us. Ugh. We've scoured the entire
Good
area.
transition, guys.
Still nothing. How the heck did the key end up in that Hilichurl's hands? Are we supposed to believe that it just fell out of your brother's pocket as he passed by? Huh. Seems kind of ludicrous to lose something so important in such a dumb way. But then again, who knows? Sometimes in life, things just go missing, and that's that.
I guess just different.
Someone's here. Please help me.
You have Conrian eyes.
Huh? Who are you?
I guess, but I just double team winds me up. I guess that's more because I just hate missing in any RPG. I see miss, it's like in my soul goes fuck. And Swift is a not great attack, so I don't want to have to rely on that to make sure I actually hit you. Like, for anyone who double teams me, I'm responding with Parafusion. Or I'm stalling your ass. I'm gonna put you to sleep. I'm gonna spam Dream Eater, and if you wake up, I'm gonna use Toxic and spam Protect. I'm stalling your ass, and I'm gonna have a leftover. I'm gonna annoy the shit out of you in other ways.
No, now isn't the time. Please, you've got to help me. I'm being chased by monsters and I can't keep running. Can you do something?
You've come to the right person, but where are the monsters you speak of?
Yeah, where are they? Paimon doesn't see any monsters behind you.
Huh? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. They're almost here. This really isn't the time to be joking around.
We're not. We're completely serious. We don't see any monsters.
But how? Ugh, there's no time. They're coming. We gotta run.
But I really don't see any.
What's wrong with that girl? She must be seeing things.
The energy in my head. Well, I respect tournament rules, so I do sleep clause, so I'd only be allowed to put one of your Pokemon asleep at any time.
Oh no! It looks like something really hit her. Maybe she was right. Quick, let's see if she's okay.
There's no reason why I wish I could stream Pokemon. Because I would try and make every team I make different, like as I go through each game.
Monsters! They're right there! You need to get out of here. It's too dangerous.
Let me help you up first. Huh? Oh, I mean now I'm gonna be able to see them? I am Zan's Undertale, look into my eye. Suddenly I can see them.
Huh? Oh, now you finally see them. Well, it's about time. I nearly kicked the bucket just now.
Yeah, alright, sorry.
Great! Thank you, Savior.
Fucking got Alakazam to sleep, Robo. Fucking, yeah, Gen 1 especially, because I'd go through them in order. Gen 1 especially, hey, yeah, you've just got like the two best Pokemon, I'm fucked. Yeah. Well, yeah, because I wouldn't put them to sleep, I'd Toxic Stall them. I'd have a Pokemon with leftovers on them. I'd use Toxic. I would maybe use something like Howl to lower your attack, so the odd time you do get an attack in, it doesn't hurt as much. And then every other turn, fucking use Protect. And then just slowly watch your health whittle down, because Toxic is vicious. So yeah, I'd have Sleep for when you're not using a Toxicable Pokemon, and Toxic for when you are. Obviously, that wouldn't make my whole team. This would be 2 Pokemon in my team of 6. You make each Pokemon a different part of the puzzle.
Savior?
Illusion shattered. Show no mercy. Quietly. Transfixed.
That was kind of a cool shot.
You done? Paimon still can't see anything, so she can't tell. It just looked like you were slicing at thin air. Kind of funny, actually.
Greg Miller. I don't know what's going on either, but I could see them once I held her hand.
Oh, really?
Let's try it one more time. I want to check that I got all the monsters.
Sure.
What's wrong?
It's nothing. It's okay. I can see they're all gone now. No need for you to check. I didn't think much of it when the monsters were breathing down our necks, but now that I've calmed down, holding hands with you like this. I'm just a little shy, that's all.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable.
Huh? Have you never shaken hands with someone before? You sure get flustered easily.
Yeah, Gengar scared the shit out of me as a kid, because not only did he, like, if his, like, 8-bit Gen 1 and Gen 2 sprites were haunting at times, he was also just, like, a menace. He was vicious. Nightmare wasn't in OG Gen 2, was it? I thought Nightmare was Darkrai's signature skill, and that was until Gen 4. I mean, he could have had Hypnosis, is what you mean. Oh, maybe I'm saying I genuinely thought Nightmare wasn't until Gen 4. I mean, I can just look it up. Hang on. Pokemon. Oh, yeah! A non-damaging Ghost-type move introduced in Gen 2. Wow, I thought that was... Maybe is it Dark Void? That's Darkrai's signature move, then? Hang on. It's Dark Void. Okay. Dark Void, because it's Hypnosis, but group-wide. That's the mistake I was making. I had to look, so I was just like, I remember having Darkrai. Then Diamond Pearl for Gen 4, really? Yeah, we had a Toys R Us nearby who had the code. So I got Darkrai.
Well,
You had to get Cressalaire first, before it let you access the island, but yeah.
I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. I'm Deerdith.
Deerdith?
Thanks for saving me just now. I'm really grateful for your help.
I didn't manage to get the Shaman, though, unfortunately. That one, well, officially, shall I say, that one I used an action replay for. You know, the game, basically like the Game Shark at the time. I used that for it, and, like, cheated in a, like, Shaman. Same with Arceus, but no one got Arceus officially because the event never happened. The event that was planned never happened for some reason. Which sucks, because it completely cucks you out of a really cool bonus cutscene in Soul Silver and Heart Gold if you have Arceus with you. The only way to do that scene is to have Arceus, and so obviously, legitimately, that's unavailable.
No worries. Paimon's Paimon, and this is the Traveler. With her around, you'll be safe from any monsters. As long as they're visible. So, what was the deal
I
with
just
those
teased Victor, you missed what you went
monsters
full for me.
anyway?
Is it Giga Chan pulled me and he said, yeah, sure, you for loop. Yeah, I remember saying at the time, it's like, the funny part with Yumiya is that in terms of ships, I could ship her with either of those siblings. Because I genuinely loved, like, the bond she has with the first two teammates. And, like, I could see, like, a genuine functioning relationship working with either of them. You know? It's just like, man, it's like a competition between the sibling. Who gets the girl?
Your guess is as good as mine. I could see them the whole
I'm
time,
imagining,
so when you said you couldn't,
when Resurreina
I thought you were
RW.
making fun of me.
Yeah, Isla's my type, though. Yeah, Isla's adorable. I love Isla. I think Isla's ship is the one I'm more on board with, just because of, like, some of the story stuff later on. How involved Isla gets to make sure Yumiya's okay. It's like, okay, no, this isn't something you just do for a friend. You love this girl. Like, you adore this girl.
Whoa, that must have been scary. The idea that we'd stand by and laugh while some poor girl was being hunted down by monsters?
I'd never do something so horrendous.
Don't worry, we aren't like that.
I am curious with
When we say we
Resurreina.
can't see something,
The two main
because we
characters,
really can't
I don't
see it.
think they're siblings. I mean, they've both got a similar hair color, but I don't think they're siblings. If they're not, I wonder if they're going to make it an Escher and Logi kind of situation where, like, they kind of, like, lean into it maybe being like a, like, romancy angle sort of thing. Lumine, yeah. Yeah, we know about you and Lumine.
But more importantly,
It's funny because like the Hoyoverse protagonist, Stell is more my type. Tomboy gamer, hell yeah.
It's nothing serious. But I did sprain my ankle back there. I won't be doing any more running for a while.
There's a cave nearby, won't we rest there for now?
Good idea. We'll take you.
So I would say Kiana, but Kiana's off limits because she's only for girls. I don't make the rules. She's only for girls.
So
men aren't allowed to like her. Okay.
Still feel much safer with you around. I'm gonna stay here until I heal up. Don't want to risk running into any more monsters.
Yeah, you already took a big enough risk coming out here all on your own.
Yeah, I'm a trans girl. I'm not there yet. Once I actually transition, then game on. Until then, though.
A small village, far away from here. I walked for what seemed like forever and lost my way, so... Yeah, I have no idea where I am anymore.
But the thing is with Kiana is that I'd like... When people like fan about Kiana, they're either fanning about how she was... Well, thank you. They either love her before Himiko died, or they love what she became after Himiko died. I'm here like, no, I like both. I like that the cutesy, naive, adventurous go-getter that she was beforehand. But I also like that pure soul, you see it fighting through the hardened shell that she's built up afterwards. And I love that aspect of her, that you can see she is more serious, she is more focused. That naivety has well and truly faded because her last living member of family died for her, and it's shaken her to her core. But that purer, just wanting the best, just wanting to go on an adventure side of her is still nestled deep within, and you can still see it creep out every now and then. And I love that growth of her character, that she wisens and matures, but it coldens her, the world, and how things go. And you can see how, like, that inner child in her is still trying to fight through a little. Me and I were both world enders, so it's on the cup for Death by Whitechapel. Oh, fair enough. I don't know what song I'd pick to like represent me. I kind of know, like, when sometimes I hear a song, I'm like, yeah, this is me. You know what it would be, actually? I know exactly what it would fucking be. The whole Sonic R soundtrack. Can you feel the sunshine? Does it brighten up your day? Can you feel that sometimes there's this need to run away? Living in the city, you know you have to survive. You gotta keep that dream alive with everything you say. It's as it seems. No cheating, pick one. Fucking, I don't know. Everybody supersonic race. I don't fucking know what song I'd pick. Because the whole Sonic R soundtrack is a bop. And once I'm on the topic of it, and I'm gonna put this on auto and let this play. While I'm on the topic of it,
Call the Traveler a savior. What's all that about?
The whole Sonic R soundtrack, for those who don't know,
It just slipped out.
if you play the soundtrack in order, excluding Supersonic Racing, because that's the game's main theme, the entire soundtrack is one long love story.
Start from the beginning. There was once a sage
between a beachside girl and a city boy.
That she was truly omniscient.
The first song is about the city boy going to the beachside, meeting the girl and her showing him around. The second song is about that beach girl going to the city and by chance bumping into the same boy, and so he returns the favor. The third song is about them finally confessing their feelings to one another. The fourth song is about them figuring out their lives, hence why it's called Work It Out. Figuring out their lives around each other to make sure, like, they have time for each other, but they don't get to, like, they're not compromising anything in their dreams. Like, they're figuring out, like, having a house together, having a life together. Diamonds in the Sky is when he proposes to her, and the credit song is the marriage.
The day of disaster.
And so if you listen to them all knowing that, it adds a whole extra charm to the whole soundtrack.
And find the savior before it's too late.
Doomsday.
I've heard people talk about the savior since I was a kid. Growing up, it really made an impression on me. The description is practically etched into my mind. So when I saw your golden hair for the first time, it was like this image,
that's existed in my mind's eye all these years.
I guess my song I'd pick would be
suddenly
Work
came
It
to
Out
life.
because you gotta keep it
Everything
real. You got to keep it real.
That's
Sorry.
why you were lost for words when you first saw her. Well, the Traveler's definitely got what it takes to be a savior, and she's already got a ton of titles, so she won't mind one extra.
Actually, I don't think it's her.
What? But didn't you say that everything matched?
Everything except the gender. The savior was described as a young man.
Oh, for goodness sake. There are gender requirements to be a savior?
Bye, man. Then there's someone out there who does match all the requirements.
Oh, of course. If it's not you, then it's gotta be him.
Who? Who is it?
My brother.
You have a brother? Well, then that's it. Oh, it's him. It has to be. Oh, thank goodness. Please, can you take me to see him?
Ooh, well, about that, buddy.
Huh. Maybe, if you're lucky. It just depends if we can find him.
Huh? But isn't he your brother?
We're not exactly on good terms right now.
Sorry. Looks like Paimon steered this conversation back to the fallout between you two. It wasn't on purpose, but that's the reality, so it's hard to avoid.
Okay, fair enough. But since you're looking for him anyway, why don't we team up? We might stand a better chance if
Also,
we work together.
Small thing, for an NPC, Diadiv has a great design. Have you always believed that Doomsday will come?
Yes. Everyone says that the disaster is inevitable. But the Savior will rescue us all from our pain and suffering. I've always dreamed of meeting the Savior.
Do you really buy this whole Doomsday thing? Seems kind of far-fetched.
She spoke with conviction. I don't think she's lying. Maybe it's another lie spread by the Abyss Order. Oh, she's blushing again.
See? She broke eye contact. Sure sign of a guilty conscience. Time to press her for answers.
Paimon.
What's wrong, Deirdis? Something's clearly bothering you. You want to tell us what's going through your mind?
Paimon, this isn't an interrogation. The poor girl's shy.
Oh, I just... how should I put it? The Traveler looks just like the Savior of my dreams.
And it is Pride Month. Like, rainbow flag, question mark?
And it's not every day that the Savior of your dreams swoops in and saves the day in your moment of crisis. So I'm just a little overwhelmed, that's all. 3 seconds of unbroken eye contact is the limit. I don't think my mind and body can handle any more than that.
What do you mean, limit? What happens after 3 seconds?
How am I supposed to respond to that?
I'm sorry. Please forget that I said anything. Let's just leave it there for now. Like I said, I'm going to hide here until I feel well enough to move again. If you manage to find the Savior in the meantime, please come and let me know. Thank you.
Are you sure you'll be okay here on your own? Do you have enough to eat?
I'll be fine. I might not be much of a fighter, but I know how to stay hidden. And if I get hungry, I'm sure I'll find something around here. Don't worry about that.
Alright then. Well, take care. Being on your own isn't easy. What a mysterious girl. We should definitely keep an eye on her. But hey, at least she seems to like you. And it sounds like she's gonna help look for your brother when she's healed. Anyway, this is probably all the progress we're gonna make for now. Let's head back to the Masters of the Night Wind and see if they need our help.
Go to Masters of Nightwind, which is way the fuck back over here. See Lali, my wife, which I canonically have the room key to her house to. Where is it? There it is. That's how close we are. Oh shit, right, I forgot there's a gap there.
Oh, you're back! How did it go? Find anything?
Nothing substantial, unfortunately. But We had the weirdest experience.
So I take it that the war's still on?
No progress yet, I'm afraid.
That's okay. I just wasn't sure, because things seemed to be at a standstill while you were gone. The Abyss Order hasn't attacked us. And since we don't know what they're planning, we haven't made a move either. In a word, it's a stalemate. The guards have been keeping watch around the clock, but for everyone else, you wouldn't even know we're at war.
Huh. Really makes you wonder what the Abyss Order's thinking.
I was wondering, Traveler, if you have the time, could you go and pay a visit to the guards? They've been working a pretty demanding schedule. I was gonna go see them myself, but I'm sure they'd appreciate a visit from the greatest hero of our time.
Oh, but you're a great hero too, Yan-san.
Oh, and this is also technically my sibling's fault, so...
Great. Thanks, you two.
So, right, Sis Lumine's going to take up the responsibility. I hesitate to say Big Sis, because I don't know which twin is the older twin between the two.
Wow, Tumaini, our hero. We've actually fought together before. You probably don't remember it, though.
Of course I do.
You do? Then it's truly an honor to serve alongside you once more.
Thank you for standing guard this whole time.
It's all good. Honestly, it's not been that much work. Haven't heard a peep from the enemy.
Have you seen anything out the ordinary?
Nothing that would indicate an impending attack. I've spotted a bunch of Abyss Order operatives, but they weren't acting hostile, just hanging around. There were even moments when they seemed to be meditating. At least, that's what it looked like to me. Maybe it's part of their religion or something. Out of an abundance of caution, I asked some shamans from the tribe to take a look and see if there was anything nefarious at work. But they didn't sense anything untoward, so we just put it down to religious ceremony and left them to it.
Huh. Interesting. Oh well, the more time they spend meditating, the less time they spend trying to beat us to a pulp.
It seems suspicious, though.
Well, the shamans didn't raise any concerns, so how bad could it be? As far as I'm concerned, so long as they don't pose an active threat, they can do all the cult worship activities they want. Besides, as soon as everything's in place and we're ready for an all-out offensive, there'll be no match for us.
Huh. Sounds like morale is pretty high. Guess there's strength and confidence in numbers. Let's keep going, Traveler.
Talk to the forward sentries. And Gantalo.
Huh? Is that Tumaini? What brings you here? Is this, like, a meet and greet? I wasn't... I'm so nervous.
Hey, come on! You'd march to war without so much as blinking. What's so scary about a chat with a Traveler, huh?
It's not the same thing at all. There are plenty of chances to go to war. But a one-on-one chat with our great hero? That could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can I not be nervous? What if I say something wrong? Or if my posture's bad? Or if I accidentally make a weird expression with my face? One bad impression can stick for life.
No one's here to judge you on your
Yeah, I think you've already made your impression, buddy. So, yeah, smugly mean. Yeah, she's like, yeah, everyone here loves me. I'm looking forward. I can't stress enough. I am looking forward to the whiplash that we're going to get when we go to Nordcry. You know, Mondstadt, we're the honorary knight. Leeway, we're like the chosen of the guard. Inazuma, we like run our own platoon. In Sumeru, we're like the chosen first guard of like the goddess. Fontaine, we're like the partner in crime of like the mafia. Nutland, we're the hero, the chosen hero of the land. We're gonna go to Nordcry, and it's gonna be on site. They're gonna try and kill us because we are the enemy. We are walking into enemy territory. Like, I can't wait for the whiplash of like every nation up to this point celebrating our existence. We get to Nordcry, and as soon as we walk in, it's like, oh, what's this laser on my forehead? Sniper, get down!
I'm sorry, great hero, but I have a small favor to ask.
Let Paimon guess. An autograph, right? That's easy.
May I challenge you to a fight?
I imagine there's going to be, like, because we know there's going to be a whole bunch of tribes. There will probably at least be one tribe that is rebellious to Nodcry's inner machinations that will welcome us. What tribe that ends up being, I've got a couple theories, but I'm not sure. Because there are, like, the actual, like, Frost Moon Kingdom people. Isn't a word for it. I mean, it won't be our sibling. I can tell you that much with some degree of confidence. If we get in on good terms, it will be because of Arlecchino. Or Capitano. I mean, if he ever fucking wakes up. Because they're the two harbingers that respect us and don't mind us. I guess Child could as well, because he sees us more as like a friendly rival. But if they put in a good word, we would at least be able to be welcomed by like the harbinger controlled areas. Or at least not immediately, like, outcast. Because Arlecchino's made it very clear that she has mutual trust for us. She trusts and respects us. Child sees us as a rival, and Capitano literally fought side by side with us. We fought for the same objective. It would just be convincing Dottore, and Dottore clearly sees us as deeply beneath him, because he sees all life as beneath him. Because they're all just tools for his experiments.
What? How can you be so audacious and so sheepish at the same time?
I am curious what harbingers we'll see. All the leaks are saying Columbino will be there, but I'm like, hey, it was officially like told to us on the website that like every single fucking harbinger's been summoned to Nodcry that was available. And I'm sure like in the story they can just like make up and say like, oh no, this harbinger wasn't available for X reason, so we probably won't see actually all of them. But I am curious who else will show up. Like, it's not just going to be Columbina and Dottore, I don't think. I think there's going to be a few more that will show up, and I'm just curious which ones will. Like, I don't think the banker's going to show up, because like, he's not a fighter, he's a banker. Why would that harbinger show up? The mayor of Snezhnaya, I think they will wait for Snezhnaya, because he's the mayor of Snezhnaya, so what a better chance to introduce him than when you're in Snezhnaya. I forget the name of the character, but the harbinger that is like a doll-like maiden girl that sits on a giant fontaine mech. That girl that's voiced by Deneen Melody, the voice of Roddy from Death End as well. I think she could show up, but I'm not sure. And I don't think Piero will show up. I don't think the leader, because he's the leader. I think they will save him for the very end as well. But I don't think it would be the sibling, because we're currently not on speaking terms.
No, of course not. I just figured that if I
and I don't think...
now,
I mean, they haven't mentioned it. I mean, the Abyss are obviously going to be present in Nodcry in some fashion, but they haven't made a big mention of the Abyss being front and center. I think Nodcry's focus is going to be on the full sky and whatever the fuck Dottore's up to.
But I am still on patrol, so please, Great Paimon, if you wouldn't mind taking over for me for just a few minutes?
Again with the sheepish audacity. Just pick one or the other, will you?
I think it's a fair request. Bop. Sorry. Oh, they're being serious. This is a fucking duel. Lumine, so like straight face, like, okay. Shut up, please.
Obviously, I never expected to win, but until now, I didn't appreciate just how great.
Oh, so you didn't have to do the fight. Did she just run up and punch him once? Sheepish audacity is her entire effing character. Yeah, true.
I'll be bragging about the day I got to spar with Tumaini for the rest of my life. Today's really
Spar, yes, sure, dude. Sparring, that's what we did.
Paimon can't keep up with you. Your tone has changed all over again. Now you've had a spar with the Traveler. What gives?
Well, some people connect through conversation, but we warriors bond by sparring. And now that I've had a bout with the hero, we're no longer strangers. Nothing to be nervous about anymore.
Of course, I will never wash his hand again. Yeah, right?
Well, to each their own. But Paimon's still gonna stick to conversation.
Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?
Not at all. We haven't spotted any new enemy movements.
As Paimon expected. expected. Nothing here either. Let's do another lap and get back to Ian-san.
You're back. So, did the guards find anything?
No.
Nothing much, no. Someone mentioned that the Abyss Order has been doing some kind of meditation or prayer, but apparently it seemed harmless. Paimon wants to lodge a complaint about one of the guards, though. His name's Kentaro.
Ignore Paimon, he wasn't a problem.
Traveler?
Oh, hey, wifey.
You're back already? No one thought to wake me up, huh?
Aw, sweet Lolly. She's like, what the fuck, you're back and no one told me? What? Why am I friends with you people?
In fairness, you look pretty hungover.
Fucking call her out.
You up in that state.
I'll have you know I'm perfectly sober when I'm hungover. Okay. I'll admit that sounds strange at face value, but regardless.
Okay, headset's still working, so you got staticky again.
What I meant to say is, I heard something about the Abyss Order engaging in meditation.
Yeah, that's right. Does that mean anything to you, Sweet Lolly?
Hey, do you ever think animes give weird camera angles? No, I don't think that, Paimon. Why do you say that? And like, Seat Lali's whole frame is just side boob.
I sensed something strange in my dream. It was vague, but it seemed as if some noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines.
Oh, what does that mean?
Hard to say. I don't think it had any tangible effect on the Night Kingdom or on our ley lines, but still, it's like a signal that exists on a different dimension of reality. It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense
You
that
mean
something
like a
strange is going
descender?
on.
Or trespasser?
Oh.
Because now we know that trespassers are a thing.
familiar
Not
with the
not
ley lines
everyone who
can't
enters
tell what's going
Teyvat
on.
are descenders. Some who enter Teyvat are rejected by Teyvat but end up there anyway, which is what Skirk is. Skirk is directly rejected by the will of the planet, yet she's there anyway.
No wonder the shamans at Satura called to the front lines couldn't sense anything.
Ian-san, I think we should go talk to the chiefs. There's no point dragging this out. We need to take the initiative and drive the Abyss Order out of Natlan for good.
If that's the Council of Granny Eatsley, I'm sure the chiefs will agree. But it will still take us some time to gather the required force. In war, adequate planning and preparation is the key to victory.
It's so funny hearing Janssen talk about war. I know she's a serious character and whatnot, but I'm just like, dude, you're a kid. It's like in Sonic Forces when Knuckles is talking about war. You're like, shut the fuck up, Knuckles.
Sure, but the finer details aren't my concern. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. Just remember to come find me when you're ready to talk to the chiefs.
Actually, since you're here, Seat Lali, I might as well ask one more question.
Oh? Sure, what is it?
Have you ever heard of monsters that are only visible to certain people?
Huh, you mean only select individuals can see them? Now that's a strange one. I guess they could be manifestations of a disturbed psyche? Or extreme negativity embodied in physical form?
Jesus Christ, right. I forgot about that.
It could also
That
be a
Ugandan
simple
Knuckles
case of
meme.
dead
Like, we,
monsters
like,
whose
at the
souls got
time,
stuck
sure,
here
whatever,
somehow.
but looking back on it,
Well,
it's like,
I say simple.
that was kinda hella
Things get
racist when you think
confusing
about
when you
it.
start looking into monster souls. For
It's like, oh yes, this is
starters, trying to figure
Ugandan.
out
That's
which
he's
classification
Ugandan because he
system to
speaks
use
this
is a
way and
real
says
pain
these
in-
things. And you're like, huh? Like when you think about it, it's like, ooh, I'm not surprised that one got dropped quick.
Alright, we get it. Granny Eatsley's learning and wisdom knows no bounds. But could we just get the short answer?
Hey, I was just thinking out loud. You really think I was just trying to flaunt my knowledge? Anyway, the short answer is there are many potential
Oh well, then it's
explanations
lost
for
on
the
me.
kind
You
of
know I
phenomena
barely
you
watch movies.
describe.
Unless it's a horror
That
film, I really
said,
don't watch movies like ever.
It's not something I've ever encountered in all my years.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, if Granny Eatsley's never seen it, it might as well not exist, right?
Hey, I'm not that old.
I agree. It's hard to say what it is for sure.
Care to elaborate on what happened? This all sounds rather mysterious.
Saying, but I watched a YouTube review. Oh, fair enough. You two tell about what happened. Yeah, we found this girl being attacked by monsters.
Really? You had to hold her hand to see the monsters? That sounds a little contrived.
Are you jealous, Seat Lolly? Are you jealous that I'm holding someone's hand? She's jealous. Oh, Seat Lolly, never change. Yeah, she was real here.
Huh? That's the part that bothers you?
Then even Lumine, like that little smile on her face, like she knows.
Maybe the point is more that it requires direct physical contact, whether that be hand-holding or otherwise. But that's neither here nor there. What bothers me is, it sounds like she's convinced that your sibling, the leader of the Abyss Order, is a savior. That really makes me question whose side this girl is on, and whether what she told you about her background is actually the truth. Sorry if that comes across as paranoid. It's just hard not to be suspicious of everything when we're in the middle of a war.
Actually, Paimon feels like
Yes, I adore Seat Lolly. She's my... I would argue she's not the absolute best character of Natlan, because I think that goes entirely to Capitano. But Seat Lolly is my favourite Natlan character that we've got to meet. Capitano's story arc was just so fucking peak. The fact that they rose to the expectations and delivered on a very, very fucking well-written character who, like, lived up to the expectation of, like, how strong he's supposed to be. That's not fair. I mean, true, but you get my point. It's like, yeah, he is, like, objectively the best one, but Seat Lolly is my favourite. I adore Seat Lolly. Anyway, Farina was... Yeah, like, Farina was insane. I love Farina. You know I love Farina. Like, Farina's, like, one of my favourite characters. Even though it was, like, the Navia's story for most of it, because Navia is the protagonist of Fontaine. So much so that when we go back for one fucking visit to get to meet Escoffier last patch, fucking Navia shows up again. It's like, Navia is the protagonist of Fontaine. She's never not involved.
Whoever this girl is, she sounds like bad news.
Sorry, static again. Are you seriously that upset, Seat Lolly?
Okay, well, you're clearly just jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, it is not too swifty, yeah. Do you think she's a spy or some kind of weapon?
It's hard to know what to make of it. A young lady all by herself, lost in the middle of
I like how
nowhere,
this framing makes Seat Lolly look tall when she's actually like 5'3" or something. Like, she's actually not that tall at all. Like, I'm taller than her.
At the very least, we should remain vigilant.
But she's just like on a slope and the camera angle is like giving her the benefit.
Sounds sensible. On that note, we probably shouldn't have left her by herself in that cave.
Traveler, we still need some time to muster our forces. Maybe you could check on her if you're not busy. Just be careful.
Might as well. She seems to trust me after all.
It's settled then. Let's go check on her.
Are you forgiven me yet?
Why holding hands? Why that?
Oh my god, she is like fixated on this.
Literally anything else.
She is fixated on this Seat Lolly. Oh, this girl. This girl.
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll show up soon.
I'm not normally so suspicious of strangers.
Same time comes first, yeah. I got to screenshot this, sorry. Because this is just hilarious.
Why that specifically? Why not literally anything else?
I had to screenshot that because that's just hilarious. I think this is better. That's already Seat Lolly, yeah. Oh no, Seat Lolly is like one of the blunter characters, like this side of Ayaka, in terms of actually having a crush. Like, during her story quest, like, she gives you the key to her house. Like, during the event, during that same patch, when you start, like, being able to, like, read each other's thoughts, she gets super embarrassed about it. Actually, no, that was in her story quest as well, being able to read each other's thoughts. During the event, when she realizes she's gonna see in your inner mind, she freaks out because she's worried that she'll be in there. Like we are the subject of her mind almost all the time. It's not subtle at all.
Here we are.
I bet Georgia's gonna be gone.
We'll still be here, right? So quiet, though. Uh-oh. What if Yan-san was right? Maybe she never intended to stay here at all.
Let's stay quiet and moving carefully.
Traveler, watch
Alright. Alright, fucking Kiryu. I mean, Lumine. Well, I guess she is just some weak person, and Lumine has, like, fought gods at this point. Maybe Deirdre really is a...
Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was you. I heard a noise, and I thought it was the monsters coming to get me. Did I hurt you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking straight.
Take that. Do you know what I saw? And like I made the joke during the playthrough myself, but see, like of course, like where I've had Persona on the mind recently, it's been in my feed more. Someone point out, it's like, hey, you do Dojima's social link, and the persona you get for maxing it out is a dragon. It's literally the dragon of Dojima. And I was just like, you fuckers. When you do Dojima's social link in Persona 4, I was just like, are you serious? Like, come on. Even in 2009? Come on. If I thought it would hurt, I would have tried to dodge. But somehow it hurt less than I expected.
Phew. That was scary. Paimon thought we'd walked into a trap. Maybe we shouldn't have sneaked in without announcing it. Then you would have known we weren't monsters.
To be honest, I've been really on edge since you left. I just have this constant feeling that any second, the monsters are gonna come back.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of our fault. You were attacked by monsters and we went, hey, we're gonna leave you here, bye.
And it's not like I can run from them.
If you had a sprained ankle, yeah, you'd be dead.
There's also no way to cook here. It's good you got back when you did. Another hour and a half and you probably would have found me starved to death.
Adachi, Narukami, 10 minutes in the fog made you a fucking pussy. Adachi!
That's weirdly precise. Though, it does explain why your attack on the Traveler was so weak. Wait, if you really thought you were gonna starve or get killed by monsters, why'd you promise that you'd be okay here on your own?
I just didn't want to lose face in front of my hero. She already saved my life once. That's more than enough. I just don't want to come across as a constant burden.
Huh. For someone on the brink of starvation, you're pretty preoccupied with your image. What's the real reason?
What? That is the real reason. I'm kind of bearing my soul here, you know?
You should really be just an injured civilian.
Anyway, so, could you make me some food now?
You are unbelievable. Sure, I know just the recipe. Only takes an hour and a half!
Oh, Paimon's getting hungry now, too. Go on, then. You can join us for dinner.
Whew. I am so full. Thanks for saving me, again. Starvation feels like a distant memory now.
That's 2 favors you owe me now. Hope you're keeping count now. No trouble at all.
Huh. You can really pack it away, Deirdre. Guess that explains how you had the energy to make it this far.
I tried so hard to hold back, but it looks like I still came across like a total glutton.
Paimon didn't even realize how late it is. Hey, the night sky here is really pretty.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to you both that I'm able to relax and enjoy it. I was cooped up in that cave the whole time you were gone. Now, I'm finally out. The air seems fresher, and the stars more beautiful than ever before.
You weren't in there that long.
Yeah, the time probably passed unbearably slowly.
When I was young, I used to lie on the roof of my house, gazing up at the stars. And often, my mind would drift to this question. Is this starry sky actually real?
Oh, hey. Wait, why would she think that? Does she know about the full sky?
But my grandma would tell me, the answer to that question doesn't really matter. Think of all the people in our village who spend their entire lives here, she'd say. To them, that little village is their whole world. And so, if it's our destiny to live beneath this sky all our lives, then whatever may or may not lie beyond, this is our world. And that sky is real to us.
Paimon kinda gets you, but also not really. Is it kind of like how journeying with the Traveler is everything to Paimon right now?
Kind of, but not really.
I really treasured my world. For a really long time, the village was my everything. The houses, the scenery, stories I always loved to hear about the Savior, but I could never bring myself to agree with Grandma. Even if the village was my entire world, I still had to know what lay outside its borders.
Yeah! Go you!
So, I finally ventured out, and set off on my journey to find the Savior. I'm going to make my world bigger, one step at a time. And I'm not going to stop until I've seen what's beyond the stars. Maybe then, I'll finally get an answer to the question I had as a child.
Beyond the stars.
Who knows? Maybe one day, I'll be sitting and chatting just like we are now, but with someone from another world.
Yeah, one day. Oh, if only we could tell her. But it's probably best not to open that can of worms right now.
I need to find the Savior and protect my world. Then, I can make sure it continues to grow. That's the most worthwhile thing I could think of doing. So I've been giving it everything I've got.
You know what? That's pretty cool. Paimon kinda wants to root for you now.
Sorry. I got a little carried away. I always get chatty after a hearty meal. Just like my grandma.
The more we chat, the more convinced I am that she's not a bad person. And it doesn't sound like she's being brainwashed by the Abyss Order. Maybe we can afford to trust her.
Hold on. Shh. It's them. The monsters are back.
Where? Oh, still invisible, huh?
In that case, we gotta try that trick again.
Can you see them now?
Yeah, stay back, I'll handle them. I was wondering, I was like, hey mate, why'd she change to Geo?
I still can't see anything.
That's why.
Please, be careful.
Shine down. Busted. Quietly now. Laid bare.
Oh, it's a bigger one.
Witness my rise. Gotcha. Illusion shattered. Overruled.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh!
Quietly now. These are about to get. There is no escape.
But since we've held hands to like see these monsters again, no one's held Seat Lali. She might like attack someone at this rate.
Did you get all of them? Oh, Paimon's slowly but surely getting used to the sight of you fighting thin air. You doing all right, Deirdith? Deirdith? Hey, it's okay. There's nothing to be scared of anymore.
Oh, I'm fine. I just spaced out there for a moment.
You spaced out? That's a pretty bold move under the circumstances.
I was just... the image of the Traveler fighting to protect me. I was trying to commit it to memory. Seems like the least I can do.
Alright. Whatever floats your boat.
Anyway, there are no more monsters in the area, and it's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight?
Sounds reasonable to Paimon. What do you think, Traveler?
I am personally satisfied with that Diradif isn't a threat, but it can't hurt the monitor for another night. Sure.
Alright. Diradith will be... Huh? Diradith? Why are you going in alone?
As you stare at the hibernation chamber key in your hand, you start to relax and drift into the sleep. Soon a vivid dream fills your mind. Oh, literally. Is this the Night Kingdom? Aoife? And the Lord of the Night? My head, it hurts. My headache. It's gone? I think I hear a voice in the darkness.
Doomsday. A fitting name indeed. A blood-red sky.
This is Conria.
Wild beasts that slaughter all in sight. Endless pain. A terrible curse that cannot be reversed. And the birth of a savior.
A dream I just had.
You're awake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to,
Was she holding my hand?
You just look quite distressed, like you were having a nightmare. I thought if I took your hand into mine, you might find it soothing. At least, that's what my family always did when I had nightmares. But it didn't seem to work on you. In fact, I think I made it even worse. I'm so sorry.
Oh, is that right?
Paimon.
You better not be trying to pull a fast one on the Traveler.
What? Don't be so... I have more self-control than that.
Self-control? What does that have to do with it?
Why is this quest just turning into everyone's after the Traveler? I still can't remember anything. What did I see in my dream just now? I think I saw Aoife in the Night Kingdom at the start of the dream. But I can't remember what happened next. Never mind. If the memory is gone, I can't force myself to remember it. I'm gonna go back to sleep. We'll catch up tomorrow morning.
No way is Paimon getting back to sleep after this. You go ahead. But for the rest of the night, Paimon is staying up to keep an eye on this young lady.
Oh, do I really seem that shady to you?
Next time we get free control, I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I've been sitting here, like, slightly uncomfortable for, like, the past, like, 10 minutes now, and I'm like, I need to go soon.
Make sure you eat the perishable stuff first, so nothing goes to waste. You can't tell which stuff is perishable, right?
Yeah, I can tell from the ingredients. Thank you so much for making all of this for me. 3 days will definitely be enough time for my ankle to heal. Then I'll continue on my journey to find the savior.
Alright, then we'll be off. Bye for now, Diradith.
See you? Wait! But if this is goodbye, how am I supposed to find you again? Oh, I mean, what if I find your sibling? How am I supposed to let you know?
Ah, that's a good point. We share the same goal, but we're constantly on the road, so we've got no fixed address. How about this? When the time comes, you can just write a letter to Mawika. She'll be able to find us for sure.
Mawika? Who's Mawika?
Hold on. I think I see something over there.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here! But it doesn't look like they're marching to war. More like they're... running away?
Where? What are you talking about?
A bunch of Abyss Order thugs! You don't see them? They're heading right this way!
Wait a second.
That's strange. I guess it's my turn to not be able to see the monsters.
The tried and tested method will allow you to see them.
You're right. I see now. You were
Is
jumping
she,
off
like,
the rock.
out of dimension?
So
Like, is she
this is what
slipping
it's
out the
like.
dimension or something? That's why she can see some things that we can't and vice versa?
What a weird situation. What is making these monsters invisible? Is it Deertooth?
You know, like, is Deertooth, like, in
Monsters
between planes of
themselves?
existence or some shit?
Or is it us? Well, might as well mow these ones down, just so they can't pose a threat to the tribes. Woohoo! All done! Their morale seems super low. Guess they really were on the run, huh?
So, there's no more of them, right? I still can't wrap my mind around this. Why couldn't I see them until you took my hand?
You know what? No, I actually genuinely need to use the toilet. I will be back in a minute. All the water I drank, it's a very hot day, has finally worked its way through me. I'll be back in a fucking minute. Alright, I'm back. So I would have been back quicker. My cat's water bowl was like empty as well, so I was like, oh no, I should refill that. Because it is very warm today, so they're suffering too. Believe me, I'm as baffled as you are. The plot thickens. Turns out there are also monsters which I can see, but Derediff can't.
So, any ideas on why those monsters might have been running away? Maybe something went down on the front line. Oh, Paimon's getting a little worried about Eon-san and the others. Let's head back to the Masters of the Night Wind right away. We gotta go. Bye for now, Deardith.
See ya, and please take care.
Meet up with the Masters of Nightwind.
Hey, Eon-san, we're back. We ran into quite a big group from the Abyss Order just now. Has something happened at the front?
Sorry, I had to check.
The front line has collapsed.
Huh? But how?
Did the Abyss Order send in reinforcements?
No, relax. Their front line has collapsed, not ours.
Oh, feels like you could have phrased that more clearly at the start. But this is good news, right? Why'd you still look so serious?
Did we finally launch an attack?
No, we're still mustering troops. Nowhere near ready to go on the offensive. So at first, I was also confused about what exactly happened out there. But just now, I got the full story from a guard who was on the scene. He watched the enemy lines crumble in real time.
What did he see?
One person. Just a single individual. They stormed the enemy lines and attacked with
Gee, who do we
vengeance,
think this
cutting
is?
them
Someone
down
who just
like
like
paper
dived
dolls.
headfirst at the Abyss Order and kicked ass.
They wielded an unknown power and fought with a sword style that no one recognized. The guard who relayed this to me said that before he even had time to react, the enemy was decimated.
That's either Dainsliff or Skirk. Probably Dainsliff, because that man has a fucking vicious hatred for the Abyss. I think I know what happened.
I'm only recounting what I heard, and I'm sure the guard in question must be exaggerating to some extent. But still, we have to identify this person. And assuming they're a neutral party, we'll need to figure out how to engage with them. Clearly they're a force to be reckoned with, so we don't want to come across as too weak or too hostile. It's quite a diplomatic conundrum.
You don't need to sweat it, Eon-san. From your description, we're already pretty confident that we know this person. Honestly, with the Abyss Order acting out so publicly, it's about time he showed up.
Yeah, it's Dainsliff. He never missed an occasion like this.
Dainsliff.
Dainsliff. It's time for our annual Dainsliff visiting. Literally, it's always once a year we see Dainsliff, spend a quest with him, he spouts off some mysteries, we go, thank you Dainsliff, and then we leave. I'm curious of his voice though, because Yuri Lowenthal was striking. I don't know if he'd have been back in time for it. And Yuri Lowenfall's too high profile for them to replace him, so they would have waited if he's not. Yuri's probably the highest... Okay, he's not voiced. Probably the highest profile actor Genshin has. Sorry, still getting static. I'll go do my best Yuri Lowenthal impression. Were you waiting for me?
It's been a while, Dane. And yeah, after we heard what went down, we figured you'd shown up. You caused quite a stir, you know. Oh, this is a friend of ours from Natlan. Her name's Eon-san. She insisted on coming here to thank you in person.
It is my honor, Mr. Dainsliff. Thank you for breaking the stalemate in our war against the Abyss Order. Natlan is fortunate to share a common enemy with such a mighty warrior as yourself.
No need to thank me. I hunt the Abyss Order for my own reasons.
Please don't mind him, Eon-san. He always talks like that, but he's a pretty nice guy deep down.
It's quite all right. Uezo Janssen respects those of great power. It's quite clear that he meant no offense, and I am still delighted to make his acquaintance.
God, Dane, your design always goes so fucking hard. One day you'll be playable, Dane. One day.
Anyway,
after they make an actual Abyss element, if they ever do.
Catch up for now. Take your time.
I mean, I say that now after Skirk, Skirk's whole, she's actually powered by the Abyss, she just makes it mimic to look cryo, so like it falls to populace and no one questions it. It's like they could pull that same bullshit with Dane if they wanted to. I kind of hope they don't, though.
Sure thing. You probably have plenty of other stuff to do anyway, right? Since this war isn't exactly over. See you later, Yan-san! Hey, Dane. Would it have killed you to be a little more polite? She's our friend.
Janssen, yes, I will remember the name, but I will not invest more emotion than is necessary when dealing with the citizens of the Seven. It is a matter of principle for me. Fine, since you helped break the stalemate, we'll let you off the hook.
Ugh, so stubborn. But whatever. So anyway, Dane, do you have any new info about the Abyss Order for us? Any idea what they're trying to achieve with this war, for example?
Never before have I seen the Abyss Order take action on such a large scale. Taken at face value, it seems highly illogical. In a war of the Natlanese, the odds are stacked firmly against them. They surely cannot be unaware of this. Their true goal must be a deeper one.
We thought so too. But it sounds like you're no closer to learning what that goal is than we are.
I've been on the case for some time, even captured and interrogated several Abyss Order members. Yet still, I am none the wiser. I can only assume they have gone to great lengths to keep their real operations a secret. I have a bad feeling about this. The Abyss Order is wasting a lot of its forces attacking Natlan, so whatever they stand to gain must hold enormous value to them.
What do you think we should do?
Since we lack actionable intelligence, for now we might as well continue to focus on the fighting. Leave them to their secret plots. If they are so willing to sacrifice manpower for it, I intend to make that sacrifice greater and more painful than they could ever have anticipated. If we use this opportunity correctly, I believe we can eliminate the vast majority of the Abyss Order's forces. They'll never be able to mount such a large campaign ever again. That outcome is well worth our time. And the sooner we do that, the better. That's right. The ideal scenario would be to destroy them before they can reach their goal.
Paimon gets it. Nothing in the world can satisfy you like making mincemeat out of the Abyss Order, right?
Right.
Wow. Okay. A rare, candid response from Dane.
Sounds like Dane's one-man attack on the enemy front has put him in a good mood. What about you? Any news to share from your end?
Well, actually, we found her brother's hibernation chamber key near the Collective of Plenty. He must have lost it.
So he's here in person. Unsurprising, given the scale of this operation.
Oh, and there's more! After finding the key, we also ran into this weird girl. She kept seeing monsters that we couldn't see, and then, this other time, we saw a load
Someone
of
call my
monsters,
name.
but
No, you're not the
she
one guy starting a full war against the Abyss and winning on your own. That's Dane.
She also said she was on a journey to find the Savior. Her description of this Savior matched the Traveler pretty closely, so we figured it's probably her brother.
Hold on. That girl called him the Savior.
Yeah,
Oh man,
that's right.
yeah.
Is something the matter, Dane?
The last time I heard that term was before the Cataclysm. And not just that, it referred to your brother then, too. Going for Atalia Yumiya right now, Fez. But who would still believe in the myth of the Savior when the Cataclysm has already taken place? It makes no sense. Someone's been around even before then?
Wait, wasn't her brother called the Prince, though? Where did this Savior thing come from?
This isn't music. No, you're good. Well, when he was first granted the title of Prince, the Vidster King and the entire court of Carnia set about loudly proclaiming the might that he would bring to the nation. They made it sound as if, with him there, all pain and suffering would be washed away, and the future of Carnia would be brighter than anyone could imagine. The Savior was the celebratory title given to the prince by those who believed this rhetoric. Of course, you know how that story ended. In hindsight, the cruel irony is glaring. All that title really stood for was the Vinster's king's lust for power.
Sounds like the people of Conria really believed in him.
Is that why Aoife is so determined to revive the homeland? Because he thinks he failed as a Conrian savior? But that certainly doesn't explain everything. There must be other reasons. As for the girl you met, allow me to offer some speculation. I suspect she descended from pure-blood Conrians afflicted with the curse of immortality. They must have resettled somewhere remote, cut off from the rest of the world. That would explain how her people retained their ancient beliefs, including the myth of the golden-haired savior.
Ah, Paimon gets it now. So, a bit like Kaya, except she grew up
And
somewhere
Danica goes,
more
who?
isolated? Still, that doesn't explain the invisible monster situation.
If she can't provide us with any more valuable intelligence, I suggest we shift our attention back to the Abyss Order.
Sure. Also, why don't you stay with us at the Masters of the Night Wind for tonight? You must be tired after all that fighting today.
So I had to check. No, I'm never tired. What are you talking about? I will consider it. But we must discuss our next steps first thing tomorrow morning. We can't give the Abyss Order any time to regroup. Wait until the following day, 8 to 10. Talk to Dane. No, we can't give them that much time.
Is that Dane and Neon-san discussing strategy together? Huh. Looks like they're getting along just fine. Morning! What are you guys talking about?
Ah, you're here. I have some good news to share with you. We just got word from the Scions of the Canopy. Their intelligence has reported that they've discovered the Abyss Order's headquarters in Natlan. After their front lines dissolved, the bulk of their forces fell back to that area. It's also where their central command is located. The location? The Cinder City.
Cinder City, huh? That tracks. Seems like their kind of place. Hey, this is great! This could be our chance to crush the Abyss Order once and for all! And with any luck, maybe we'll find your brother there, too!
Yep, our army is almost ready, and we've sent a message to Malwika to let her know the plan. We can't really launch an operation this big without the okay from the Archon.
I beg to differ. This is wasting time. You have the intel you need, so act on it. Every second you delay only increases the Abyss Order's odds of survival.
I've already explained my reasoning, Mr. Dainsleif. I understand your concern, but an immediate strike is not on the cards for us.
Very well, then I will go there alone. Thank you for your intel, Janssen.
You're gonna go on your own? Come on, be sensible. Just wait a tiny bit longer, and you'll have a whole army going with you.
It's all right. I support your decision, Mr. Dainsleif.
Huh? Shouldn't you be talking sense into him?
I admire his courage, and I believe he is strong enough to take on the Abyss Order on his own. And even if things don't go to plan, he just needs to bide his time until we arrive with reinforcements. Mr. Dainsleif, I wish you the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Looks like he's waiting for you to say something, Traveler.
Allow me to join you, Dainsleif.
For a second there, Paimon actually thought he was gonna brave it alone. And then he called his own bluff.
Meet up with Dane. 1,000 meters from here. Assault the Abyss Order stronghold.
Is this the place? The Abyss Order's hideout in Natlam?
All these years, the Abyss Order has managed to either stay hidden or fiercely defend their position. This may be the first chance I've ever had to finally make a serious dent in their forces. Which reminds me, once the fighting starts, I can't promise I'll be able to have your back at a moment's notice. But if you run into any Abyss-powered mechanisms, feel free to leave them to me. I'll take care of them when I can.
It's been so long since we fought with Dane side by side. Paimon's confident we can clear this place out long before Eon-san arrives. And if you get to meet your brother again, even better. Let's go!
In this battle, Dainsleif will show you the might of the Twilight Sword. Summon him to clear out the obstructions that bar your path. The swordsmanship Dainsleif has mastered as a Khaenri'ah court guard captain allows him to easily SB the weaknesses in opposing elemental wards. His long war against the Abyss made him highly cognizant of their weaknesses, allowing him to destroy their void wards. Oh, we just have him as a character. Oh no, you don't actually, you summon him, got it. So you fucking summon him in. That's fair enough, he's a mechanic, he's not an actual character. Oh wow, he just, their shield was gone. I see you, Dane. Cheap tricks.
Shine down. Gotcha. Game's up. Transfixed.
Oh, the music.
This is a very different battle from the one we fought with Eon-san.
No escape.
The truth, the gifts, the
Shine down. Busted. Overruled.
door is opened unto
you. Illusion shattered. Show no mercy. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Laid bare.
Onward. I hope if Dane ever becomes playable, his like corner box looks like that again anyway.
Shine down.
Like it has that dark glow. That would be cool if characters had like their own like kind of background on their name for some of them.
The abyss is all present. To flee is futile. To resist it, vain.
No escape. Quietly now. Overruled. Everlasting as the moon. Pitiful. Transfixed. Fulfill our pact. Gotcha. Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Reached the end. There's no trace of your brother. So who's calling the shots here?
Twilight Sword Dainsleif. Is this really what you want?
It is indeed. I will take every opportunity to hunt you down to the last man.
So where's the Traveler's brother then? Or is this guy supposed to be in charge here?
So, this is a hunt to you. I must say I pity you, Dainsleif. The death you dole out so readily to others is a luxury you yourself cannot enjoy. But today, that is the least of your worries. Do you realize that all your years of pursuing us are being rendered utterly meaningless, even as we speak?
Your riddles tire me. The overwhelming advantage is ours. At least for the moment, you know what that means for you. I like to see what makes you believe you've already won, or that you can still turn the tide of this war.
Then allow me to be frank. As far as we are concerned, our prince has already won by other means. And I do not merely mean this battle. No. His Highness has achieved something far greater. For today, the Abyss Order's greatest wish has finally been fulfilled.
Does that mean? Shh.
Our Highness quietly infiltrated the Night Kingdom to exploit that realm's past experience with ley line reconstruction, and then used the Loom of Fate to reweave the ley lines of Conria.
What? He used the Loom of Fate? Wait, does this mean the attack on the Masters of the Night Wind was all a smokescreen to give him some cover? Oh no, this makes too much sense.
Correct. As of now, our homeland has been revived, and all of my comrades that you have slain, Dainsleif, they shall forget the struggles that have beset them these past 500 years, and begin their lives anew in a Conria restored to life.
What a load of drivel. Your falsehoods are riddled with flaws, and my ears tire of your tedium. Isn't there more to reviving a homeland than just reweaving its ley lines?
Right! You still need a few steps after that, such as finding a place to host the ley lines you just re-wove. Plus, if it was really so easy, Moeka and the captain would have had a way easier time during the war.
I have one simple question. If Conria has indeed been revived as you claim, then where is it?
Oh, you poor fools. Clinging to delusions, even after the truth has been plainly revealed to you. Think back on the past few days. Have you truly not noticed anything amiss since the start of the war?
Anything amiss? There's signs that I could have missed?
I sensed something strange in my dream. It was vague, but it seemed as if some noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines.
Oh, what does that mean?
Hard to say. I don't think it had any tangible effect on the Night Kingdom or on our ley lines, but still, it's like a signal that exists on a different dimension of reality. It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense that something strange is going on.
I also vaguely remember seeing Aoife in the Night Kingdom facing the Lord of the Night. Wait, that's not all. There are other signs as well. Oh god. The Abyss Order retreated when we attacked the stronghold at Yarnton and Seat Lali. This isn't their usual style. According to the guard station near the Master of Nightwind, many members of the Abyss Order were seen idling around during the lull of the conflict, even settling down to meditate. I couldn't see the monsters that Duradif could see, and she couldn't see the ones that I could. We could only see the monsters of each other's sight after making physical contact. Assuming he is right, then the other possibility arises. Maybe I'm in a different time and space from Duradif, and if she's Conrian like Dane suspects, then that means this revived Conria, as he speaks of, might actually exist. And despite hailing from the separate time and space, Duradif has found a way to communicate with us. Whatever might be going on through your mind right now, do not trust it. I urge you not to believe his lies. The notion that Conria has been revived is preposterous. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I refuse to entertain it. only one thing that should determine our attention is in this instant is that silencing this man for good. That sentence read weird, so my brain kind of fried with it, but we got there.
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of me! Gotcha!
And be baptized!
Game's up. Fun's over.
Busted.
Christ, Dane.
Witness mire.
But I will not bring shame.
That should be all of them, right? So, we've destroyed the Abyss Order's headquarters in Natlan, but somehow, that didn't feel satisfying at all. Are you still thinking about what that guy said? You look really worried.
Duradif is the only potential lead we have. I understand. You think she might be from the revived Khaenri'ah, yes? I have said my piece. I doubt Khaenri'ah would be revived so easily, but if it will give you some peace of mind, you should talk to her and test your theory. I will stay here and do some post-battle cleanup. Perhaps there are some clues left to be found. What the fuck? I thought your voice and attitude seemed familiar. My mistake. I should have made sure you were dead earlier. The curse of immortality has struck you too, then, Hayden.
500 years on, and you still refuse to address me as master. Don't forget, Dainsleif. You may be the renowned Twilight Sword, while my arm has grown too feeble to swing a blade. But I taught you everything you know about wielding a blade.
Your arrogance and malice cost all of my respect long ago.
Be that as it may, under the circumstances, I see no further reason for us to fight. The curse of immortality means neither of us has a way to completely destroy the other.
Speak for yourself. I intend to kill you 100 times over. This man is so fucking determined.
Finally had enough. You weren't joking then, huh? Never, in all my worst nightmares, have I experienced anything close to the pain of 100 deaths. Surely, there's no point taking out all your hatred on me alone.
That was just for your actions in the Abyss Order. If I took into account what you did in Khaenri'ah, you'd soon find out how much darker your nightmares can become. That's a fucking raw line.
Alright, I believe you. Still, aren't you at least a little tired now? Why don't we sit down, perhaps? Chat a little. What? Not a fan of reminiscing about old times? Well, I suppose you don't have many fond memories to look back on.
I never thought you would side with the Abyss Order, Hayden. You could have easily blamed the Prince for his betrayal.
Indeed. When the cataclysm first struck, everyone prayed for the Savior to deliver them, but he was nowhere to be found. Yes, we knew that the great abyssal power within him had been divided up. Yet we still despaired at his choice to leave us. Still, I believe that everything he's doing now, including his regret over what happened, comes from a genuine place in his heart. And besides, Who else can we place our faith in? We are proud Conrians, are we not? I mean, we can hardly turn to the gods.
I suppose you have changed a lot over the past 500 years. Otherwise, I have never expected you to forgive him. Have you been so generous during your time at the Knight Academy as my instructor in Black Serpent blade work? I might not have come to love you so much.
Is that so?
All my good deeds were clearly in the spirit of the Academy's code of chivalry. Yet I received corporal punishment for being restless and brash. And as much as it pains me to bring up his name, even my co-student, Sertologi, was prosecuted for following the spirit of knighthood. He even lost limbs over it. There's little point discussing it now, of course, but all of this was your doing, wasn't it, Hayden? You wore a mask of benevolence as you viciously suppressed the next generation of knights, all to bolster your own position and reputation. What? Too cowardly to admit it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dainsleif. I would apologize to you for those actions, truly. But the fact is, I honestly can't remember them anymore. Look at me. Look at what has become of me. Only by the Abyss's grace have I managed to maintain this physical form. But as for the rest, memories, spirit, emotions, personality, they have long become eroded, fragmented beyond recognition. Even if mine was a past steeped in sin or in shame I once longed to hide, I would wish to remember it. Without my history, I fear I will become another person entirely. I would like to apologize for any misdeeds that are mine. So please, tell me everything. Tell me about the Conria we once called home.
No wonder your personality struck me as different. Memories are indeed a crucial part of a person's identity. So the Conria we once called home. Dainsleif slowly closed his eyes. Countless memories of Conria flood into his mind. All the sights, memories, and feelings, everything etched into his heart and mind, are gradually brought back to the forefront again. Simply recording everything seems to take a long, long time.
You seem to remember much. Could you tell me more about it?
I feel like they're just stalling him.
Age?
I'm not interested. I have neither the time nor the sympathy.
Is that so? What a pity. But this will be quite sufficient, as long as the loom of fate heard what I could not.
The loom of fate? What have you done? Tell me.
I'm afraid I owe you yet another apology, Dainsleif. You were right. I lied to you earlier. Your wits are too sharp to be fooled by me. The homeland hasn't yet been revived. In fact, even the ley line weaving is not yet complete. Think of ley lines as the collection of memories concerning a given place. To reweave Conria's ley lines as they were 500 years ago, we would somehow need to retrieve almost all the memories of Conria from that age. The loom of fate cannot weave without an abundant supply of memories. And so, we relied on everyone in the Abyss Order to provide what they could. Even though fragments are all that remain in most cases, the more we all share, the more that can be restored.
So the Loom of Fate is running as we speak, and the so-called meditation your members have been performing, its purpose was to supply the Loom of Memories, wasn't it?
Indeed. We are people in exile, stranded 500 years in the future, will weave our homeland anew and bring the nation of our dreams back into the real world. Ah, what a glorious undertaking. What a shame it had to take this long. After 500 years, most of our memories have faded, and a world woven from broken memories shall itself be broken.
So that's where I'm supposed to come in. You look for assistance from your mortal enemy, who has sworn to hunt you down.
Precisely. For you possess a ring left to you by your elder brother, which continuously resets your body's condition. Of course, your memories are susceptible to erosion just like ours. But of all Conrians who remain, you are sure to remember the most. We had to obtain the memories in your mind, whatever the price. Even if it meant sacrificing our entire army as bait.
So this was your true goal? To lure me here, guide me into a state of meditation, and access my memories. So be it. A few of my fading memories for your entire army. That strikes me as a fair trade. I appreciate your generosity. You're gambling everything you have on the loom of fate. This could be a costly mistake for you in the long run.
Perhaps. But that is the gamble our highness has chosen to make. And thanks to you, the loom of fate has now finished weaving the ley lines. New Conria is complete!
Enough about your beloved leader. You said you would pay any price for my memories, did you not? In that case, prepare to be slain another 100 times for your deception. I hope it was worth it. Meanwhile, Symphony of the New World. The New World, literally the New World Symphony? Hang on, did I read that right? Literally the New World Symphony. That's hilarious. Any more classic music references you want to throw at me?
It's Judith! Great! She's still here!
Watch out!
Oh, cutscene. Judith, are you okay? Did something happen? Oh, we're gonna see all of Conria. Oh! Damn! She sees the Conrian world burning. What is this? Could this be the Cataclysm? Hey, this is a nice teaser for what fucking Conria is gonna look like. Is this where Deirdre is right now? So she really is.
We're not from the same world, are we?
No. I come from your future.
Wait, but that's great. That means the world isn't going to end. In that case, tell me.
Those are some music notes.
What happens to Conria? What happens to my homeland?
Yeah, I heard it. That was like a very like foreboding, loud orchestra with some electric guitar notes in the background. If that's foreshadowing how Conria's soundtrack's gonna sound, I can't fucking wait. If Conria's whole soundtrack is really loud, foreboding orchestras of electric guitar strings, bring it on. Because they can do whatever the fuck they want with Conria. It's an abyssal fallen land. I'm sure it will still have some cultural references in it, like every other nation. But they can just go fucking crazy with it.
No, wait. Don't answer that. We can only fight for our future. If the future is unknown, I still believe the Savior can turn things around. I'll carry on looking for him. even if you're not there to protect me.
Oh, sorry, I got staticky.
Although, in a way, I've already found my savior.
I was gonna say, well, I've protected you more than Abyss Bro,
You
whatever will.
protected me, and I believe you can protect us all. You're the one who can change everything. It's just too bad that we're not from the same time or place. Oh, one last thing before I forget. I know how much you want to find your brother. Surely he must be desperate to find you too. So, is there anything you can give me as a memento?
Are we gonna give her the fucking key? And because this is back in time, she will then give it to Aoife?
That way, when I do find him,
To make
I can
the...
convince him that you're also searching for him.
A memento? Yeah, we're gonna give him his half of the fucking key. So that's how he ended up having it 500 odd years ago. Wait.
What is it?
Press me an arm right there. Oh my god! Oh my... Oh, I have to choose?! Oh my god! That Hilichurl that ran away from us the moment we started this quest and left the key behind was her. Because most of the Khaenri'ahns became Hilichurls. Oh my god! She never meets him again. And so she keeps a hold of it for the next 500 years, even as a Hilichurl. Until by chance she met us, and so left it behind to give it back. Oh my god. Give the key to Dirdif or keep the key. Oh god. I need to think about this. Because he will never get it. But it's the memento, and he probably is aware of it. Oh, Jesus. Genshin, you can't do this to me. Keep the key? No, because then we don't have a memento to prove. That's so fucking clever, though. Yeah, where the ley lines are getting overwritten, they're merging over these two timelines, and so it does. Of course, it's going to merge a survivor from it that we would have met in the modern world. Oh, fucking hell. But if we don't, then what will become of her? She withheld and withstood for 500 years to make sure we got it back. What if she ceases to exist if we don't, because of paradox? Fuck it, this is my playthrough. If this is her future, if this is her fate... Does it matter? To me, it does. I'm kind of gobsmacked that Genshin actually put like a very impactful and kind of important decision right in front of us like that. So that's what happened. Istaroth, the ruler of time, must have had a hand in this. There's no other way this meeting could have taken place. Aoife, you knew all of this? I knew only the ending. I've always been curious about the events that led to it. Mementos, but still. Yeah, but that's why it's... Yeah, but the thing is, it's Memento. Is that it's not a memento we need. It's a memento that he could then know we are still looking and care for him. That he still knows we are still chasing the journey. It's using that memento to enforce the memory. We're not just holding on to it desperately just, for it to mean nothing. We don't know the journey she took in those 500 years. We only know this bit and how it ends. For those 500 years, considering now Aoife's shown up, it kind of proves my point. He was at least aware of it. So he at least knew from that passing of the memento that we are looking for him, and we do care, and we are desperate to get to that point. I think it was valid, and I stick by my decision. When the Cataclysm first began 500 years ago, I, as the Prince of Carnia, was preparing to do my part, to fight back with all my might. But then this girl, Diridif, she found me. The irony was that even as she desperately begged me to save the world, she brought me news of you. I was stunned, and I was suspicious of her claim that you were searching for me. But then she showed me the key to your hibernation chamber. I wonder what would happen if I'd picked Keep then. Yeah, she was no strong attachment with a few people. No, that's fine. So she actually did it. We've been separated ever since I awakened in Tevat. I searched the whole planet and found no trace of you anywhere. That's because we landed 500 years after you. And then she brought me that news at the worst possible moment. I was faced with an extremely difficult decision. I desperately wanted to see you again, but Carnia was in equally desperate need of my help. I knew that no matter what I chose, I'd regret my decision for the rest of my days. So I steeled myself against the guilt and made my decision. I went to see you, and then... But when I found you, you were still in hibernation. Even the key to the chamber was still secure on your person. So you're saying 3 keys existed simultaneously at that moment? I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing, but there was no time to think. I just grabbed you and ran. That's where we are right now, an intersection in our memories. The question that haunted me the past 500 years. I never imagined the answer would come to me like this. What, that he would choose family over his country? So my actions 500 years in the future set everything in motion. Are you mocking me, Istaroth? Diridif succeeded in bringing us together, but unfortunately, it is versions of us 500 years apart. She hopes that the Savior would rescue Carnia, save the entire world, but instead, the news she brought led the Savior to make the complete opposite decision. Mentally steel himself against the shame. How awful. Is that her fate? Is that how her story must end? Have you done what you set out to do? Not yet, but I've taken a very important step. Now, the ley lines of Carnia are complete. I'd always thought that Tevat's ley lines were locked by the heavenly principles. No more can be added, and existing ones cannot be replaced. But then I learned that Natlan's Night Kingdom appeared to be... So I had to wait for that motorbike to pass. Appeared to be an exception to the rule. It has intrigued me ever since. So I directed the Abyss Order to feign an attack on Natlan, buying me some time to enter the Night Kingdom and negotiate with the Lord of the Night. Unfortunately, for other reasons, even the Night Kingdom cannot host any new ley lines. The most I could get was at some room to carry out a weaving process. The Lord of the Night did say before that even she can only reconstruct ley lines. It's probably for the same reason. Still, I received the Lord of the Night's permission and activated the Loom of Fate. Using an Intevet as a base, I was able to grow a realm based on the Carnia of 500 years ago, superimposing it over present-day Natlan's space-time. That superimposition is what's allowed you and Diridif to cross paths. That's what I saw in my dreams. He's not lying about that, at least. But what I don't understand is, why did the Lord of the Night agree to this? After that, the new Khaenri'ah was enriched with memories of the old, drawn from the Abyss Order's members in their meditation sessions. With those memories as raw materials, and the superimposed realm as a template, the Loom of Fate finally finished its work. What I now hold in my hand is the Atlas of the New World. This is the product of the Loom of Fate, holding within it the entire network of New Khaenri'ah's ley lines. With this, the nation once known as Khaenri'ah can rise again. One day, I will find a suitable host location for it. Why is reviving Khaenri'ah so important to you? Is it really just because of guilt? When I first arrived in Khaenri'ah, 500 years ago, my memory was completely blank. It was only after I had served as their prince for many years that I slowly began to remember everything, including you. What, your memories were erased? But recovering old memories didn't simply erase the part of my life I spent in Khaenri'ah. I still see it as my second home. That is why my guilt weighs so heavily on me. But even so, that only constitutes part of my motive. More importantly, if I wish to speak with the heavenly principles as an equal, I need the might of an entire world behind me. I don't know why, but the way you're talking, it doesn't sound like you at all. Aoife, this whole thing, your plan, what does it have to do with us? All along, it's only ever been about us. Goodbye, Lumine. We will begin anew, at the end of your journey. Yeah, that was very well made.
Our hero is back. Everyone's
Fuck, I need a minute, Janssen. So maybe we're not going to Khaenri'ah per se after Snezhnaya. When we meet at the end of the journey, so at the end of Snezhnaya, we're going to go to New Khaenri'ah. Maybe. Aoife's new world that he's built. So that he can then rival and stand equal against the heavenly principles, that unknown god we met at the very start of it all, to get the answers he seeks. A few more years in random shit. Yeah, we got 2 more years yet. We got Nod Cry this year, Snezhnaya next year. Then we can consider New Khaenri'ah. I say that. I imagine there's going to be things interwoven, bits and pieces leading up to Khaenri'ah, like, along the way, but still. We have to finish our journey first. And the thing is, Snezhnaya will lead nicely into it, because it's the same objective, but under different ways. They're both trying to get the Celestia. Well, I say that. The Cryo Archon's trying to get the Celestia. Aoife probably doesn't care about Celestia. He just wants the heavenly principles. He just wants the lady on top. Yeah. But I'm going to be back in just a second because my water's empty and I want to go refill it. Anyway, 2 more years again. Nixie. A desert arc cannot be lost. I mean, as much as I understand where you're coming from, I get the point of the story that you are supposed to explore every region and get to know all the 7 elements and all the 7 like parts of the world and how everything is. But I get what you're saying. But yeah, we've lasted 5 years. What's another 2? Anyway, back in a second. Let me go refill my water. I'm back. I mean, we shouldn't have had to wait 5 years at the rate we'll wait longer. Ethan and Luke mean will. I mean, yeah, but 10-year plan, so it is what it is. 10-year plan. They're gonna make it last. Hero's back. Everyone's been waiting for you.
The Abyss Order made a full retreat before our forces even arrived on the scene. All thanks to your efforts, no doubt. Oh, and Mr. Dane's lifts, of course. What's wrong? You look upset.
What, did you assume they have a plan? Yeah, they do. They had a 5-year plan when the game came out, but when it blew up in sales, far beyond their wildest expectation, they made a big post at the time acknowledging that now they have far more money than they thought they were going to have with it. They can expand on beats they were planning to originally cut away from, and it's now a 10-year plan. The whole of Teyvat's story is supposed to be a 10-year plan. Because now they can... Because if the game had not bombed, but just not done as well as they hoped, they would have wrapped the whole story up in 5 years and cut out a lot of what they're keeping. Nodcry probably wouldn't have been kept, to give you an example. There's a lot of story beats they wanted to do, but they thought they just wouldn't have the time or budget to do. But because they now do, they went, alright, fine, fuck it, let's go for it. So yeah, 10-year plan. Is it milking? I mean, sure, you could argue it that way. I love the lore and story, and the whole time it's still investing me and interesting. I'm like, hey, look, you can milk me as dry as you want, baby. Like, I'm here having fun. Like, but I get that maybe it could be seen that way. But no, they made a post way back when that the game's scope and scale expanded greatly from its unexpected, like, extreme success. Like, they knew it was probably going to do alright, they just didn't expect it to be as big as it did. Spade to spade, I guess. For me, at least, it's more... Like, I choose to take it, especially someone who has interested in this stuff, as things that they wanted to do but couldn't, now they can, so are. And that, so it led to the game taking, like, being longer. And the biggest giveaway of that is, if you go back to, like, the first year of Genshin, there was a giant leak of the sketch plan of the entire map of Teyvat. You look at that sketch plan and look at Teyvat now, the map now is already bigger than the entire map of Teyvat in that original plan. Because it's been expanded on so much. Like, the original map, if you all the regions combined, is smaller than what we have now. That's how much they've expanded on everything to like make the most of it. Like they haven't just been, oh, we can drag this out for 10 years. No, they've put their money where their mouth is and reworked a lot to make it work and explore all the things they want to explore. Yeah, the scale in some areas got a little blown away. Like, Lord knows I don't like the desert that much. But they have put their money where their mouth is and actually expanded and worked on everything to justify the longer life that they're going for now. And I love it. I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that I'm going to be 31 when this all ends, but one thing at a time.
Paimon doesn't know the details either. The Traveler just disappeared after taking Deirdre's hand. It was like they got sucked into another world. Paimon was looking all over for her, and then she suddenly reappeared, right back in the same spot. But looking a lot more glum.
It's fine, I need some time to take everything in. Oh, good morning, Sitlali. Is that a beer in your hand? Come on, Sitlali. Get up.
I think I got the gist of what happened. Something to do with
I'm going to assume it's an energy drink to give us some energy.
I spoke with the Lord of the Night in a dream just now, and learned quite a lot.
Huh? You met your brother?
Sorry, static again. We had a long talk.
And you didn't think to tell Paimon right away? Well, oh, never mind. Paimon can see that you're pretty down right now. But let's go over everything later, alright?
What your brother accomplished? It all but defies comprehension. I was stunned when I heard about it too. But what surprised me the most was that the Lord of the Night actually chose to allow it.
Experience for Hoyo. Oh, no. The thing with the 10-year plan, I should have elaborated. That's on me. The 5-year plan / 10-year plan, whatever, that's for Teyvat, not Genshin. It's why they always talk about Welcome to Teyvat, the story of Teyvat, Genshin, the story of Teyvat sort of thing. In the same vein that Honkai Impact 3rd was the story of Kiana, but that story is over, it ended after 7 years, and now it's Honkai Impact 3rd Part 2, and it's a new story with a new lead, but you still have access to all your old characters. Genshin will probably do something similar, where after the story of Teyvat is finished, Lumine, or maybe another protagonist, will step in, and you can still play as Lumine, you can still play as all your characters, you can still explore all of Genshin Impact's world, but you will have a new world with a new story, etc. That will be like the world of whatever the next world is, that sort of idea. It's not the same as like Honkai Star Rail, because it's like the entire everything of the story and game is done, and it's like they just build the sequel basically off of the spine of the original whilst keeping the original there. That's more kind of what it's like. It's not like world hopping in Honkai Star Rail, where that story arc's finishing, but there's still an overarching story. So yeah, no, Genshin, they'll keep Genshin. Genshin will probably outlive me, to be blunt. Like, Genshin will probably outlive me. I'm not expecting this to go anywhere anytime soon. But the thing is, it'll be that 10-year plan. The thing is that will be for me, will be when Teyvat finishes, it'll be whether I am ready and or prepared for the next 10 years, if I want to pursue that. Because if I do, you have to think of it this way. If I decide, like for me, that, oh yeah, I want to go into the second story of Genshin, you know, assuming I'm still playing this game in 5 more years, which I hope I am, because I love this game. If I then say, yeah, I'm going to commit to learning and getting into the next story, I'm going to be 40-fucking-1 before that finishes. Like I said, Honkai Impact 3rd took 7 years. And I joined in late when I got into it. It was already like 4 years deep when I got into it. So I got to play catch-up and then only have a few years of it before it was done. And I haven't touched Part 2 that much yet. Yeah, it'll end eventually. When, like, it's not the same anymore, because, like, the original Fly Me to the Moon, or Honkai 1, the servers on that shut down. That completely concluded. It wasn't making as much money anymore, because even with the new story, things had moved on. So they sunsetted it. You can still access it through offline means, through hacking. Well, not hacking, but like modding and like fan projects. But the actual game itself is over. It's ended. And I imagine Honkai 2 has only got a few years left in it. I'm glad that Honkai 2 still is getting some support. It's clearly not the focus. It's not like getting anything major. Its stories are concluded, but it still gets like new little events. It still gets the odd character. It still gets the shout out. Like it celebrated its 10th anniversary not that long ago. But like that will probably conclude soonish. I think Honkai Impact will last at least, or Honkai Impact 3rd will last at least its part 2 easily, because its story and narrative is still very important to the overarching narrative of the whole Hoyo-verse sort of thing. It's not just like Honkai Impact 3rd, it's very significant to everything. It's why it gets brought up so often in Star Rail, it's why it gets brought up in Zenless. It's why not anywhere near as aggressive, because Genshin very much individualizes itself from a lot of the rest of the Hoyo-verse. But there's certainly still aspects of it that cross over into this. Like, Mavoika is still like a Himiko XP. I would never have expected that.
The Lord of the Night did try to explain it to me, but in a word, it's complicated.
But what they will also probably do is the same as what they did in Honkai Impact. Part 2 didn't start up the moment Part 1 ended. They had like a vacation year, where like they still had new characters and new events and new things to do, but the story hadn't started yet. It was just like a year of basically, like I said, vacation year. It was like a year, like it was the beach episode, where like it was just giving the devs some time to actually cook and work on it, while at the same time just giving enough to keep people occupied. There was a bit of a small mini story that they gave us that was kind of fun, but you get my point, where like it wasn't on the same level as what they're now doing with Part 2.
During the war with the Abyss, Mawika had an argument with the captain. Mawika believed that we should fight to protect our culture and memories, while the captain believed the preservation of the ley lines should come before all else. So, the Lord of the Night was very intrigued when presented with the Loom of Fate, and informed of its ability to weave ley lines. She saw your brother's actions as a potential third option, namely to preserve an entire nation in the form of an atlas.
Preserve a nation? You've definitely lost me now.
You're not the only one. Paimon's got no idea what's going on either.
With that in mind, the Lord of the Night gave the go-ahead once she was satisfied that the Loom of Fate wouldn't have any real effect on Natlan. However, I believe she imposed an additional condition of her own.
An additional condition? Did she ask for something in return?
No idea. She wouldn't tell me what it was.
Huh.
Huh. I wonder what that condition was.
Alright, well, let's
Another
not overthink
mystery
this
to
for
ponder
now.
over.
We just won a war. Time for a well-earned drink to celebrate. I trust the Lord of the Night unreservedly. I'm sure she only involved herself to take a problem off our hands, so it's one less thing for us to worry about. Don't you agree, Traveler?
Let me just go for the restroom. No worries. You've got a point. I still look like a mess, though.
Come on, let's head back to the collective.
Oh, poor
of Flint.
Lumine. Look, she's so downtrodden now. This is all weighing on her mind.
To a real feast.
I'm sorry, but there's someone else I want to go first.
Huh?
Eon-san, leave her be. This might be hard to understand for an extrovert like you, but some people need alone time to recharge every once in a while.
Sweet Lolly.
Traveler?
Return to the cave you were previously in. But basic Lolly, she gets it.
Take it easy.
But yeah, we're gonna go visit there one more time.
Coming! I'm tired already.
You've jumped twice, Seat Lolly. Don't give me that shit. Shouldn't say that much, it hurts. It's so sweet. Before you know it, you'd fallen asleep, drowning in a myriad of thoughts. You faintly sense what feels like something clasping your hand. Oh, but this time, it sends you into a deep sleep where sweet dreams await. A space and time for you. What a good quest. And an actual, like, helpful, advances the story a bit quest. And not like some Dainsliff quest we've had in the past, where Dainsliff just shows up, spouts some mysterious bullshit, then fucks off for another year. Right, we're not done yet. We've got Sinister Undercurrent, or the Skirk quest. Yeah, but that was a damn good quest. And if that's the last story quest this side of Nod Cry, what a fucking good quest to end on. Oh, that was fantastic, yeah. If that's the last story quest of Natlan, and the next one's going to be when Nod Cry drops, because I don't know if there's one coming next patch, what a good quest to end on. Yeah, Traveler quest. We always get our one a year. If I go back through it, there's launch year, there's year 2, there's year 3. That was the weird one. That was the super weird one where you like possess a Caribou, where you possess a Hilichurl for half of it. There's year 4, and now here we are, year 5. It's always you get one fucking Dainsliff quest a year. I mean, the Welix Arc of Ymir. Oh, fair enough. Have you got your whole squad together yet, or not yet? But we've had some, honestly, the past few chapters, Natlan's last act was fantastic. I loved it. The, fair. The, quest we did in Mondstadt with Dahlia and Albedo, and actually looking into the clones, and then actually bringing new life and setting up more plot threads with that was fantastic. And now this was, like, phenomenal. I love this. You got that dude with razor teeth. Oh, my boy. Yeah, I know what you mean. One of his alternate costumes is a red jacket, so he looks like Dante. But he changes the color. Anyway, let's go to see Baiju at the pharmacy. Over to Leeway, because we can't spend any long period of time away from fucking fantasy China. I'm sure it's like a pre-written rule that the second major area of any Hoyoverse game has to be China themed, because Genshin, Honkai Star Rail takes you to Sunshow Lawfu, Zenless Zone Zero is literally going for its China arc in 2.0 now. Right, I need to have it. I don't know if it's any kind of special edition, because I just got the Ultimate Edition, but one of his costumes changes his coat from green to red. And another one changes it to white.
Baiju wasn't in his shop.
Oh, you're looking for Dr. Baiju. He's resting today, but he said to send any patients to the back room.
Ah, okay. Thanks. We'll head on through.
Oh yeah, this back room. Even though I think a worrying game I'll do we were for China theme land. But then that also just adds to my point. Is it a mandate? Is it a mandate in these games, if you're from China, that you have to have a Chinese themed land? Because it's every single one of them. Like, legit. Like, is it a mandate? Is it like a mandatory thing that you have to have a China themed land? Ah, looks like we have a special guest.
Traveler, Paimon, welcome. What can I do for you?
Hello, my fruity medicinal man.
It's the Traveler. She looks absolutely beat these days.
I'm not surprised.
She has huge dark circles around her eyes, like she hasn't slept a wink. And she keeps spacing out. You have to call her name several times before she snaps out of it. What do you think it is?
It's like a
Is she
pissing
sick?
contest. Ha. Oh, is Emmy prone to sickness? I find this surprising. I'm not sure.
Very peculiar. In all the time we've been acquainted, this is the first time you've come to me with a health complaint. Come, let me take a look at you.
Remember in 1.0 where Baiju's voice was nowhere near as fruity? And then, like, in the 1.3 event, we met him by chance, and he started talking, and everyone went, I don't remember him sounding like this. Like, he sounds very flat in Leeway, and then everything afterwards is like, Traveler. And you're like... Yeah, Paimon, it means depressed, yeah. I mean, it's probably not a bad thing to have a checkup anyway.
Okay, Paimon does not like that expression, Baiju. It's not serious, is it?
Also, keep in mind, we unlock both the skirt quest and story quest at the same time. You can do them in either order, so it doesn't necessarily have to be related to the story quest we just did.
Complexion is good, eyes are clear, breathing is steady, pulse is strong.
Sorry, up. As I got Statsky. So it might not have to be necessarily related. We could have done this quest first, and then it would have made maybe not as much sense. But we're the ones that are going, oh, yeah, because we just did that other quest. She's miserable. When in reality, we could have done this almost at any time.
Physically, you appear to be in good condition, traveler. In theory, your energy level should reflect that. You should be feeling right as rain.
And yet, I do feel like something is off.
Hence my concern. A clean bill of health is usually a good thing, but in this case, it likely means your situation is more complicated. Physical illnesses come with detectable symptoms that can be used to diagnose, medicate, and cure the condition. But afflictions of a non-physical nature, they fall outside a doctor's realm of expertise.
Huh? What do you mean, non-physical nature?
Changing subject slightly, this new voice for Paimon, is it me, or does she have, like, the slightest, and I mean the slightest, Texan accent? Listen carefully to the way she, like, says this line. Does it sound like there's, like, an ever so faint, like, non-physical nature? Like, kind of, listen.
Huh? What do you mean, non-physical nature?
It's like the word non specifically. There sounds like there's like an ever so like it's the faintest fucking twang, but I feel like I can hear a twang in her accent. Listen one more time. The word non in particular.
Huh? What do you mean, non-physical nature?
Oh no, it's not a bad thing, not at all. It's a part of the charm of the the performance. That's not what I'm getting at. I'm just saying, like, is it me or is it actually like, is it there? Can I hear it? It's not like some like Escoffier. A British actress trying to, like, give off an American accent. It's so funny every time the accent slips and you can hear the British.
Curses, dark magic, it's hard to say.
It was just a comment, not a criticism or praise.
Case of mental fatigue. Why don't you rest here for a bit? Whatever it is we're dealing with, clues to your condition are sure to reveal themselves in time.
I'm curious how us feeling under the weather is going to lead to Skirk, though.
The right treatment.
I've seen my fair share of mental afflictions. To start with, some calming incense, a good night's sleep, and a good meal would do you a world of good.
In the meantime, Changsheng and I will review the relevant literature for afflictions that present with mental fatigue.
No, I'm being in general, dude. I'm not accusing or saying anything. Please, help me. Not everything's, like, so, like, blunt in that sense or taken that way. I'm just saying it in a general sense. Still, we're not experts on this kind of thing. I say we should strongly consider calling in a specialist as soon as possible.
Oh, must be a rare condition if not even Baiju and Changsheng have seen it before. Well, all we can do is take their advice. You look like you're about to collapse anyway. Just get some rest. Paimon will be right here by your side. Fingers crossed you'll be all better when you wake up.
In before, like, the actress isn't even from Texas, though. I was enjoying it. No, fair enough. In before, it's like, oh yeah, she's actually from, like, Argentina or some shit. I'm like, wait, what? I say that the actress for Paimon hasn't been officially announced, and unfortunately there's a part of me that thinks maybe she won't be, at least not anytime soon. Where am I? Is this the arena that we fought, like, that, like, dark night inside the whale's stomach? It's a thick fog covering my vision. It feels more like a dream, but it's too chilling to be real life. My breath freezes in my throat before I can even exhale it. It feels like my soul has been wrenched from my body and thrust into this strange and unfamiliar space. Whichever direction I look in, there's no end in sight. And worse than that, I think there's something in the fog following me like a shadow. Sorry. If this is a dream, how long till I wake up? And if it's not, then where in the world am I? Ugh! Where in the world? Something just pierced through the fog and stabbed me in the back, but there's no blood. There's a strange light coming from the wound. I see a familiar-looking spike retreating back into the darkness. Deep inside, it feels like a part of me is missing. And now a new wave of fatigue is washing over me. Maybe. But maybe something's taking a piece of her soul.
Rise and shine. Time to wake up. For once, you're making Paimon look like an early riser. It's already afternoon. Hopefully all that sleep did you some good. Feeling any better?
Paimon, I need you to check if there's a cut on my back.
A cut? What? Did you scratch yourself in your sleep? Alright, let Paimon take a look. Nope, nothing there. Wait, did you have a nightmare? Okay, don't panic. Paimon heard that dreams tell us what we need by showing us the opposite. So, if you had a nightmare...
Oh, Lumine looks so, like... I know I said it earlier, she looks so downtrodden, but look at that face. That is a face that is going through shit and processing shit. This poor girl's not in a great headspace right now. You and Paimon head to the Wanmin restaurant. Sensing that something isn't right, Paimon orders a bunch of dishes to cheer you up. Oh, because something cheers you up better than food. Is Shenhe still working? Is she going to come serve us?
In this dream, you were trapped in a weird place.
Oh, hey, it's been a while. I got a warning from my PS5. Hey, it's getting too warm in here. So you're dreaming of thick fog everywhere, and the spike came out of nowhere and stabbed you in the back.
Oh. Okay, well, that's a new one. Are you sure it was a dream? Because from the way you describe it, it sounds like you were really there. But then again, you woke up right where you went to bed. And you were definitely in a deep sleep this morning.
I don't know what to make of it either.
Then it's decided. Paimon will stay up and watch over you tonight. If anyone tries to mess with you, Paimon will beat him up. Or, wake you up first and then we can beat him up together.
Paimon's smile has a way of putting me at ease. But what I saw is still bothering me. That dream was so chilling. It almost feels like there was someone watching me from the corner of the world even now. Something stabbed me in my dream, but when I woke up there was no wound. Still, if I focus on that area, I have a vague aching, almost as if deep underneath the flesh something is...
Something is missing?
Hmm?
Did you just say something?
You heard that too.
The flesh remains whole, but the soul is incomplete. Left unresolved, the mind will wither away along with it.
Ah! What the... Wait! Paimon remembers you! Your child's master! Orc?
Skork? She's gonna kill you. Skirk.
Right! What are you doing here? The last time we saw you was at the Primordial Sea in Fontaine, right? But then we left and never learned where you went after that. Child's been looking everywhere for you, by the way. What brings you to Wanmin Restaurant of all places? You came here looking for us? And were you the one behind that hocus pocus just now?
Tell me, what is it that you saw?
Skork sounds like an abbreviation of Skirk, yeah. What, like, and Sonic from Sonic.
Tight-lipped, huh? I suppose that's fair. You, I'll take a glass of wine.
Hmm? Oh, of course. Coming right up. We make this one in-house. It's not too strong. Enjoy.
Chef Mao, I'll take a grilled tigerfish over here.
Coming right up. If I knew we'd be this busy, I wouldn't have approved Shenhe's
Oh, that's why Shenhe's not here. I was wondering where Shenhe was. She's on vacation. Yeah, that's a convenient way to have her not be part of the story.
At the end of the day, what happens to you is of little consequence to me. I'm not here to try and win you over. Trust me or not, the choice is yours. If you want my help, now's the time to speak up. You have until I finish my drink.
What do you know about this situation?
I was investigating an abyssal disturbance in the area and happened to notice you. Part of your soul is damaged, and the wound bears traces of abyssal corrosion. Need I say more?
Neither of those things sound good.
Skirk seems to know something, and given what I've seen of her strength, I bet she can tell what's happened to me. I don't know what her goal is, but in this moment at least, I don't think she has bad intentions.
Well, should we trust her?
What do you think, Paimon?
She mentioned an abyssal disturbance. Maybe that has something to do with what's going on with you, but...
Also, yeah, the fact that she wanted wine, that's funny.
On the abyss to help us out.
Not on short notice.
Yeah, and that thing she said about your soul being damaged is scaring, Paimon. Definitely something we should fix sooner rather than later. Skirk's an interesting one, that's for sure. But from what Child's told us, she doesn't seem evil.
Well, she's in the middle of 3 generations of, like, abyss-trained warriors. Because above her is Certology and beneath her is Child. Or Tartaglia.
One, 2, 7, 10. That'll do.
I am curious about Certology, though, her master. Or the Foul, as we know him as.
Well, have you made up your mind?
What I saw was a dark space shrouded in a dense fog that wouldn't disperse. You gave Skirk a brief description of your dream.
So, that's all we know, Miss Skirk. Ma'am, can you help us?
So, you couldn't disperse the fog. I understand. Come find me in the Gwali Plains when you're done here. Oh, and I left cash for the drink on the table. Settle the bill for me, will you?
Oh, okay. Huh? She disappeared!
Alright, and she Batmaned out of there, so we finished the meal and settled the bill.
Wait, hold on. You overpaid. Here's your change.
Oh, no. This includes the drink, so it should be the right amount.
I didn't think you two ordered a drink.
We didn't. It was that lady who came and sat with us, remember? You brought it out to her yourself.
You sure? I could have sworn there were only 2 of you at that table.
What? What'd you put in their dish, Chef Mao? Some kind of hallucinogenic mushroom? You got them seeing things.
Seeing things? Wait, so neither of you noticed her? Young lady? About this tall, wearing a purple dress? She ordered a glass of wine!
Huh. What, she just kind of, like, erased herself from everyone's mindscape?
Oh, now you mention it, that vaguely rings a bell. And it looks like I did open the wine jar, so it must have just slipped my mind. In any case, that settles your bill. Come again soon.
Oh, Chef Mao, check please.
Coming!
Okay, what was going on there? It's like they didn't remember Skirk being there at all. Even Paimon was half convinced we hallucinated the whole thing. But that Mora she left for us was definitely real. Oh, this whole situation is giving Paimon the creeps. But anyway, she told us to head to the Gwali Plains, right? Let's not keep her waiting.
No, Matt. Like, way the fuck up here, huh? I haven't been up here in literally years, I don't think. Right, hopefully you guys won't be able to hear it, but I've moved my fan a bit closer because my PS5 is getting very warm. Actually, let me just check quickly. 1 second. If it's how audible it is, because it was ever so slightly audible, but enough that I don't think you guys were noticing before. 1 sec. Ooh, you can kind of hear it as it passes. It's not too distinct, though.
All right, Maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Let me know if it gets annoying, and I'll at least turn it down or something. It's just I need to keep cool, and it's way too hot.
Whoa! What are all these rift hounds doing here? Huh. Looks like they're collecting something. Let's go check it out.
Alright, sorry, let's go. I just wanted to, like, finish up checking everything. More dogs. I mentioned briefly at the start, we were talking about enemies I find annoying. I was like, oh, I guess the dogs are kind of annoying. And they're the only enemies we fought today, it feels like, outside of the Abyss.
So, this is what they were collecting. It looks kind of like...
God remains?
Yeah. What is going on here?
From the moment they are born, all beings with great power have an impact on this world. Even if their body is sundered and their soul extinguished, their influence remains. Gods are the most common example of that. The remnants of gods who fell thousands of years ago remain buried deep within the earth, carrying within them a warped will and a dark curse. Together, these remnants form what you call God remains, and it appears that some of those sealed here were dug up and removed. There are traces left, but they're fading fast.
Sorry, beep up. Headset's getting funky again.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were, real? She's definitely not a ghost traveler. Paimon poked her, and she's solid.
She's monologuing all this god shit, and you just walk up to her and go, poke. You have a dinosaur like you were never there.
Your life hangs in the balance, and that's what you're fixated on? Strange set of priorities. It was just a trick to avoid being perceived. If someone notices me, those memories are erased. Simple as that. Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it. Now, can we please get back on track?
Okay. Where were we? Right. The God remains. So, basically, there's now less of them here than there used to be, right? Isn't that a good thing? In our experience, God remains are 100% bad news. A lot of terrible things have happened because of them.
Maybe it's a good thing by human standards, but power doesn't come from nothing, and it doesn't just disappear for no reason. The remains aren't just gone. They were taken.
Like part of my soul was taken?
Very clever, traveler. You aren't the only one who had something taken from you. There are victims like you everywhere. The only difference being, you can speak, and the remains cannot. So it went unnoticed. Something similar happened in Sumeru. Within the span of one night, countless consecrated beasts were slaughtered, and a large amount of the god remains buried in the desert went missing. Of course, god remains are just one of the targets. The culprit is chipping away at sources of power all over this world, including the Stella Fortuna above.
Wait, you mean... the stars?
Mm-hmm. 42 of them have died out in the past few months alone. In Conria, people believed that powerful individuals have corresponding Stella Fortuna. Even should that individual fall, their Stella Fortuna would not disappear, but gradually evolve into a new constellation. Yet now, stars are disappearing from the skies entirely, and it's not hard to deduce what's happening to the power they contain. Something has been leeching power from this world like a parasite steals nutrients from a host. And now, it's no longer satisfied with the remains of the dead. It wants you. This time, it only took a fragment of your soul. But next time, there's no telling how far it could go.
But why me?
No one knows. All I know for certain is this. Getting back what you lost will not be easy, considering how much power this entity has stolen. It must be a god-level being by now, at least. But that's not the real concern. Souls are fragile things, and yours could easily be crushed if you go up against it.
So you're gonna help us, right?
We're going to help each other. You are my ticket to uncovering this thing's true identity.
Well, great! You seem super strong, and you know a lot about the Abyss, so Paimon will take it.
Thank you.
Don't get all mushy on me. All I'm doing is helping you get back to normal after a sudden crisis. And I should warn you, getting mixed up with me can have unforeseen consequences. We're on very different journeys. You don't want to be in my debt, trust me. You help me uncover the truth behind this entity, and I'll help you recover what you lost. This is a transaction, that's all.
God damn, they were talking about, like, whether we can trust her or not. I think the real question is who does she trust? Because it sounds an awful lot like she is very fixated on, no, I have no trust for this world or anyone with it, and you don't want to trust me. Trust me in saying that. And it's like, fuck, Jesus Christ, Skirk, alright. She wants no... I get it. She, like I said, she is seen as a trespasser of the world and not a descender. So she's not welcome. The world itself is rejecting her. And when the world itself's rejecting you, yeah, I kind of understand where she's coming from. I kind of understand why she's being the way she is.
You would do well to remember that. Now, come along.
Yeesh! You'd think she'd be a little friendlier since she's agreed to help us. But nope, she's just like when we met her in the Primordial Sea.
I mean, yeah, because she's like literally a rejection of the world. She is seen as a trespasser on this land. She has decided, and because she's strong enough to get away with it, accepted that there is no one in her life, and she will not be in anyone else's life. And she will make sure it stays that way. Which is why she's like, no, you don't want me in your debt. Or you don't want to be in my debt, sorry, because it's not going to... Like, she's just like, no, you don't want this to happen because you're a means to an end. I will use you to advance what I need.
Well, whatever. If that's how it's going to be, then she doesn't deserve our friendship. What she does deserve is a
Paimon.
embarrassing nickname.
Paimon, no.
Ah, Paimon's got it. Frosty the Lavender Melon. Serves that ice queen right.
Paimon.
Anyway.
Paimon, first you poked her, and second now you're calling her Frosty the Snowman.
Let's follow her and see what sort of plan she's got.
Yeah, sure, let's just go into this fucking crack in space that she just opened.
Whoa! This place is way bigger than Paimon expected. Where are we?
This is where I live. I suppose it's the closest thing I have to a home here.
This is your home? It seems more like somewhere in the Abyss.
It is. I brought you here because time flows differently in this place. I don't know how much Ajax has told you.
Wow, fucking Tartaglia child.
I mentored him for 3 months. In that time, only 3 days passed in the outside world.
Ajax? Oh, right! That's Child's real name! Yeah, Paimon remembers him mentioning something like that. So, a month here is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world? That should mean we're safe from that power-hungry soul snatcher for now, right?
Yes, well, I didn't bring you here just to show you around. In the outside world, the Traveler could be attacked at any moment. But coming here has bought us quite a bit of time. Now, we just need to figure out how to investigate that place you saw. The one full of fog. Both your description and the abyssal disturbance I felt point to that space having some connection to the Abyss. It could even be a domain similar to this one. The thief who stole that fragment of your soul is hiding there. But the Abyss is a chaotic and turbulent place. If we want to pinpoint their location, we need to see what that space looks like without the fog. Abyssal power can grant a special form of sight. Have you ever wielded abyssal power before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you plan to learn?
I'm kind of at odds with the Abyss.
That tracks. All the information you have suggests the Abyss is something sinister, and that abyssal power is a wild and dangerous force that always spells disaster.
And you're saying that's not true?
Depends on your perspective. Floods and hurricanes take countless lives too. But if one day you gain the power to control them, what was once a calamity is now just another tool in your arsenal.
Skirk, you sound like you're ready for, like, unleashing said calamities.
I'll respect your opinion, though. Just means we have to turn to the second best option.
Which is?
A little abyss crystal that contains my power. Wear it on your head, and we'll be able to perform dream mirroring when we fall asleep.
Dream mirroring?
It means experiencing whatever the other person is dreaming. Everything they see, think, and feel. Since you haven't studied the art of using abyssal power, and have no plans to jump in the deep end right now, I'll have to do the investigating for you.
I like it just says for now. It's like, hey, since you're not interested in getting abyssal power for now, implying maybe one day we might. I say that, that's also just Skirk theorizing.
With dream mirroring, every time you slip into a deep sleep, I'll see with my own eyes whatever scene plays out in your mind. Then, I can guide you through the dream environment, and we'll take back what was stolen from you.
Huh. You make it sound so simple.
So what I need to do is wait?
Tough to say. This is an unprecedented situation for both of us. Even assuming we do manage to find where this entity is hiding. Like I said, getting your soul fragment back won't be easy. To play it safe, I need to give you some special training first.
Wait, you're gonna teach her some of your martial arts? Does that mean the next time we see Child, we have to treat him like our senior?
Do as you want. For my part, I don't see you as my disciples. You're already a pretty good fighter. All I'm planning to do is build on your current skills and train you for the specific scenarios that I think we might
I'm getting
face.
like Yay Miko Raiden training flashbacks here. Be nice.
But that's enough talk. If you're ready to do this, then come with me. Time might be more lenient here, but that's no excuse to waste it.
Oh, she moves fast. Paimon can hardly keep up
Yeah,
with
because
her.
she's used to functioning entirely on her own. And so she doesn't have the patience to wait for others.
Special training, huh? Kind of a rare opportunity. With your skills, there's not a lot of people qualified to train you. Last time something like this happened was probably...
No. Even Paimon's like, oh yeah, the anti-Raiden Shogun training that Yay Miko taught you. That was like nearly 4 years ago now.
Skirk seems pretty strong too, though. Remember how she said that the all-devouring narwhal was just her master's pet?
Yeah, Sir Logi's pet.
Maybe we really will learn something here.
I am curious about Sir Logi the Fowl. I mentioned it earlier. I'm really curious about what that's about, but I don't know when we'll learn more about Sir Logi properly. Oh, I was gonna say, can I bring up the camera? It's fine.
Ready?
Bring it on!
Your training will be split into 3 stages. Testing your blade work, elemental abilities, and reasoning skills. We'll start with blade work. You're no rookie in this area, so I won't bore you with the basics. During your long journey, you've no doubt sparred with a lot of talented sword fighters. Consciously or not, you will have picked up all kinds of techniques from them.
You bet! There's Kaya, Master Jean, Kuching... Oh, and Kazuha, Ayaka... Yeah, we've met sword masters like you in every nation we've been through. You sparred with a bunch of them too, right? Nice to know it's all gonna come in handy now.
Don't get too smug. In sword fighting, techniques alone are not enough. You need a cohesive system to bring it all together. A style or school of fighting. To use the human body as an analogy, your style is your skeleton, the foundation, the framework. Techniques are the muscles and other flesh attached to the bones. This is where your strength comes from. Improving your sword fighting is like growing that body. If your frame got bigger and taller, but you didn't add any muscle mass, you'd be weak and flimsy. Then again, if you packed on pounds of flesh without a big enough frame to support it, you'd end up bloated and unwieldy.
Understood, so what's the next step?
You need to do some introspection. Take a good, hard look at your past experiences, and figure out which parts of what you've learned are just techniques, and which parts can be used to form your own system of blade work. Only then will you get the full utility out of all your thoughts and observations along the way. Only then will every strike you deliver make perfect sense.
Wait, is that it? Paimon thought you were gonna teach her some cool new moves! Like when you went swoosh and opened a tunnel to another place!
One day, you'll reach a new level of power where you realize that even that's as basic a trick as any other. But right now, our sword styles are so wildly different that teaching you mere techniques is pointless. There are no shortcuts in the pursuit of power. Failure is your best teacher, and rigor is your coursework. That's all I have to say. Time to make a start. Train until you're satisfied with yourself. Now focus. Destroy the crystal columns as swiftly as you can.
Okay.
This is making Paimon's head spin. Hang in there, Traveler!
I got 900 of these fucking things. All right. Your training progresses. Your strength improves. Oh my god. Oh wow. Her AoE's bigger.
Stay calm. Use your head. You have to keep it together.
Oh, it doesn't quite reach. Amazing. This is transforming my worldview of sword work. I'm using the same techniques as ever, but now they're having different effects. It's as if I've unlocked a hidden door in my mind, and there's a wellspring of strength on the other side. In my mind's eye, I'm seeing images of the friends I've made in Tevat. Theirs are the sword styles and techniques I've come to know.
This moment will be frozen in time.
You don't have to play the fucking voice quote. Oh, that was still Kaylee Mills' voice. I mean, they probably just, like, sampled the fucking voice line.
Cut to the chase.
Oh, actually, was it? Oh, actually, no, I'm not sure. That sounded too soft.
Consider a moment of true mastery that you've witnessed in another person, and ask yourself, what lies beneath the surface? What's their guiding philosophy? What's their state of mind as they maneuver their weapon? Now take that and practice it right away with speed, skill, and strength, over and over, until your hand is one with your mind.
This is because I no longer use the iron sword. Yeah, right?
Growth.
Step on up.
Oh, Lynette.
With the waves.
Nilu? I see eternity go by in an instant, the autumns of many years from a single leaf. Thus I shall slice this maple in a flash, and ask a question of the ages. Sword style my journey. Is Nilu really someone whose fighting style you learned from, Emmy? Did we just barrel roll? Like fucking Dark Souls dodge roll? Paimon's falling asleep with Yae Miko's Yuri book.
If you start to tire, empty your mind, but do not stop.
Oh god.
Stay in that frame of mind as you keep up.
We're literally in the fucking, like...
Get rid of all redundant movements. Imagine
the fucking
your sword
hyper
is an
time chamber
extension
fucking
of your
thing
own
from
body.
Dragon Ball.
Wield it just as you wield
Time's
your
not moving
arms,
outside,
hands,
we're just
and
fighting
fingers.
endlessly in here. The story is unintentionally hilarious. Yeah.
Twas on a deserted moonlit night.
It's nice to see so many old faces again, even for a moment.
Vile dragon's limpid lair. Ring cutter! Feathers fleeting wet. The white heron treads water.
Ayaka makes sense because she's a natural, like, samurai warrior.
Master of Inazuma Kamisato art Tachijutsu.
With each slash of my blade, I feel my strength increasing. I don't know if my weapon can contain all this power. I'm in the zone. Limitless power is surging through me. Yeah. He has to learn from anyone. It's the best sub DPS in the game. Yeah, true. You slash and swipe till you've exhausted every ounce of your energy.
Huh. Looks like you've made some real progress. That concludes your training session.
Awesome! Paimon knew you could do it!
How do you feel?
I'm fighting to keep my eyes open.
As you should be. Time flies when you're training hard. You've actually been going for several days now with no rest.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Paimon's had a whole bunch of naps. But you were so focused, she didn't want to interrupt you.
No wonder she's fucking shattered. Hey, you Lumine, you're gonna have a good night's sleep tonight. Also, is her hair slightly longer?
Go get some sleep. I'll be doing the same very soon.
That might have just been the angle.
Let's hope you see that foggy place in your dream, so I can get this investigation over and done with.
No, her hair isn't any longer. It just the camera angle got it.
Sometimes, you have to practice a single movement 1 million, maybe 10 million times, before the breakthrough moment comes. Nothing in the outside world can help you in this process. The most important thing is to remain patient.
And yeah, Stronger reminds me of Bleach. I mean, yeah, I don't think I had actually grown. It's just like, I think the angle made it look like it had. I think it would be cool to see Lumine with longer hair, because Aoife actually has longer hair than her. He has his tied up in a ponytail, where she actually has it, like, cut. The only part that's long is the front bit that, like, makes sure that she looks kind of cute. There's something... Okay, sorry. There's something kind of ominous about this. It's like, Lumine, I'm like, oh, look how cute Lumine is. And it's just like, oh, look at how cute... Dun, dun, dun. Oh, there's nothing else going on. Dun, dun, dun. Fucking Skirk. How many previews I've actually got from doing this, by the way? Oh, not enough for an additional extra roll. Cool, thanks. It's interesting that they gave her Shenhe, because Shenhe would work for her team, but she's, like, lower down your list of options. Like, if I... We'll leave here first, but if I show my team next chance I get, you'll see what I mean, but... My team that I've made is almost, like, perfect optimal. I say almost perfect because, you know, I'm not that fussed. I just want a team that works best. Okay, no, we're still in story mode. Because my team is Yelan, Farina, Escoffier, and Skirk. That's the Skirk team I've got, because she only gets buffs by having Hydro and Cryo units in your team, so I had to completely fucking refigure her team. But Farina is the heal, Yelan is still the sub-DPS support, Escoffier is literally designed from the ground up to be Skirk's support unit. And then obviously Skirk's a DPS. But I need to actually build Skirk at some point. I say that I'm most of the way there. I need to fight the chess piece weekly boss one more time. And I need to get 3 different artifact sets I'm missing. Bro, you care more than I do. Well, I kind of want her to be as good as I can make her and show her in her best light. I was originally going to have her on the main team, but the whole... Oh, you know, she only gets these buffs from Hydro and Cryo units. Put a huge fucking wrench in that plan, because I like going universal elements with my team. I don't like dedicating to 1 or 2 elements. I like having as much coverage as I can. So that's why I have Yelan, Raiden, currently Citlali, and Arlecchino, because that's water, electric, ice, fire. That's different elements each. I say currently seat Lali because when I go to Nod Cry, I will probably swap her back for Eula, but having at least one Natlan local in Natlan pays such dividends for your survivability and just getting a move on that it's like, no, I need to have seat Lali in the squad, really. And then depending on what Columbina is, depends on how we work that. Because there's conflicting rumors. There's Cryo, there's Hydro, there's one loose Dendro and one loose Pyro, and I'm like, fucking, as soon as we know, I can try and figure her out. If she's Pyro, then, It's this overwhelmed team. Yeah, but you're missing out on, I kid you not, 85% of her attack power if you don't have Skirk in a Cryo Hydro team. She gets an 85% attack boost if you have a full team of Cryo and Hydro. Like, innately. Her burst also doesn't work like a traditional burst. You don't build up energy and then use it. She actually has 0 energy. The way her burst works instead is the more reactions with the other elements she gets, with specifically only with Cryo and Hydro, the more it builds up that bar. But you can only get it once per character at a time. So you can't just have one Hydro unit, like say Yelan, constantly supply her. It won't work like that. You need to have Yelan and then swap to, for my team, Farina, then swap to Escoffier to get the free charges. It's very much built around her having a whole team built around her kit, but once you set it up, she will be the deadliest unit in the game. Anyway, before we do this bit, the cutscene, the nightmare, the water's gone through me. I need a quick bathroom break, so BRB. Alright, I'm back. I've got my water. I literally have Sing-Shu, I don't need Escoffier. I mean, fair, you're still not going to get as much, because Escoffier's kit... I'm not going to pretend I know every single specific about it, because I haven't messed with Escoffier too much. But Escoffier's kit is literally one-to-one designed to bolster Skirk, if that makes sense. Like, to boost her to as much of her potential as possible. It's why, like, every single synergy team says, hey, yeah, have Escoffier. I mean, yeah, you can have both, because one's Hydro, one's Cryo. And so your ideal team is 2 Cryo, 2 Hydro, so you get both boosts. Been pulled back into this place again, but Skirk said the dream mirroring would kick in if I fell asleep. So why am I back here? No, on closer inspection, this isn't the same dream as last time. It's dark and gloomy, but there isn't that chilling fog that made my hair stand on end. Hold on, if the dream mirroring is a two-way process, maybe I'm seeing inside her mind while she's exploring mine. If this is her inner world, it's pretty bleak. I can occasionally make out a sound or flowing stream, but other than that, it's so empty. Oh, hello. Oh, what's that? What a strange-looking creature. Where did it come from? Oh, I think it wants me to follow it. Well, might as well see where it leads. No, normally wants to see my team build. I mean, yeah, it depends how your team works. If it works out for you, it works out for you. I mean, like, for me, I've got one of the best situations because all 3 of Skirk's extra units can continuously apply their element even when they're not in active use. So she can constantly reset those charges. Because Yelan her burst, Farina her skill, and Escoffier her skill.
Why are you skipping classes again? We've talked about this.
All 3 of them, I press one button and swap to Skirk, and I know all 3 of them will continually have like their attack kick off. So that's kind of the part of the reason why you use them. Amino, Lumine, Nervalet, Ryan Shogun, and Chino. Main team is designed to be physically overwhelming and overpowering. I say that, but you still have a support unit, technically. You have Ryan Shogun. Because you get burst DPS out of her ult, but the rest of the time, she's a support unit mostly. Or at least sub DPS. Because she has the extra electric sink that she puts on every attack. Animo and Lumine's kind of an interesting choice. That one I kind of respect. Just because it's like OG of the OGs. And Nervalet makes sense because he's like... I think he's still the highest damage dealing Hydro unit. And Arlecchino is Arlecchino. You know what? Speaking of Arlecchino, not the character, the term. There's a character in Lies of P called Arlecchino. And I'm more interested in trying that game at some point, because the clips I've seen, I'm like, no, he's a traditional fucking Arlecchino. Like, he is, like, upholding to what the title means, traditional Arlecchino. This ultimate trickster. Basic as fuck, what do you mean? There's nothing wrong with that. Look, there's people that still rock Lumine, Amber, Lisa, and Kaya as their squad. We got Arlecchino. I mean, to be honest, if you looked hard enough, you'd probably find every single Dalart's character in a lot of media, because they are more influential to drama and stories relating to it and literature than I think people are prepared to realize. It's just a lot of them, you might hear them under other ways. Like the Columbina, you might hear as the damsel. The Pielo, you might hear as the king. The Arlecchino, you might instead hear as the jester. Do you get what I mean? Or the knave is another one. Like, they still show up, but they can go under different names, but they have a lot of influence on literature and stories. Team nostalgia. Well, I mean, it's also good because if they can still conquer everything, including like the extra content with the free characters, like the launch characters, it means that the game hasn't suffered power creep in any major way. It's the same with Zenless when people cleared the entirety of like its hardest modes with just Billy. And I'm just like, okay, so that not only is really cool that they can do that, but also showcases that power creep hasn't gone up in any way that has made these characters, like these launch characters, completely outdated. The only real exception is Honkai Star Rail. People can still use the base characters and get them done, but I really don't see anywhere near as much efficiency. But I'm also aware that a lot of that is down to the fact that Honkai Star Rail shifts meta so often that some characters just aren't meta anymore. I mean, it's the start of the game. I mean, definitely, yeah. I get that. There is, I know Shen isn't playing Honkai Star Rail right now, but Shenpai, a streamer I watch, she did something similar with Honkai Star Rail, where, like, when she first played through everything, this was back when Penacony was still, like, going through its story. Like, she did everything, she really enjoyed it, but it was only, like, later on that she really started processing how much she was enjoying, like, the lore, the story, the background sort of thing. But because she's on PC, she can very easily just set up another account on a new email. And so did that, but this time to make it like the lore through where she could really actually digest and take everything on. Now she knew what was going on. And there was a part of me that was like, man, there is actually a small part of me that would love to do that at some point with like Genshin. Because 5 years is a long time. Do you think I remember everything from Mondstadt's story arc? No. I know that name. Shen's been around for nearly, like, for about a decade in, like, the streaming sphere, so I wouldn't be surprised. She started, as an FPS streamer. Like, she played a lot of FPS games. Like, I know she did Overwatch for a while. She eventually kind of broke away and came away from it because she found it got way too toxic and did, like, a lot of, like, stray random stuff here and there. I've mentioned her a bit. She's got, like, done all the Yakuza games. She's a huge Final Fantasy 14 head, which is what I got into her channel from because I love 14. Even though I don't play much 14, I still love it. But she plays a lot, and she's a very varied streamer, but she has her dedicated. She's currently in a subathon, or a scuffathon as she calls it, which I think is on like day like 26 of like non-stop streaming, and I'm just like, you psycho woman. But I love that. I love that little German. She's great. Oh, this little spirit's supposed to represent Skirk? That's cute.
Boring old man. I don't like going to his classes.
Excuse me. You shouldn't talk about your teacher like that. It's very disrespectful.
That's about, yeah, so, yeah, true.
All right, let's not get into a big fight about this. Skirk's learned what she needs. There's no point forcing her to sit through more classes if she doesn't want to be there. But I'd still love to hear about what you got up to yesterday. Why don't you tell me?
Oh, is it supposed to be her parents back on the other planet when she was a kid?
I went diving and I saw this huge fish. I never knew they could get that big. It looked kind of dumb though with that stupid big fat head. I tried to shake its fin, but it just spat water at me. Oh, and today I'm gonna go to that prairie up north. There's supposed to be this giant bird there that can spit fire. I bet if I climbed on its back, it could fly me all the way to the
Skirk as a child used to have dreams.
Then I suppose your old dad should get one as a pet too. Otherwise, how are you gonna hear me call you for dinner up there in the stars?
When it's time to eat, I'll come back on my own, Zilly. Anyway, gotta go. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad.
Wait! Put on a coat at least. You'll catch a cold. I'm talking to you, young lady. You spoil that child, you know. Ever since that merchant ship arrived, she practically lives outside. Always going on about exploring the beyond one day, whatever that means.
Every cynic's a disappointed idealist. Yeah, true.
Ah, let the kid do what makes her happy. Besides, we both know you're all bark and no bite. Come on.
All right, call out your lady like that. Jesus Christ.
Let's get started on dinner.
Follow the strange creature. I'm out. The weather's wonderful today. So whilst, like, Skirk's going through our dream, like, destroying whatever the fuck's going on, we're learning a bit about Skirk through this, huh?
But what lies beyond the stars? Mountains as far as the eye can see? An endless snowy plain? Or maybe buildings taller than the sky, like the people from the merchant ship said. I can't be the only one asking these questions. The universe is fascinating. If only I could meet some other people like me. We could set sail together and explore every corner of the world. I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, and I'm ready to see them all. But for now, I'm starving. Better get back.
Ib 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 up. Alright, we're good. Sorry, static again. Huh? What's over there? Something's going on?
Don't let a single one of them get away!
No, please, spare
Why?
the children! Stay back!
They're coming!
Run!
Eliminate the threat.
Take them down.
Don't be scared.
This way!
We'll never make it!
Fire. There's fire everywhere. What happened?
I told you we shouldn't have trusted these outsiders!
Why are you doing this? What did we do to deserve this? We welcomed you with our finest food and drink, showed you the best our home has to offer, gifted you cloth dyed by our own hands. And this is how you treat us?
Run! Save yourselves!
Captain, Zone 3 is clear and we have Zone 2 surrounded.
Begin extermination. Remember the orders from upper command. No one is to be left alive.
Rest assured, sir. We have enough munitions to annihilate these savages and burn their entire civilization to the ground.
Good. The only ones who put up a real fight are that man and his wife, correct? What's their status?
We shot the man in the ankles and the wife broke her wrist attempting to fight back. They won't be doing
What
much
the
more
fuck?
fighting. They're holed up in their home for now, but they won't last long. To prevent them from making some kind of last stand, we're planning to clear out the other zones first so we can send a bigger squadron to surround them.
Well, well. Turns out some of these beasts do know how to use their claws. Now the threat these savages pose will be undeniable. Let them cling to what's left of their lives for a little longer. Once the other zones are cleared, I'll cut off their heads myself.
It smells like something's burning. What's going on?
Dad? Mom?
Skirk, you're all right? Thank heavens.
I'm so happy to see you, sweet girl. But you need to go. It isn't safe here. They'll be back any second.
What happened? You're bleeding a lot. Dad?
This is the place. Alert all units. Prepare to surround.
Run, Skirk! Run as far away as you can! Don't trust anyone! Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you to survive. My clever girl, so curious. You're already so brave. I know you're going to grow up to be such a positive light in this world.
Whenever you miss us, just play this song. Remember, life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
Break down the door! Look what we have here. A savage that can pluck a tune. Well, the show's over. You! Stop singing! Shut it! I said shut it or I'll make you! Fine. Have it your way!
What was that? No, not the time, PS5. That wasn't me that time, I promise. That was the PS5 got too warm.
Oh, you're awake? I found a few clues while you were asleep.
And now she's straight back to focus mode, now she knows we're up.
Now, time for the second stage of your training. This time, the focus is elemental energy. Come find me when you're ready to begin.
So it's fight all day, learn things all night. Alright, round 2.
Man, staying in the abyss feels
But it seems at least then she holds onto aspects of her past. Even in his colder version of herself that is now.
Time hardly exists. If we weren't careful to keep track, it feels like we'd have no idea how long we've even been here. Well, except for the fact that Paimon still gets hungry like clockwork. You go do your training. Paimon's gonna grab a bite.
I'm ready to start.
The way I see it, the pursuit of power is divided into 3 stages. The first is mastering the use of standard weapons. Next is learning how to harness natural energy. And after that, you're free to challenge even higher dimensions. The natural energy of Teyvat is, of course, elemental energy. But that's not my area of expertise. I draw from a different source of power.
Similar path, I'd argue my old man would be baffled with the person I've become. Fair enough. Yeah, she uses the Abyss.
Abyssal power, yes. Also known as the power of the Void Realm. My master, Sertologi, is a true expert in that area. After all, he was one of the group of 5 that infamously stole the all-encompassing power of the Abyss. An act for which the people of Conria gave them the epithet, the 5 Sinners. The elemental energy of Teyvat, on the other hand, is derived from the power of the Light Realm. These 2 forms of energy exist in direct opposition to each other. Suffice to say, there's not much I can teach you this time.
But there's something familiar about the power you use. It almost seems related to Cryo in some way.
A keen observation, traveler. Call it respecting local norms. The Abyss stands in direct conflict with the will of this world. So, to make my life easier, I disguise my power to make it appear cryo-like in nature. It's a technique I learned from some Conrian ruins, known as the 7 Shifting Serpent. If you ever change your mind about delving into abyssal power, I can teach it to you.
I have the ability to purify abyssal power.
So I've heard. You seem to have a knack for removing abyssal power. But is purification really what's going on there? Like I said, power does not simply disappear.
What are you trying to say?
Just
I think she's going to say you're absorbing it.
Let's focus on your elemental training.
I think she's trying to imply you're absorbing it, and eventually it's going to burst out one way or another.
True growth comes from adversity, but only if you make the choice to pick yourself up again every time you fall. So, it's time to push yourself to the limit, and then keep pushing. This is the only way to advance at pace. Use the power of Animo to clear the field as fast as you can.
Wingblade, be gone!
Oh god, I haven't heard these sound cues in forever.
Wingblade!
Observe your surroundings. Look for things you can use to tilt the scales of success in your favor.
Yeah, we know about this. It's literally saying, hey, how much have you been paying attention to your elements? You train the elemental powers one by one, ending with Hydro.
Use the power of Hydro to destroy the spikes.
Faster! Don't give them a chance to strike you. You need to be quicker than you were in your dream. You can't afford another injury like that.
I know they want me to do this. Go! There we go.
Go!
Along the journey, I've gained different elemental abilities in different lands. But I've never trained them all at once like this.
You need to understand what makes you special. The ability to wield elemental energy without a vision and switch between the elements at will.
Is this Skirt's way of saying, hey, you, like, never mix up the elements in any story content? Fucking change that.
It means your aspirations need no approval from the gods. Your power is not bound by the rules of this world. So be bold. Do not be afraid to chart your own path.
Graceful as the wind, tough as stone, nimble as lightning, flourishing like foliage. I can feel the power of the elements flowing through me, sometimes as peaceful as a flowing stream, other times surging like a raging river. If I close my eyes, I can almost hear their voices. But it's not like some wild beast battling me for dominion. Battling me for dominion, it's more like saying hello to an old friend.
Very good. It seems you've reached a deeper level of connection with the elements.
How long has it been this time?
Long enough for you to lose yourself in your training, which is a good sign. Relentless practice with the elements has drained all your strength, but it's also what allowed you to make progress. Get some rest. When you wake up, we'll proceed to the final stage of your training.
Go to camp. Alright, now time for another dream sequence. I'm curious if, like, we'll actually get any, like, main buffs out of this after this is done. Because, like, that's, like, the funny thing. Although it's barely noticeable, there's a drink you take in Sumeru, and it's like, oh, it should make you feel stronger. And it, like, boosts your attack or something by, like, 0.01%. And it's like, okay, guys. This place again. Did you bring me here? Time to see more elements of Skirk's background. The response, this strange creature just floated away. What is this thing? What is it doing in Skirk's inner world, and where is it taking me this time?
What is the secret to power? Longing. Hatred. Self-preservation. No. It is fear. The fear of losing those you love. The fear of watching your home burn. Fear of loneliness. Fear of death. Fear is the source of evolution. It forces humanity to adapt to their environment and overcome hardship. It is in the process of prevailing over our fears that we surpassed first ourselves and then the rest of the world. That fear is now part of you. It calls on you to evolve. And it is time to answer.
Ow, it hurts. Daddy, Mommy.
Any minute spent missing home is a minute wasted. Practice your sword work instead. Do not make me tell you twice.
But, Master, I can barely lift the sword anymore. If I keep going, I feel like my wrist is going to break.
So it has not broken yet. Then pick up your sword and keep practicing until it breaks. I want to hear the cracking and splintering of bone. After all, bones can always be reset.
I can't breathe. Everything's gone black.
Good, Skirk. Once again, you survived. How do you feel?
Cold and pain.
These are signs that you are adapting to the abyss. Each time the flesh is torn and the spirit crushed, each time you claw back from the brink of death, you become stronger. I now understand why these people sought to destroy your homeland. Your potential goes beyond even what I could have anticipated. But you still have much to learn in your pursuit of strength. Your mind is rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training. You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion, crush the self that makes you weak, and become master over your physical form. Get up, Skirk. Wipe the blood off your face. Cut away the rotten parts of your flesh, and mend what is broken. Then take up your sword.
Yes, Master.
The dream's over, but I can't get that suffocating, oppressive feeling out of my head. I have so many questions about Skirk's past. Where does she come from? What has she been through?
You're up! Hopefully you got some good rest. Skirk said to tell you that she's ready to start the final stage of your training whenever you are. So, want to head over now? Or did you want to wait a little?
I really want answers, but right now it's vital to I complete my training. Once that's done, I have a chance to talk to her. Will we? She might say, alright, we're done, and fuck off. Hey, Skirk.
From your training so far, you have gained a better command of the sword, and more control over your elemental abilities.
It's all thanks to your guidance.
That's only part of it. Experience is the real teacher. Your journey, the friends you have made, the dangers you have faced. These have taught you more than I ever could. Now, it's time to focus on how you react under pressure. You must be able to think rationally, even in unpredictable combat situations. To simulate this, I'm going to attack, and you're going to block. Ready?
Give me your worst.
Not bad. That defensive stance looks near unbreakable. Just like your brother. Oh, that reminds me. You still don't know what happened to him, do you?
Oh. Yeah. You let your guard down for a second.
Hey, no fair! That's cheating!
You think every opponent has the same moral code as you? You can denounce their deplorable methods all you want. But only if you live to tell the tale. The dead don't get to complain. Strong emotions will always arise in combat. Anxiety, anger, fear. But a true warrior is never at their whim. Only when you are free from the influence of emotion can you make the right choice, no matter the situation.
Are you describing yourself?
How amusing. Almost sounds like you think you know me. But you don't. You can choose your own path. We are not the same. Let's begin. Try to use reason over emotion. Make the most rational and advantageous decision in any given moment. This is your final training session. Look alive. Same drill as before, but this time I'm going to interfere. Hold your focus.
Oh, okay.
Water jet! Go!
Ow!
Water jet! Ha! Ha! Water jet!
Not bad. Better than I expected.
It's not easy to control my emotions. Felt as overwhelming. Whoops. That was my phone dropping off its side. Overwhelming, but if I can just focus all my attention on what my opponent is doing and how I should respond, it's almost like my emotions take a back
You're
seat.
getting the hang of it. The first step to controlling your emotions is controlling your mind. You want a unified train of thought. It all comes down to focus.
Focus. Focus on the battle. I think it's working. I can choose to tune out anything that isn't relevant to the battle, but I think I'm pretty far from having full control over my emotions.
Your mind is rife with distractions. From now on, I shall show no mercy in your training. You must learn to shut out all the pointless emotion. Crush the self that makes you weak, and become master over your physical form.
Skirk went through this kind of training too, didn't she? How merciless does the training have to be to make someone substitute all emotion for pure reason?
Stop. Let's pause here. One look, and I can tell your mind has wandered. That's to be expected. There's a limit to how long a human being can concentrate on one thing. Staying calm and focused sounds simple in theory, but in practice, it's more demanding than sword work or elemental abilities.
Skirk's right. Now that I've stopped, all the emotions I was suppressing are rushing back to the surface. Pain, exhaustion, frustration, doubt. But exhaustion is the main one. I feel like I could fall asleep on the spot.
Get some rest. No point training further if you're already dead on your feet. Like I said at the beginning, the only goal of this training is for you to reach a point that you're satisfied with. You managed to push past your limits, which is a good start. You can be proud of that and sleep well knowing that you've earned it.
Oh, thanks.
Warriors will train day and night to perfect their skills. But when the battle comes, their fate may be decided in a matter of minutes. One mistake, one moment of hesitation. And just like that, all their blood, sweat, and tears were for nothing. You need to push yourself to perfection, or you might not even live to regret it.
Oh, we got a Hydro Sigil for that, so we're technically in Fontaine then. Or the game is registering it as Fontaine for the sake of the treasure chest. I guess that makes sense, because it's where we first met Skirk. It's like I'm back in Skirk's inner world. I don't see that strange creature this time, but I think I can navigate this space on my own now, even without it here to guide me. I don't know how to leave, so I'm stuck here until I wake up. Can't hurt to take a look around while I wait.
Skirk is amazing. She faced down that terrifying giant and cut its head clean off.
She got hurt though, didn't she? I heard it was pretty bad.
Yeah, well, that's a given. But the moment she was on the mend, she got right back to practicing her sword work. I heard Master suffered a grave injury once too. Lost an arm and a leg and still came back stronger than ever. Skirk's becoming more like him by the day.
Incredible. I wonder if I'll ever reach their level. They're always so resolute, so unshakable.
Pathetic. You're not even trying. You're so much weaker than you think.
Skirk, have you become a positive light in this world?
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire? How many bodies were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone live on.
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
I have so many questions. I just want to jump in a spaceship, explore the whole universe, and get answers from the stars. I just need to wait till I'm grown up. Then, I can do anything.
Now, you must bid farewell to who you were in the past, and become someone stronger.
Run! Skirk, run! Only death awaits us here. Keep running, and don't ever look back.
Oh, she met Alice.
First things first, you need a new identity. Going around telling people you're from somewhere beyond the stars won't do, now will it? How about saying you hail from beneath the earth instead? As the Conrian saying goes, venturing out into the universe and down into the abyss are the same in that both are braving the dark unknown. Well, I'm a visitor on this planet, so I'll follow the rules. Ah, splendid. That saves me quite a bit of trouble. Let me offer you a piece of advice in return, although it might not be what you want to hear. I know the pursuit of strength is important to you, but taking a moment for yourself every once in a while is never a bad idea. Ignore her existence for too long, and there will come a day when you can no longer hear her voice.
Huh? The dream is over. I can hear the crackling of fire in the distance, and there's a fragrant aroma in the air. Grilled meat. Thai Paimon.
You must be starving, right? Ta-da! A barbecue feast just for you.
I am a little hungry.
Of course you are. That's why Skirk and Paimon got this.
Oh, together, did you?
Dig in before it gets cold.
So you're best friends now?
Ah, well, if you're around someone long enough, it's bound to happen. Plus, Skirk can cook. So, Paimon decided she can forget the whole Ice Queen thing. Paimon's not one to hold a grudge.
Here's an idea. Let's save the chit-chat until after the meal.
You'll dig in and make quick work of the food.
So full. Okay, it's Paimon's turn to sleep now. Wake her up when it's time to go.
I have good news. First, your training is complete. You have what it takes to wield immense power. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice. Continue to learn from your journey and hone your skills against formidable opponents. Second, I've located the culprit we've been searching for. Next, you just need to retrieve the missing part of your soul, and our business will be concluded.
That was a lot faster than I expected.
When Ajax trained with me, he once told me he was bursting with questions. So I allowed him to ask me 3 of them before he left. You and I may never meet again, Traveler. So if there's anything you want to ask me, now's your opportunity. Just like Ajax, I'll answer 3 of your questions.
After spending time in Skirk's inner world and witnessing her memories, there's so many questions I could ask, but the most important one is, are you really from Teyvat?
Okay, not the angle I was expecting. What makes you ask that?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but while we were dream mirroring, I think I saw your memories. It's the first time I've seen Skirk break her composure. I guess this really took her by surprise.
I knew that was a possible side effect. Closed off my mind to you for that exact reason. Even with the dream mirroring, you should have seen nothing but endless darkness.
So Skirk didn't share those memories with me on purpose, and in fact she tried her best to keep them from me. Wait, speaking of endless darkness, on my first time there, that was all I saw until that strange creature appeared.
Whatever.
Her inner child is still very deeply nestled within her.
Shouldn't be too surprised. Due to some recent circumstances, my self-control has been lacking as of late. Since you've seen what you've seen, there's no reason to hide the truth. All I ask is that you keep it a secret. No, I'm not from Teyvat. I'm from a different planet. And there was a time when I journeyed through the stars. A lot like you in some ways.
Like me? Do you mean you're also a descender?
No, we're different in that respect. You're influencing the fate of this world. But me, I'm just passing through. Several hundred years ago, my master, Sertologi, opened the border between worlds and sent me here. But this is not my home. And one day, I'll return to the vast unknown of space. So, there you have it. On to your second question.
What's your goal in coming here?
To become stronger.
Alright, fucking Virgil.
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength. To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked. And somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. That is my sole focus and purpose. Okay. You have one question remaining.
Skirk's goal is to defeat the Foul. I can hear how serious this is for her. I wonder what those certain reasons could be. But given how quickly she blazed through that answer, I doubt she wants to talk about it. I have one question left. What should I ask?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing.
We have to take this opportunity to get Child some answers.
Well, your last question?
You know Child is looking for you, right? Are you going to let him see you?
Ajax. His situation is different than yours. Before you ever crossed paths with me, you'd already encountered many formidable people, studied their techniques, and developed your own skill set. So, during your training, all I had to do was build upon that foundation. But Ajax was so young when he came to me. A complete blank canvas. Children can't help but imitate their role models. In the long run, that would only hinder his growth. Once Ajax has enough strength in his own right, I will allow us to meet again. Until then, let that motivate him to reach his full potential.
That was a calm and calculated answer. It's like she was talking about something entirely mundane. I don't know why, but I'm not buying it. She makes it sound like the decision has everything to do with Child and nothing to do with her, but what does she actually feel about it? The Abyss is completely silent. The domain must get lonely after a while. Not to mention, she said it's been hundreds of years since she arrived into that, and even longer than that if you account for how slowly time passes in here.
Unlike you, I have no desire to establish a connection with the world. The weak and the lowly have no right to remember me. They're lucky they only have a few missing memories to show for it.
In all that time, she never established a connection with this world. Was it really just because she looks down on the weak? I doubt she's giving me a straight answer if I asked. Besides, I already used up my 3 questions. She was happy to give me cold hard facts, but I feel like I haven't heard her true voice.
Wake up your companion. It's time to go. Oh, and everything I just told you. Best keep a secret from her as well.
Yeah, Skirk doesn't completely trust Paimon the same way she's allowed to trust us. Allowed herself to trust us.
Time to go.
Oh, it's so bright. Time to go deal with our culprit.
Where are we headed?
Just follow me. I'll open an abyssal rift close to the culprit's location. It will take us to where he's hiding.
Oh, like near the chasm? I guess that makes sense. The chasm is the closest we've gotten to the abyss. And I suppose, like every story quest, we need at least one section where you play as the character of the story quest, and we haven't played as Skirk yet.
Wait, this is near the chasm, right?
Yes. If we enter from here, we'll be able to reach that place from your dream. You have some experience with abyssal domains by now, but still, this is someone else's territory. Best to proceed with caution.
Don't worry, Paimon's an expert at hiding behind other people for safety.
Alright, Paimon.
Oh, but, that means you need to stay safe, Traveler.
Let's teach this thief a lesson.
Alright. Remember your training. Time to put it to use.
Oh god, it's literally just... okay.
Behind you. Come on, you got this.
Oh yeah, charge attack is what makes you absorb that.
What are you two doing? Dusty, like an abandoned house. Let's press on.
Looks like this is a dead end. Did we make it to his hiding place? Ugh, this fog is making it impossible to see anything!
This should be the place where you were attacked, Traveler. The missing part of your soul should be nearby. Can you sense where it is?
If I close my eyes and focus on the light that came from my wound back then, Yes, I can sense something. And it is nearby, but I can't tell its exact location. Nothing exact, but I know it's nearby.
Our opponent must have covered his tracks just in case. Otherwise, you should have sensed it much more strongly.
Also, Skirk's in combat mode, which is why she's got the dark armor on now.
Hold on! Look! The spikes are back!
Stay calm. Let's hold back a little. Give our enemy some wiggle room so we can see what we're dealing with. If you're too reckless, we might be playing right into his hands. Our enemy took part of your soul for a reason. It's likely he integrated it into his attack somehow. If we're smart about this, we can track it down.
Alright, time to play evasion. Fuck. I should like in-game cinematics? Oh fuck. And not it's not CG.
From the start, the attacks have been focused on me. Trying to break through my defenses? I see.
Alright, that fixed it. Lumine's face has just ripped it off her fucking chest like it was nothing.
There. I got it back.
Traveler! Skirk! What happened? It looked like Skirk just got...
In the Grayley Plains, you asked me why this enemy chose you as his target. Now, the answer is clear. It's not just the fact that your strength is impressive. It's also because of your ability to, as you put it, purify abyssal power, whatever that actually means. The fact is, that ability allowed him to do something that should have been completely impossible. Namely, break through my defenses and steal my power.
He was after you from the very beginning.
No. He couldn't have known I'd come to his domain. He only stole your soul fragment because he knew the value of its power. I doubt he expected it to come in handy so soon. Call it fate, if you want. I believe that's the term they use in this world for arbitrary coincidences like this. In any case, it works to our advantage. Once I realized what he was using that power for, it gave me the chance to get back what you lost.
But you...
I'll cope. Well, done gorging? Good. Time to answer some questions. How did you get the power of the all-devouring narwhal?
The all-devouring narwhal? Oh, of course! Paimon knew that spike thing looked familiar. It looks just like that narwhal's horn!
I highly doubt you acquired that power through your own strength. Tell me I'm wrong. You're desperate enough to scour the land for god remains and whatever vestiges of power you can find. That alone proves you wouldn't be able to defeat a creature like that. Which leaves one possibility. You know my master, the Foul, Sertologi.
The Foul? Who dares call him Foul?
What's wrong? Bit off more power than you can chew? You're struggling to hold a basic conversation.
Just a little longer. I'm still...
Look! It's back!
Those obsessed with power will let it devour them before abandoning their pursuit.
What do we do?
Keep calm and use reason to decide the best course of action.
Skirk was stabbed with one of the spikes when retrieving the fragment of my soul, and in the process some of her power was stolen. The culprit is hiding somewhere beyond the fog. I have a good understanding of his attack pattern from the fight just now. If we pursue him, our chances of winning are high. But Skirk's breathing is weaker than usual. If we attack now, I can't guarantee her or Paimon's safety. It's a hard decision to make, but I think we should get out of here.
Wise decision. Final victory doesn't always come after a single battle. You've got your soul fragment back, so we both got what we came for. Let the enemy draw breath while he can. It won't be for long. Get us out of here, Traveler. You'll need to lead the way this time.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Run!
Is your shoulder gonna be okay?
The wound is minor. It'll heal in no time. You should focus on getting out of here alive instead.
Uh-oh! Falling spikes! Run!
Oh, Jesus.
Watch out! Looks like this place is about to collapse! So, this guy's power has something to do with the all-devouring narwhal. Did you know that all along, Skirk?
I had my suspicions. That's why I decided to investigate in the first place. But suspicions only get you so far. I needed to verify it for myself.
Fez.
Phew. Oh, I should be safe here, right?
I no longer sense his presence. Can't have followed us out of that abyssal domain. Weaklings like him will find that my power is not so easily controlled. He won't be leaving that place until he's managed to digest it.
With its power, he even managed to steal from you, of all people.
You seem surprised. I suppose that's fair. You've seen but a fraction of what that whale is capable of. That gaping maw could swallow a planet whole. It's called the all-devouring narwhal for a reason. Devouring is what it does best. It can extract power from anything, dead or alive, as long as it manages to make physical contact.
Yeah. When we had our run-in with that thing, Neverlet mentioned that it has an instinct to devour.
Your dragon friend recognized the nature of its abilities and used the power of Hydro to protect you. That worked because it was in a satiated state, so it was somewhat less aggressive than usual. It's a different story when it has no more power to feed off of. That's when its true voracious nature kicks in. It could devour everything on the planet in that state, which is why I cast it into that void space. But I hadn't counted on there being anyone left on this planet capable of wielding its power. To me, that says he must have encountered the whale a long time ago. Meaning, he must have known my master.
Yeah, hearing you say the foul definitely got a reaction out of him.
Exactly. It told me everything I needed to know. Hence why I said we both got what we came for. And I believe that brings our transaction to an end. Now that you're whole again, you can get back to your own journey. I'll handle the rest of this situation myself.
No way! We can't leave now! Something was stolen from you because of us! We have to help you get it back!
This isn't my first taste of failure or losing power. When you fall, you get back up again and become stronger. That's how it is.
But what if that monster finds you before you're all better? Plus, how are you gonna get home? It's not like you can just go swoosh and open a door to the abyss again. Not without your full strength. So, sticking with us for the time being doesn't sound so bad, does it?
You said I don't want to be in your debt. Well, I still am.
Fair enough. Then take this.
What is it?
A bag of Mora. Nothing in this world is free. I know that much. I'll leave the planning to you. Hurry up and decide where to go. We shouldn't linger.
We should take Skirk somewhere she can rest.
Oh, the fucking Booba Pharmacy where this all started.
Paimon gets the feeling Skirk wouldn't like being around a lot of people. Oh wait! Baishu said we could rest in the back room of the pharmacy, didn't he? Let's head there!
He'll know something about Master. I'm sure of it. Next time, I need to be ready.
How's your shoulder?
Fine. It was just a scratch. It'll take time to recover my strength, of course. But adapting to situations like this is nothing new for me.
Your outfit looks different.
Oh, this. It's a star crystal suit. Abyssal energy is scarce in Tevat. Wearing this helps me access it more freely. It stores concentrated abyssal
Oh, it's to make up for
energy
what
that I
she
can
lost,
draw
got it.
from on the go. When
It
the
runs
energy
out, it reverts back to
runs
its original form.
out, found somewhere to rest. Well, lead the way then.
Alright, back to that pharmacy. And I think this will wrap up the quest. Yeah, but that... Okay, so they managed to explain why she has a different costume in her new design versus her old one. It's because now she's lost a small chunk of her power. Well, I say that. I don't know how big or small that chunk was. She's wearing something that allows her to basically have more flexibility until she gets that power back.
Huh. This bag from Skirk has a ton of Mora in it. Does she have a job or something? Wait, no. After what we saw at Wamin Restaurant, that seems impossible. Can you imagine? It would go something like, I'll be collecting my paycheck now, boss. Oh, sure thing. Wait, who are you? Have we met? Can't hold a job if you make everyone forget about you. So, what did she do to get all this Mora?
Claimed some buried treasure, took care of a few monsters that were causing trouble. Nothing untoward. It's safe to use.
You heard all that?
A sonorous voice like yours is hard to miss. I wouldn't be surprised if the sound of it traveled to the nearest mountaintop.
Then, did you by chance happen to hear Paimon's little, joke earlier?
You mean when you called me Frosty the Lavender Melon?
Ooh. Guess you did, huh?
No. Sorry. Paimon totally misspoke just now. She didn't say that at all. It was, a Paimon lookalike. Yeah, she's a piece of work, that one. Always impersonating Paimon and giving people weird nicknames. Okay, fine. The truth is, Paimon didn't like you all that much at the start. But things are different now. You helped the Traveler in a big way, so... What do you say? Friends?
I noticed there was only one bed. Go ahead and get some rest.
Wait, what about you?
I don't get tired, and I don't need rest. I'm going to practice my sword work. That should help me regain some strength.
But your shoulder... Hey, don't just leave! Whatever. Let her tire herself out. She'll come back eventually. Let's get some sleep, Traveler. That comfy bed is calling, Paimon.
Skirk is stubborn. Even if I tried to convince her to take it easy, I doubt she'd listen. Paimon is right. Skirk will stop and take a break once she gets tired. I hope. I should just get some sleep. Skirk? Of course she's acting like she didn't just get... Of course she's acting like she didn't just get stabbed in the shoulder. Something seems off with her, though.
Quiet.
Who's she talking to? There's no one else around, unless...
Do you even remember how many of us perished in that fire?
Oh, her
How many
trauma's still
bodies
there.
were left to rot on the scorched earth? Yet you alone live on.
Keep your gaze fixed on your blade. You don't deserve to rest.
Run, Skirk. Run! Only death awaits us here. Keep running, and don't ever look back.
Right, in that dream I witnessed, Skirk was training alone, but there was disembodied voices talking to her. One of them mentioned a fire. I wonder what happened exactly. If only she could just talk to us.
Getting an early night's sleep is the best. That bed was so comfy. Wait, Skirk? Have you been sitting out here the whole night? The bed's all yours if you want it.
recovered your strength yet?
About 60%. Maybe 70.
Whew! Paimon thought it would take at least a couple of days. That was fast.
No, not fast enough. That's 20% less than last time. Same training regimen, same intensity. Nothing felt different, but somehow the outcome fell short.
Maybe it's because of the spike that stabbed you?
No, I think the problem's with me. I need to meditate for the next 2 days. Deep introspection should help me find the issue.
Ooh, sounds intense. We'll watch over you in the meantime, then.
Thanks. See you in 2 days.
Yeah, and she literally just sits there and meditates whilst we function and do our thing.
Morning! Skirk is still meditating, huh? It's been 2 days already. Shouldn't she be awake by now?
Maybe it's not going too well.
Paimon can't think of anything we can do to help. Oh, wait! Breakfast! That's it! Paimon will go get breakfast! Skirk is gonna be starving when she wakes up. Be right back.
Skirk looks so serene, almost like she really is asleep. You again? What are you doing here? Yeah, it's her inner child. Time to give it back to her. Space feels familiar, but where am I exactly? There are towering cliffs, withered trees, and a strange river flowing from the horizon all the way here. But it's broken up several times along the way, with a waterfall at each breakpoint. On closer inspection, the colour of the water is changing. The closer I get to the lower portion, the darker it becomes, almost as if... Then this must mean this is...
Right. This is Skirk's inner world. Think of it as the threshold between the soul and dreams. This isn't your first time here, but what you remember is probably a space covered in darkness. I only managed to illuminate a small portion for you back then.
So you can speak?
Actually, it's my first time talking to someone like this. I only managed to break free and bring you here because the injury weakened her power. I guess that's why I can speak again, too. Call it fate, if you want. I think that's the word they use in this world for lucky coincidences like this, right? Now, before I take you to her, I gotta ask. You're the first outside visitor to ever come here, so what's your
Oh yeah, I
passion?
got Skirk C1 and her weapon at the start of this stream. And she's great. She is peculiar. You have to use her a very particular way because she doesn't use energy recharge because she's fueled by the abyss and not any kind of that element. So there is an adjustment period, but she is good. Why are there so many cliffs and waterfalls?
You noticed. This river represents Skirk's strength. Strength accumulates over time. It is the summation of a person's lived experience. So this river is where all the fragments of Skirk's life should converge into a single stream of memories.
If you have the right team set up, I can imagine she's going to be one of the deadliest units in the game. But you do need the right team set up because she's entirely reliant. I mean, technically she's cryo. Canonically, she's entirely abyss powered. She uses the power of the Void Realm, but she masks it to make it look cryo so people don't question it. So in game she's counted as cryo, but in lore,
But as you can see,
it's
this
not.
river has been severed
Which is why she
numerous
doesn't use doesn't have elemental recharge. You don't get burst normally. You get burst by playing into her gimmick. But having other Hydro and Cryo units with her makes her gimmick stronger and stronger. And if you have a full team of only Hydro and Cryo units, so no other element sort of thing, you get the maximum potential out of her.
And all she sees reflected in the river is a disgraceful shadow of who she was. She cuts through water and rock with the sword of reason, severs her connection with the past, and begins anew.
They might do one day, but not
You
anytime
must
soon.
learn to shut
They've got
out
plans
all the
first.
pointless emotion.
It seems there's other things they want to do.
The self that makes you weak and become master over your physical form.
And it's also fitting for Skirk to be somewhat cryo. Not just because, you know, cold personality and all that, but because we learned that her entire home was basically burnt down in the giant fire, and it's made her not scared of fire. I don't think she's scared of anything, but it's clear that when her trauma rises back up to the surface, fire is involved. So having ice, you know, something that's weak to fire in in most things, is fitting for her. And considering it then dissolves into water, something that can beat fire, and she's consistently pursuing strength, I can see the symbolism. Since then, it's been a constant process of abandoning, refuting, and erasing her past self. I suppose that's a secret to herself. But it's such a sad thing to think about. What has she been through? Why does it have to be this way?
The answer to one mystery invites another question, I see. Let's follow the river upstream. There among the cliffs, among the memories etched into her heart.
I wouldn't be surprised if an Abyss-esque element gets added eventually, but I genuinely, like I said, I don't think it will be soon. I don't think it's going to be a Nodcry, I don't think it'll be a Schneznaya. I think if it's going to happen, it'll be Khaenri'ah. But this little thing, I think, is supposed to be like Skirk's inner child before all the trauma, before everything she ever knew was burnt down. She was taken in by Sertology. This looks like a coastline, huh? I recognize the drawing on the sand. Wait, isn't that the picture I drew for Paimon? Why is it showing up in Skirk's memories?
I've always thought that, even when falling leaves don't come from the same tree, they can still form bonds of kinship when they meet, like meteors. You both made a journey through the stars. Both travelers who have landed on a planet that is not...
Oh no, if they introduce Abyss characters, neither of those two would be the first ones they add. They would build up to them.
She hesitated for a moment.
We would have like Khaenri'ah characters, assuming it like any of them are beyond what we've seen or even alive, but we'd have Khaenri'ah themed or Abyssal themed characters, and then Dane and Piero would be left till later. Assuming Piero even is. Because he might have an element, considering we don't know much about him. Why? If I think about it, it's not surprising at all. As what happened at One Min Restaurant, it's obvious she prefers to disappear from other people's lives. She hasn't seen Child in years either. I doubt she's ever made a connection with this world of her own volition. What I'm seeing now is a microcosm of her entire life.
Seems like you've answered your own question.
5-star Kaya. I don't know if this game will ever do SPs.
A trespass.
I'm starting to think they don't want to do that, which is entirely valid. If they don't want to go down that route like most gachas do, and just have like alternate variants of other characters. Genshin's the only one to not do that yet, and I can't help but feel like they don't want to, which is, like I said, entirely valid. Oh look, my PS5's upset with me again. I know, it's very warm today.
Let's keep going. It's still a long way to the source of the river.
Yeah, it's a long way, and I want to wrap up soon. So this needs to move on a little bit. I know I was kind of being a little bored trying to squeeze this in as well with the main quest, but I wanted to do it. Well, the chances of us getting a more lore-accurate Welt Yang, probably not going to happen because he's not significant enough to what they want to do with the character.
I shall teach you no more.
He's more to be an observer in the background than be like a main player.
No one can become a worthy warrior through imitation alone. I have given you fangs and claws. Now, you must learn to hunt.
You wish me to travel the world beyond on my own, Master?
Indeed. Make new friends. Embark on your own journey. And piece together a new future from the shattered remnants of your past. We will still have contact through the Abyss. But know this. One day, I will take the life you worked so hard to rebuild and reduce it to ashes. Just like the fire that haunts your mind.
Why do you do that?
I miss Enjo. Yeah, we haven't seen our boy Enjo. We saw him earlier in the Natlan story arc in a side quest, but that was it.
I have told you before. Fear is the catalyst for human evolution. You have tasted loss. You have known fear. So deep, it can be felt in the bones. But as living beings, we all have an instinct to detach from that which harms us. And thus, pain dampens over time. And the acrid taste of fear becomes but a distant memory. Yet now, I have bestowed upon you the gift of fear eternal. It will drown you.
Now, this is Sertologi. This is Skirk's former master, and the Foul, one of the 5 sinners.
To defeat me, whatever the cost.
That figure next to Skirk looks familiar. Right, I saw the same figure during the battle against the all-devouring narwhal. Yeah, that's the man that you fight when you get swallowed by the narwhal.
That is what Skirk's master, the Foul, Sertologi, looked like at one point in time.
At one point, so he changed form.
Of course. As a higher being, physical form is a trivial.
Oh, that's the game's way of saying, of course, if we ever make him playable, we can do whatever we want to make it, make him how we want to make him.
Human, or even a monster that defies description. The form you see him in here, clad in abyssal armor, is the one he usually wears when traveling through the stars.
I used to think Sertologi and Skirk were just master and disciple, like Skirk and Child. Now I see Skirk chose to distance herself from humanity. Sertologi told her to put down roots here, while at the same time threatening to destroy whatever life she managed to create.
For certain reasons, I need to bridge the power gap between me and my master as quickly as possible. But first, I need to understand the source of his strength. To do that, I need to follow in his footsteps. Walk the path he once walked. And somewhere along the way, I'll find out how to defeat him. That is my sole focus and purpose.
So that's what she meant, but I still don't understand why Sertologi would do that. From what he said, I didn't pick up on a conflict between them.
I'll let you in on a little secret. The real Sertologi is terrifying.
You think they will make the Origin of Art accessible? Yeah, I think it'll be next patch. Like, the very next patch. I think it's 6 weeks from now.
The scope of his power is impossible to understand.
Because Natlan's not finished. You physically can't max out the Statue of the Seven, so there's still one more expansion. And there's literally only one more patch left before Natlan is finished, so it has to be next patch.
Shall we keep going? Let's see. We're about
Damn, I need to catch
halfway
up.
there.
Yeah, next patch is the last Natlan patch. After that, we're off to Nod Cry for 6.0. Which also means we're skipping an actual holiday update this year, which is kind of wild. 0.8 is going to go straight into Nod Cry. We're not doing any like holiday temporary land patch thing that we've been doing like the past few years on last patches. This must be Skirk as a kid.
We've made it quite a ways already. This is Skirk, when she first began training under Sertologi.
I have set your broken wrist. Tomorrow, you're to train twice as hard. No tears this time. Good. Attempting to garner sympathy through tears is a habit of the weak. A pitiful, useless ploy.
Can I ask a question, Master? Why did you save me? I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
I saved you because I have a plan for you. It has been too long since I fought a battle that demanded my full strength, and I hunger for it. Every so-called genius and prodigy I have faced has crumbled like sand underfoot. Before me, even fate bends the knee. So, I will teach you everything I know. Train you by whatever means necessary. In the hope that one day, you might surprise me.
But I don't want to draw my sword against you, Master.
What you want matters little. Among the boundless sea of stars, the cries of the weak are but faint murmurs that disappear into the void. You of all people know that well.
Yes, Master. From that day forward, All she knew was grueling training, emptiness, and fatigue. After some time, her talent bloomed, and she gained control over her emotions, like her master. How should I put it? It was not that human emotion disappeared from her heart, but that reason came to dictate all she was allowed to feel. I suppose it was at this point that she became the Skirk you know today.
So Sertology saved Skirk from a disaster when she was a child and never even tried to hide his ulterior motive. I suppose that leaves one final mystery. What really happened with that disaster back then? Sertology's final words to Skirk were cold and cruel, but Skirk's reaction made it seem like it was a truth she knew all too well. I have a feeling it all comes back to what happened back then.
We're nearly there. I almost don't want to reach the end. Well, shall we? This is the final stretch.
Let's.
These are Skirk's happiest memories.
Oh god, to imagine she was actually happy as a kid.
What a simple and carefree time it was. Wisps of clouds dotted the sky. The sun bathed everything in golden light.
She kind of looks like Clara from HSR.
Not even the shyest of flowers could resist swaying along. This is Skirk's homeland. She was so curious about everything as a child. Always skipping school to go exploring instead. There was so much to discover. The treasures at the bottom of the sea. The secrets beyond the stars. And that merchant ship packed with adults wearing those strange clothes. Yes, the ship.
XP? No.
That was the beginning of the end.
No, that's coincidental. There's way too many irregularities between the two.
When they arrived, the people that disembarked wore smiles on their faces and spoke of friendship. They claimed to be merchants from a neighboring planet, looking to establish trade. Skirk's parents, her relatives, her neighbors, everyone welcomed the newcomers with open arms and allowed them to explore the planet. To them, the visitors were guests and should be treated with hospitality.
Clara is an XP of a Impact Third character, but they're always mechanical themed. While Skirk's design theme is representative of a fish swimming through water. Like literally when you transform her, she gains a tail, she has fins. She has gills, like shit, like she has like when you transform her into a special form, she has an entire, like, fish dynamic theming about her.
No one had any idea of what was to come. Several months later, an army...
And the only character that also has, like, a fish-esque aesthetic outside of Genshin, because obviously in Genshin it's just similarities at that point, is fucking Sparkle in HSR, and funnily enough, she's not a Sparkle XP either. And that's by design. Sparkle's almost entirely an original. Like, she's very likely not an XP, and that's by design because they want her to be more unpredictable.
Skirk had skipped school that day, like so many times before.
Oh, Skirk's last memory, watching her homeland burn.
But when she came home that day, only fire and ruin awaited her. Countless people cried out to her for help. People she knew and loved. Friends and relatives. The little girl who lived next door. The shop owner with the bad leg. The bad-tempered teacher she had made fun of just that morning. Their lives were discarded like worthless trash as the fire consumed one life after another. Skirk was helpless. All she could do was run. And so she did. She kept running, until an unexpected figure crossed her path. If Sertology hadn't been there in that moment, the fire would have claimed her life too. And there she would have remained, left to rot in the scorched earth, with no answer as to why any of this was happening.
Why did those people destroy her homeland?
Because she and her people were seen as a threat.
A threat?
As the initial merchant ship explored the planet, they discovered that it hadn't always had the condition to support life. Yet there was evidence of human activity, even during the periods of extreme heat or cold in the past. Further research revealed that, over time, the people of this planet had evolved the ability to adapt to any type of environment or energy source. For that reason, the outsiders viewed them as a potential threat, and decided to eliminate them before the threat could rear its head. And so, the army was called, and the so-called danger was wiped from the face of the planet.
Just because of speculation?
Senseless, isn't it? Deemed a threat because of a gift they didn't even know they had. Perhaps it was their own innocence and kindness that doomed them. But in the end, that was lost to the blaze as well. If those with power get to decide good and evil, then all you can trust in is the sword in your hand. And so, before death could claim her, she ran. She ran and never stopped.
Now I see why Sertology's threat is such a terrifying prospect for her.
No one wants to relive their most painful moments. Well, that brings us to the end of the story. This is as far as we can go. Skirk is waiting over there. For both of us. Let's go to her. It's time to fulfill my purpose. And my greatest wish over all these years.
So all this, just so you could bring her here?
I have things to say to you. Well, to me. I want someone to witness our reconciliation, even if it takes an argument to get there. And she is the best choice in this moment.
Then you must be...
Her suppressed emotional self. The version of herself she keeps locked in the recesses of her mind, stifled by reason. All those rejected impulses, those discarded aspects of your past selves, they are a part of me now. I am who you used to be. Someone you have refused to face for too long. So, I came to face you instead.
You're wrong. I've faced you all along. And that's exactly why I keep you locked here. Your existence makes me weak. Moments of joy and longing are when we are most vulnerable. Don't forget, it was a penchant for goodness over reason that doomed our homeland in the first place. The vastness of the universe renders everything insignificant. Our feelings most of all.
Even so, learning from the mistakes of the past doesn't have to mean erasing everything. Strip yourself of your so-called weaknesses. Emotions like kindness and empathy. And what makes you any different from the ruthless soldiers who slaughtered our people?
The difference is that I'm doing what is right, what is necessary. I allow you to exist, but with limited freedom. That is the greatest kindness I can offer. I have shouldered everything you couldn't carry. I rose above the numbness and emptiness, and it was cold, unfeeling reason that brought me this far. It made me who I am. It made me strong.
That is the problem. I want to shoulder those things together. On the grand scale of the entire universe, maybe our feelings are vanishingly small, but why should that mean they don't matter? Emotion gives warmth to the cold expanse of space. It gives meaning to the world around us. Think back to those nights of gazing at the stars. Those afternoons of exploring the unknown. Think back and let them grant you peace. A brief respite from the pressure you put on yourself.
That isn't what we need.
Exactly what we need. Aren't you curious about why recovering your strength has taken longer than normal this time?
Finally, you get to the important part. That is the only answer I came here to find.
Then look around. Look at your inner world. You cast aside your dreams and curiosity. And in doing so, you lost your original motivation. You severed all connection to who you used to be, so you can no longer draw strength from your past. Now, the only things driving you forward are fear and survivor's guilt. But these cannot take you far enough. And so, this river, the source of your strength, grows more polluted by the day.
And you think that means I should seek help from a weak little thing like you?
Your emotional self isn't weak. The fact that she transcended time and broke free from her constraints to come and face you, that proves it.
Thank you for saying that. I knew bringing you here would be the right choice. To be honest, I'm not here to argue with you. This isn't about who's right or wrong. And in fact, I agree that in order to make it through the wake of that tragedy, we had to distance ourselves from the pain through reason over emotion. But what is right at one point in time isn't always right forever. I know you will never forget that fire. I know the fact that you were the sole survivor fills you with guilt. And I know that among the voices that haunt you, mine is there too. Because deep down, you know that you didn't turn out to be the person you wanted to be. All those unfulfilled hopes are like knives to the heart. And I don't want you to hurt anymore. So even if you can't accept me, I hope, at least, that you can let go.
I keep thinking, maybe it would be better if I had died. I wouldn't be haunted by that fire all the time. I wouldn't have to go on like this.
Your dad and I, we're not afraid to stare death in the face, but we need you to survive.
I'm sick of being a kid. There's so many amazing things out there, and I'm ready to see them all.
I remember. There was a song Mom and Dad always sang when we went out to fetch water. Dancing water. The sand along your path is begging for your song and movement. Will you carry this burden with you on your journey? I am not the dancing water, and you are not the burdensome sand. But if this is your wish, then I will carry you with me until the end.
Thank you.
I should be thanking you.
Run, Skirk, run! Remember, leave no one alive!
Heed my words, Skirk. Let fear take root in your soul.
Did you survive? Why was it only you?
Skirk, did you become a positive light in this world?
This doesn't have to be the end. Life is a gift. Don't let darkness claim it.
So, you saw my memories then?
Yeah.
I once asked my master if survival of the strongest was the law of the universe. He said no. But in a world without order, those with no moral boundaries tend to be the ones who survive.
Power is not a substitute for doing what is right.
That's why, after hearing his answer, an idea came to mind. An idea that, one day, I would create a new world order. One in which there would never be
That seems to be a theme for
tragedy
today.
like
New
fire.
world.
One in which power was not the law of the land. But that means I must defeat him. Because my master, Sertologi, is, at the core, a defier of all rules and order.
Sounds like you have your work cut out for you.
Yes. And not just because of the gap in our abilities, but also because I have no reason to see him as an enemy. Although his decision to train me was not made out of kindness, he did everything a master should. He saved my life, taught me the sword and the principles of strength. And for that, I respect him.
But he intends to face you in battle one day.
I know. And it's not something I want. But Master never goes back on his word. I have to treat everything he says as a promise. He's no longer into that. But he sends me messages through the abyss every now and then. Most of them are simple greetings, or an answer to one of my questions. Every time I hear from him, my heart skips a beat. And I wonder if this is the moment where he'll finally appear before me and tear down everything I've built to pieces. Maybe that means I do live in eternal fear, just like he said. Yes, I respect him, but I'm also afraid of him. And for that reason, the pursuit of strength consumes every moment of my life. I don't know what Master has planned, but I have to be ready.
I'll help you.
Help me? Why? This isn't your fight.
Because if we want to build the world we both want to see, everyone has to be willing to fight for it. If we all do our part, we can make the entire universe a kinder place. Skirk gazes into the distant sky. There's nothing else to do here. Should I leave? Yeah, let's go. I need to wrap up, like, imminently, to be honest. So, yes, we'll have to leave. It's 3 PM. We've been going for 6 hours.
Finally awake. Honestly, Paimon was gone for like 2 seconds and then she comes back and finds you both unconscious? Oh, you scared Paimon half to death. You're both okay, right?
What does it look like?
You look stronger than ever.
Only water from the source can cleanse the rot and filth that flows from the past into the future. I taught you to incorporate the experiences from your journey into how you fight. I suppose what happened today will become an inseparable part of who I am.
Okay, so Paimon feels like she's missing some important context.
What else is new, Paimon? Don't worry about it.
Paimon brought back tons of delicious snacks. Let's dig in.
The 3 of you enjoy the snacks.
All right. It's about time we finished what we started.
We're gonna deal with this thief for good, right?
Let's show him what we've made of. Oh, we're
This
not
time,
done?
I'm not
Uh-oh.
going to tell you to hold back. But having digested even more power in the meantime, he's going to be tougher than before. The good news is, we have no reason to pull our punches this time. So, Let's go. Same place as last time.
I was kind of hoping that'd be it, if I'm honest. I was like, oh yeah, he got away, but it's whatever. Because I am running short on time. But to be honest, I'm over time. I need to wrap up by 3, and it's 3:05, so we do need to get a move on. I knew I was being bold, trying to do both, but it is what it is. Like, trying to do both the quest and this, but I was like, it'll be fine.
The fog is gone! Wait, isn't that the form the all-devouring narwhal changed into? How come he knows that, too?
That's what the fowl used to... That's what the fowl used to look like, I was going to say. I know PS5, I know.
Really? So, you're telling Paimon that giant whale and this guy can both turn into the fowl?
He was telling me it was too warm again.
It's a subconscious instinct. Any intelligent being who longs for his level of strength is bound to mimic his appearance. It's a natural response after encountering someone as powerful as Master. To them, he represents ultimate power. We know the person before us has encountered Master, and we know he stole a portion of my power. So it's not surprising that he would assume this form.
Okay. Oh, the closer Paimon looks, the more intimidating it gets. Nervalette isn't here this time, so it's up to us. He won't have the nerve to steal again after we're done with him. Let's teach this guy a lesson.
But, like, quickly, yeah?
Haven't forgotten your training, I hope. Mine to wield.
Cutscene? Not this again, watch out!
Haven't had enough of my power. Well then, let's see how much more of this power you can handle.
Hell yeah. And now out of the shadows.
Well, have you come to your senses?
You saw that my body was at its limit. So, you deliberately channeled your power into me, knowing that it would destroy my shell from within. Such power. Such keen battle instincts. So, you must be...
Skirk, Sertologi's disciple.
How long has it been? How long has he been away from Tevat?
Hundreds of years.
Hundreds? Sorry. It's a lot to take in. I should introduce myself. I am Skofnungar, a friend of your master and one of his followers. This is the first time I've heard your name, Skirk. But hundreds of years ago, I knew you existed. And I knew you would come here.
Hundreds of years ago?
Sounds like you and Master have quite the history. Care to tell us about it?
Of course. Might as well take advantage of a clear head while I can.
Unironically, I might have to disappear for a couple minutes soon, just as a heads up. I'll keep the stream running, so I'll only be a couple minutes, but I will need to disappear soonish. I said I need to wrap up before 3, and it's nearly quarter past 3 now.
I was set to inherit our title.
But I think Scoff here is going to go on another fucking story.
An incurable illness as a child, and everyone gave up on me. I trained the sword harder than anyone else, defeated all of my peers. But it was all in vain. When other people looked at me, all I saw in their eyes was pity, or a strange glee in my misfortune. Even my parents were just waiting for me to die. Over time, my heart hardened, and I became aimless. That was the point where I met your master, Sertologi. We were similar in age, but different in background. He was
God damn it, I am actually gonna go now.
The son of criminals who had been sentenced to death. He spent his
I'll be back, chat. Enjoy
facing more
this for a couple minutes. It is going to be a couple minutes, but I will be back.
Universitas Magistrorum. Yet,
sorry, I'm going to go.
He
BRB.
always wore a smile on his face, as if kindness and malice were one and the same, and he could not see the difference.
I'm almost back, chat room, I promise. I'm rushing, trying to get everything done super quick. I promise, I'm nearly there. Oh, goodness, I'm back, chat room. Sorry about that. I know that was like, what, 10-15 minutes? I said I'd be only a few, but everything needed to get sorted, and I said, we've gone over time anyway. My plan was to be done before 3, but everything's sorted now, so we can just see this through to the end. Sorry for that long pause. I'll probably timestamp it afterwards, like when I come back.
You need to fight to survive.
I could have left it playing on auto, but I don't want to miss this. I want to be able to experience it myself, so I kind of, like, held everyone up, sorry.
How can you sit back like this and go down without a fight?
That does sound like something he would say.
He was the first to acknowledge that I was worth something, and he inspired me to keep going. When we sparred together, it was the first time I'd actually felt the thrill of combat. When I was 10, he stole forbidden research materials and managed to cure my illness. It was like there was nothing in this world he couldn't accomplish. When it came to the human form, he was always intent on pushing the boundaries of possibility. But somewhere along the way, I fell behind. My talents were nothing compared to his, and at some point, I realized he had pulled so far ahead, I was too embarrassed to even ask him to spar. After his grand endeavor was successful, he sought me out and said to me,
"This planet no longer holds anything of interest to me, so I'm leaving. But first, I have an offer. I can use a power I have just refined to break the curse of immortality for you. Your death was once what we worked so hard to prevent. But the immortality you now face is a different kind of pain altogether."
I'll pass. Immortality doesn't sound so bad to me. Since I can't die, it means I have an infinite amount of time to get stronger. Maybe I'll finally catch up to you one day, and we can spar like we used to.
Are you sure? I cannot say when I will return. Your body, or rather, your soul...
So Luigi, like, are you sure about this?
This curse.
All I can do is try. After all, a wise man once told me, people need to fight for their own survival.
Wise indeed. Nevertheless, if you grow weary of the pain of immortality, and wish to experience a good sparring match before you wither away, seek out my disciple.
Disciple? Never thought I'd hear that word coming from you.
Nor I. But Vedifenir said I was destined to find a disciple out there in the universe. and bring her to Tibet. You know as well as I, Venifanir's prophecies are never wrong.
Well, now I'm curious about who this disciple of yours will be.
All Venifanir said was that one day, the stars shall bow in her honor.
Damn, that's quite a title for Skirk.
Pretty impressive.
Of course. Only the most outstanding people would have the right to become my disciple.
Still self-assured as ever, I see. But you're not wrong.
I'll be leaving then. Oh, and if you are serious about getting stronger, I left you a little gift in the primordial sea. As I've said before, walk whatever path you want. Freedom means even the wicked get to make their own choices.
Waiting for me in the primordial sea was the all-devouring narwhal, already beaten into submission by Sertologi. In its weakened state, I was able to cut off part of its flesh and sew it into my own heart.
Your heart? That sounds like torture. How did you even survive that?
Because, of course, I bear the curse of immortality.
So, you used the curse to turn yourself into a vessel for power. Even with that whale's ability, devouring power like that is not something the human body can withstand. With your body and soul constantly at the breaking point, it was the curse of immortality that sustained you. But that is not the path to strength. You have to pour your heart into it, work for it, dream of it. Instead, you stole something that didn't belong to you, and it backfired.
You're right. I should have known better, but I had already pushed myself to my limits, and he was still miles ahead of me. So I had to take a leap of faith. I miss your master.
Skirk's getting to see, basically, in like a shadow of who she could become here. Because she's constantly pursuing strength, ready for Sertologi. He did the same, and look what became of him.
I don't regret the choice I made. But if you'll allow it, I do want to apologize. To both of you.
After the beating we just gave you, I think we can call it even.
You're an interesting one as well. Sertologi's disciple. That's a lot to live up to.
This might be a bit of a stretch, but is this the same voice as, like, Cygus from Honkai Star Rail?
I know.
The one that I said kind of sounds like he's doing his best G-Man impression.
Using despair and fear to force you to catch up to him. All the while, standing ever out of reach. We're like mountain climbers in the dark, never knowing how much higher we have to climb. Or when we will see the sun again.
True. But I made up my mind long ago. No matter how dark it gets, I will not give in to despair. I will overcome it. Besides, after hearing your story, I suspect what Master really wants is not a battle that demands his full strength, but rather a defeat without regrets.
Oh?
Since you're his friend, you must have some things in common. First time we came here, when you stabbed me through the fog and stole my power, I felt no emotion coming from that spike. But when you had to devote all your strength fighting me just now, I could feel joy and passion emanating from your blade. It was the joy of a researcher discovering the truth of the world. The joy of an artist uncovering a temple of wonders.
Interesting. I'm certain I didn't express those emotions outright. Yet you were able to read them from my blade. Like a glimpse into my inner world. You're right. That battle brought me an unbridled sense of joy. And my defeat brings me no regret whatsoever.
Exactly. I think Master also craves a battle like that. One where his opponent forces him to use all his strength, unlock the extent of his potential, and transcend his own limits. A battle to end all battles. After which, all can come to an end. Including, perhaps, his life. For that very reason, good and evil are meaningless to him. He has one purpose, one goal. To complete himself. It's one of the secrets to his strength.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps that is his call. What a battle that would be. Oh, to witness such a...
Are you okay?
No.
Too many different kinds of power are surging through my body. The curse of immortality allows it all to coexist, but it does not remove the pain. I won't be able to hold on to my sanity for much longer. What a shame. I would have loved to witness that battle. Sertologi once offered to free me from this curse. Now, I must ask that of you, Skirk. Can you release me from the pain?
I can, but not through death, if that's what you were hoping for. It's not a suitable punishment for your crime. As an alternative, I can take your consciousness, along with all the power you've consumed, and smash it to pieces. The impurities will dissipate, and under the curse of immortality, your mind and body will regenerate. When that process is complete, you will be back to who you were before, no longer tortured by powers you can't control, but it will be a time-consuming and painful process. The decision is yours to make.
I accept. And who knows? Perhaps I'll wake up in time to witness your great battle with Sertologi. I have faith that you'll be able to stand against him one day. Though I know it'll be a long and arduous road if we are climbers in the dark. It appears the dawn has finally broken for me. But your ascent continues. At least, it looks like you are not alone on your journey.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, that was on my end. The mobile data, because also we've been streaming for so long, mobile data that I use on my phone is like, guys, so it just paused the stream for a second, and I was like, oh,
I will reach the top of this mountain, no matter what it takes. And you, Skofnunger, will be my witness at the end of all things.
That's finally over. Let's get out of here.
Skirk gazes into the distant sky. There is nothing else to do here. Let's go.
We did it! It's only been a few days, but it feels like forever.
No, we've been in the abyss for most of this. It's only been a few hours.
Once again, we've proved there's nothing we can't overcome. We're just that awesome.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Wow, you sound even more confident than usual. Guess you really have become stronger. Today sure went by fast. It's night already. Oh wait, that reminds Paimon. The stars you mentioned, the ones that died out, are they back now?
Yes. The power Skofnunger stole has been returned. So, the stars have regained their light.
Great! Huh, it's crazy that you even noticed their light was gone. There are so many stars in the sky. If a few disappeared, Paimon definitely wouldn't be able to tell.
I suppose it's because I have gazed upon this sky for centuries. The false stars, hanging in the meticulously planned sky, glittering with rotten light. It's not real. And yet, it is for that very reason that I can look upon it and enjoy the momentary peace it brings.
It's beautiful, I agree.
Even the most beautiful of bubbles has to burst. We will return to the real universe one day, whether of our own volition or not. Time marches ever forward. Even the innocent and naive will taste life's bitterness. Yet through hardship, we grow, until we learn to seize the sands of time for ourselves and uncover our true strength. Though we gaze upon a false sky, its vastness and majesty is palpable. One can only wonder, what is it going to take For kindness to reign supreme in the vast expanse of the universe.
Ugh. This is all going over Paimon's head. But if she knows one thing, it's that the Traveler always finds a way. Ever since we met, she has filled Paimon's days with happiness. No matter how tough things get, she always finds a way to make it better. If it's too big a job for one person, then we'll do it with two. And if two's still not enough, then three. We've met so many amazing friends and accomplished so many amazing things. As long as we don't give up, we can make any wish come true.
I suppose when it comes to you, anything is possible. Well, I should be going. Now that my power is no longer isolated from my emotions, I need more practice to get used to it.
When will we meet again?
I suppose fate will decide. Maybe we'll bump into each other on the street. Or maybe we'll reunite on a different planet entirely. Regardless, reunions and partings are but passing moments. More than anything, I hope that, at the end of this journey, wherever it takes us, we stand in a world reborn. One without war, pain, or forced partings. One where new life can bloom, even where there was once nothing but scorched earth. For this, we must all work to become stronger.
Of course, Master.
If that's what you want to call me, I won't object. Goodbye.
Bye! Is it just Paimon, or is she being nicer than before? We definitely count as friends after all that, don't you think? Hey, what do you think about camping here tonight? There's nothing quite like sleeping under the stars.
Sure thing, Paimon.
We can continue our journey. Oh, and since Paimon treated you to that super nice meal at Wanmin Restaurant, it's about time you returned the favor.
Whispers betwixt stars and night. We learned a lot. It's crazy how both the quests we got. Did she give us a recipe? Oh my god, she gave us all sorts. She gave us her instrument as well. It's crazy how both the quests are filled with so much lore. Yeah, the Dream Mirror Remnant, an Abyss Crystal, a gift from Skirk to you. When worn, it can be used to sleep, to dream mirror with her. To find the culprit, Skirk infiltrated your dreams, while you witnessed the memories deep within her heart. Use this crystal once more to visit certain scenes of what happened back then. Oh, to like see all the shots. Oh, that's cute. The training review. After completing Skirk's rigorous training, you and she compiled a summary of your experiences, documenting your relentless efforts and grueling trials. Though the training has ended, visiting these records can still prove insightful. Oh my god. Oh, yep, there it is. What am I looking for? There it is. They were both really strong quests. And if that's the last, like, major story stuff for Natlan, I said it earlier, but what a strong finish. What a really strong finish. And what a fascinating character Skirk is. Aww. For the whole last, I have to try one more time for the road. But I am going to call it there. We've gone on for a lot longer than I planned to, which is entirely my own fault. It's been nearly 7 hours. We had like a 15-minute break in the middle. I said I will timestamp that afterwards in the description and probably a pinned comment as well. Just saying, hey, look, I had to break away from this point. The intermission ends like here, sort of thing. But that was, yeah, I really enjoyed that. So next time we meet in Genshin, it will be for the first time in actually a while. I'm doing a 0.8 version because there is still one more version that's adding a new region, or a new chunk to the region, I should say, over here in Natlan. So I will be streaming 5.8, so I will see you in 6 weeks for that. But until then, thank you all so much for watching. Once again, sorry for that gap, but it is what it is. Life happens sometimes. Next time we meet, I'm going to try and have Skirk all built. Heck, I might actually use her in the next patch just to kind of mix up the team before we go to Nod Cry. Like, have her in the main team, I mean. But either way, yeah, thank you so much for watching. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely helps the channel grow. Additionally, you can find my BlueSky and Patreon in the description of every single video. But until then, you guys take care now. Peace.
During my journey through the stars, I came across a species with completely inverted sensory perception. They'd use ice to warm themselves up and cool down by the fire. They'd be sweating buckets inside a cold, dark cave, but shiver uncontrollably under the blazing sun. So different from all the other creatures around them. And yet, they lived quite happily. That's the miracle of life. Unfathomably complex, but at the same time, so simple. In my spare time, I play music from my homeland, albeit on instruments from Teyvat. I once thought that those melodies would eventually fade from my memory as the years went by, but they haven't. It's as if they're etched into my very soul. Every time I'm strumming my guitar, I'm so conscious that this music I'm playing is the last trace of that civilization's existence in the entire universe.